Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ghost Tobirama. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Nobody knew why it happened. Nobody knew how it happened. But sometimes it just did. Maybe because it was of the energy saturating the world. Perhaps it was the will of a higher power. But sometimes, once upon a blue moon, it happened. A soul managed to escape death's cold grip and descended back onto the mortal plane. Forever chained between worlds, they remained. Cursed to walk the thin border between this world and the beyond, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Ghosts, in-betweeners, Linewalkers, unseen by all. Until the very day, a desperate father called for death itself, and received an answer. The translucent figure stood motionless on top of the Shodai's head, and looked down at the village below, vigilant and tall, as if standing guard over it. Naruto could not see its expression from his place on the fort's memorial, but he could almost feel the sad pride surrounding the strong frame, and he found himself eerily reminded of his Gigi. He had seen the third standing at the window of the Hokage Tower doing the exactly same thing more than once. The young boy was curious. What was this apparition, and why did it look so sad? He rose slowly from his seated position and walked towards the strange figure. It seemed to have sensed his approach and turned its head in Naruto's direction. That was when the child realized that the human-shaped apparition was actually a middle-aged man. Gray eyes rested on him, and Naruto could see the tightly leashed emotions in the man's insubstantial gaze. Longing, sadness, and another one Naruto was most familiar with. Loneliness. The child immediately decided that he would help the man get rid of that particular feeling because he knew firsthand just how bad that one felt. There was a strange apathy in the man's gaze, as if he was looking at Naruto but not actually seeing him. The child did not like that. Nobody should look that empty. The man turned his head back and wordlessly resumed his silent sentry. Naruto's gaze followed his, and he smiled involuntarily. Konoha. His home. His village. His to watch, to love, and one day, his to protect. Perhaps then people would finally respect him. Acknowledge him. It's a nice view, he commented lightly, and sat down on the warm stone next to the man. The man stilled, and his posture became more rigid as he slowly looked at the boy seated next to him. What did you say? Naruto tilted his head and met the man's gaze with his own. It's a nice view. Gray eyes widened slightly in surprise, and the man stepped closer, completely alert now. You can see me? He asked. His voice was tinted with a strange mixture of amazement, authority, and hope. Yes. Naruto answered in confusion. The man was right here. A bit translucent perhaps, but he was there. So, why should he not be able to see him? For several moments, the man just stared at him, and Naruto had to suppress the sudden urge to fidget under his scrutiny. There was just so much presence in this man that he felt somewhat intimidated. But then, the stranger smiled slightly, and Naruto felt himself relax again. How unexpected, the man mused. I did not expect this possibility. Why? Naruto asked in a puzzled voice. You're here. Ghosts are normally invisible, child, the man answered calmly. What? Ghosts? Naruto instinctively jumped backwards, completely forgetting that he was currently sitting on the floor. So instead of making a nice strategic withdrawal, his evasive maneuver only resulted in a rather ungraceful fall onto his back, and he found himself staring at the man ghost from a reclined position, who eyed the child with a distinctively amused expression. Yes, child. Ghosts. They are real. Naruto exclaimed, equally surprised and horrified at that notion and so overwhelmed by that discovery that he did not even think about standing up again. Not many, but a few, the man confirmed and gave the child in front of him a rather pointed look. How long do you intend to stay like this? He asked dryly. Naruto jumped hastily to his feet and rubbed his neck in embarrassment. So I am Uzumaki Naruto, and who are you? The man smirked slightly. You are standing on my brother's head, child. Your brother's? Naruto repeated and stared down at the stone beneath him. Feeling a jot of sudden realization, his head whipped up again, and he stared at the still smirking man. Naidame? The man's smirk became even more pronounced. Indeed. Tobirama Senju had never expected to end up like this. When he had found himself suddenly floating in the middle of Konoha, he had first thought that he was dreaming, and he would have believed it too, if there was not one tiny reason that made it impossible. Dead people did not dream, and they could not be captured in a genjutsu there. So, whatever this was, it was real. At a complete loss on what to do, Tobirama had floated aimlessly around the village, attempting to talk to people. But nobody seemed to see him or even hear him. Despondent about being completely alone, Tobirama had visited the Hokage's office and had spent many hours watching his pupil going about his business. He was not too happy with the things he saw. Konoha had changed after his death and not for the better, and moreover, the Uchiha clan seemed to be rather restless. So Tobirama was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He was, for all intents and purposes, dead. Sad, worried and tired as he was, he had retreated into the outskirts of the village, resigned to be unheard and unseen until time ended or death reclaimed his wandering soul. But then, unexpectedly, he had met him. Uzumaki Naruto, and the child could see him, talk with him, and suddenly Tobirama did not feel so lonely anymore. Just what is that atrocity supposed to be? Your left side is completely open. Naruto jumped in surprise and whirled around. He had known the Naidame for 2 months now, but he was still not used to the ghost's random appearances. "Ah, you scared me," he complained loudly and waved his arms around to empathize his point. The second simply raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the boy's antics. "And you did not answer my question." Naruto grumbled and turned to face the ghost. "Sensei taught me." "What's wrong with that style?" Tobirama furrowed his brows. "Your sensei? Are you sure he taught it to you like this?" "Yeah," Naruto agreed. "He said it was important to keep the angle." "I see," the Naidame answered slowly. "I shall accompany you to class tomorrow. I want to see just what they teach you there." Naruto suddenly seemed very nervous. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Gray eyes studied the fidgeting child in front of him with sharp interest. "No," he answered simply, "I don't." "Are you really sure that you want to come?" Naruto asked again as he grabbed his backpack. "It will probably be boring for you." "Yes, I am certain," the second replied firmly. Naruto sighed and stopped protesting. He knew what that tone meant. The former Hokage had made up his mind and would not be dissuaded. Carefully locking his door behind him, Naruto left for the academy, accompanied by a ghostly figure walking right next to him. There was definitely something going on. It was evident in the way the passers-by interacted with his young companion, or, more precisely, in the complete lack of interaction. It was as if there were an invisible wall separating the child from the rest of the citizens. It was nothing really obvious. Just simple things. Like people giving him way more space than others, turned backs when he passed by, or the occasional cold or disapproving look. But Tobirama's sharp gaze missed nothing. He glanced at the boy next him. He was still showing his cheerful grin, but it seemed somewhat strained and did not really reach his eyes. A mask, the ghost thought quietly. A well-crafted one, but not well enough to fool him. The child was hurting. He could see it clearly. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki. The same clan as his brother's wife. Could it be? Was he related to his brother? To him? Was he carrying her burden? Judging by the people's reactions, he had a strong inkling that at least the last question could be answered with a yes. Why else would they shun him? Tobirama frowned in displeasure and was secretly rather relieved that his brother was not here to witness this. He would have been incensed at such behavior, and Tobirama himself was less than pleased as well. Making the one person carrying enormous military power unhappy with his village was not a wise strategy, and practically screamed for trouble. And no child deserves to be treated like this, his brother's quiet voice added in his head, and Tobirama found himself unconsciously agreeing with him. The academy gates were now appearing in front of him, and Tobirama's attention returned to the current happenings. Everything else could wait. The kunai missed its target by at least 6 inches. Naruto narrowed his eyes in determination and tried again. Someone behind him giggled. The teacher remained quiet. Next, he ordered sharply. Sighing quietly, Naruto picked the tools up and made way for the next child. You need to bend your wrist more, Akira, Sumio-sensei told the boy who had almost managed to hit bullseye, but good job. Naruto flopped down on the grass and leaned against the wall. It was always the same thing. His peers got a nice evaluation, a tip to get better, and he got stony silence. Something flickered next to him, and he turned his head slightly to see the Nidames standing next to him. There was a slight displeased frown on the man's face as he watched the proceedings. Uzumaki, his teacher snapped sharply, if you don't want to participate, you can wait inside. Yes, sensei, Naruto answered automatically and stood up, grumbling silently at the unfairness. It was not like he was the only one sitting down. Several snickers followed him as he returned to his classroom, where he immediately climbed on the windowsill. At least he could watch the training ground from this position. That was uncalled for. The Nidame's intangible form appeared behind him. Naruto shrugged. I'm used to it. This is a regular occurrence? Yes, Naruto answered matter-of-factly, his eyes firmly fixed on the scene behind the glassy wall. I always do something wrong, he added quietly. Have you told someone about this? The Nidame inquired sharply and attempted to meet the child's evasive eyes on the transparent reflection. They don't listen, Naruto replied after a moment of silence, and it sounded like he was talking about so much more than just his problems at school. But it's okay. I'll get stronger and protect them all, and then they will want to listen. People rarely listen, brother. You have to make them. But never through violence. Guide them, protect them, and they will lend you their ear. Tobirama stared at the child who reminded him so much of his brother, and he could have sworn that he had just seen Hashirama's face looking back at him from the stainless window. Naruto glanced over his cup of ramen at the man standing in front of the window. His companion was strangely quiet. Not that he usually talked much. The ghost did not have a habit of indulging in useless conversations. But this complete silence was new to him. He had hardly spoken since the moment in the classroom, and that had been 3 days ago. Instead, the ghost had been watching him as he went about his day, measuring him with strange looks, as if trying to figure out a puzzle. Somehow it made him feel like he was being judged. It was unnerving. He had tried his best to ignore the man's newfound hobby, but it was practically impossible to overlook the Nidame's imposing presence. It just demanded attention. Naruto anxiously bit his lips, torn between asking if everything was right and not wanting to disturb the man's clearly deep thoughts. But before he could make up his mind, the man's shoulders suddenly straightened, and he turned around, catching Naruto's uneasy gaze with stern eyes. Your lack of education is unacceptable, and I refuse to spend an indefinite amount of time with an uneducated child. Naruto swallowed and unconsciously lowered his head, staring at the bottom of the empty ramen cup. Get your gear, the ghost ordered sharply. I want to see just how much damage control I will have to do. Naruto's head whipped up, and for several seconds he just stared in stunned disbelief as his mind refused to process the man's words, before he jumped up and scrambled to follow the order. The ghost eyed the panting child with critical eyes. It was not as bad as he had feared, but the child had only been attending the academy for a few months. Still, the lack of correct instruction was visible. It was good that he had decided to interfere now, a bit later, and the wrong stances would have been integrated too deeply to easily correct. Naruto clearly had talent, but his inability to remain focused on things that did not interest him was somewhat irritating. He would have to teach him patience and discipline. Nodding slightly to himself, Tobirama addressed his newest student. We will stop here for today. You still have homework to do. Go and clean yourself up. You have 15 minutes. Yes, sensei. He watched as the child straightened himself and obediently scampered into the direction of the bathroom, grumbling silently about annoying homework. Being a shinobi means being deceptive, the Nidame lectured as Naruto carefully guided the brush over his paper, trying to write the kanji for moon. Shinobi do not follow the samurai's code of honor, although we generally have our own set of morals, even if they sometimes tend to be somewhat flexible. Naruto shifted slightly and glanced at the man walking up and down in front of him. Shinobi are usually not upfront about their skills, and while they strive to appear competent, they will always keep a hidden ace up their sleeves. Never let an enemy know everything you can do, or he will find a way to counter you, and you will become vulnerable. The Night Aim stopped and fixed Naruto with a stern glance. Do you understand what I am trying to say? I think so, Naruto answered slowly, using his free hand to rub his neck. You want me to hide some things I can do, but not everything. He tilted his head. Where are you going with this, sensei? The ghost smirked slightly. Good, you are learning. He stepped closer to his student and placed both of his hands on the tabletop. Naruto distantly wondered why they were not passing right through it. I want you to continue keeping me a secret. If someone finds out about this ability of yours, you might be in danger. In danger, sensei? Naruto was confused. Why would people knowing about his sensei be dangerous? Yes, Naruto, danger, the Night Aim answered, subtly moving into the child's personal space. We do not know where this ability of yours comes from. We do not know if you can see anyone but me. But there are people out there, bad people, who would not hesitate to hurt you just to figure this out. Naruto shrank into his seat and stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him. Hurt him? They would hurt him? He swallowed and nodded rapidly. I won't tell. He wouldn't. The Night Aim studied the child's expression, and obviously satisfied with whatever he had found, he easily stepped back and allowed Naruto some breathing room. Good. Now get down and meditate. Naruto obeyed immediately, more than eager to escape the man's scrutiny. His teacher was really intense. He settled down on the floor and closed his eyes, trying to keep still. But suddenly, his right foot started to itch, and he found himself shuffling around. Don't fidget, the second reprimanded him, and Naruto felt something cold passing through his shoulders. He shuddered, and for a second, he wished that his teacher's hands were real. He really would have preferred being held down to this cold sensation. As if sensing his discomfort, the Night Aim stepped back and started to talk him through a breathing exercise. Naruto's body felt hot, and his fingers prickled pleasantly. He tried to latch onto the warm feeling and attempted to follow it as it coursed through his veins in a gentle yet powerful flow. He submerged himself into, and as he sank deeper and deeper, the soft warm trickle slowly turned into an endlessly wide yellow stream. Tobirama felt an unexpected surge of pride as his student started to glow in a soft yellow light. Yes, Naruto was definitely talented. Passable. Naruto sighed in relief and looked at the small stone pendant sitting innocently on the tabletop. The surface was littered with thin, intricate brush lines, connecting and intersecting until they formed one single complex seal. And this is really going to help with my chakra control, sensei? Naruto asked in disbelief. Try focusing chakra into it, the Night Aim instructed and walked closer. Naruto concentrated on the warm feeling and guided it towards the pendant. It started to glow in a somewhat murky, almost black, yellow. Curiously, he looked at his teacher. Depending on the amount of chakra you push into it, the pendant will glow in a different color. It is almost black now because your chakra is completely uncontrolled and unrefined. The better your control gets, the clearer and brighter the color will become. I want you to practice until you manage to turn it bright yellow. Naruto slumped down slightly. That's so boring. Do I really have to? The Night Aim pinned him with a very stern look. Yes. Then he paused and considered the displeased child in front of him. But I suppose focusing for so long will be rather difficult for you. Perhaps you need an incentive. Incentive? Naruto repeated warily, suddenly getting a huge feeling of foreboding. Yes. The ghost smirked slightly. Until you have mastered this task, you will not be allowed any ramen. What? Naruto screamed, jumping up in outrage. Sensei, you can't. That's too mean. I can and I will, the ghost replied calmly, looking decidedly unimpressed at the young boy's outburst. Now get working. Oh, and Naruto, the ghost added as the child sunk despondently on the floor. For this little tantrum of yours, you will be copying Rule 15 down 100 times. Do not let your emotions rule your actions. Naruto whimpered. Why did his teacher have to be so cruel? You are improving, Tobirama remarked offhandedly when Naruto's pendant turned into a dark yellow color. The young boy smiled brightly. The last 3 weeks had been particularly gruesome. Tobirama had kept true to his word, and Naruto had not been allowed to eat even a single noodle. It was torture, at least in his opinion. But in a rare bout of wisdom, Naruto had kept this complaint to himself. His sensei would not have appreciated it. I believe it is time for the next step of your training. Naruto's head snapped up. Really? He asked excitedly. Yes, the Naidame answered calmly. Follow me. Naruto had not to be told twice. Sensei? Naruto curiously glanced at the trees surrounding him. What are we doing here? And where are we? The village outskirts, Tobirama answered calmly. My brother and I used to spend our time here when we were children. Naruto tried to picture his teacher as a child, but failed horribly. He just could not equate this serious man with ever being young. And we are here so you can learn how to combat. Naruto immediately stopped his unsuccessful imaginative attempts at mentally drawing a young Naidame in favor of focusing on the real elder version. You are teaching me how to fight? Naruto's eyes sparkled. I am, the Naidame agreed. Since I am physically not capable of sparring with you, we shall do it differently. How? Naruto asked curiously. I will come to that soon. Before that, we need to discuss something else. The man leveled Naruto with a serious look. Are you aware of the crystal ball in the Hokage's office? Naruto scrunched his face in thought. That weird thing he keeps on a cushion? Naruto had seen it quite often, but never really thought about it. He had always assumed that his Gigi kept it as some sort of strange decoration. The man had a weird taste like that. There was not even a spot of orange in his office, for Kami's sake. How could that not be strange? The Naidame's lips twitched at that description. This weird thing is keyed to the village barriers and allows him to view everything that happens within this village. Naruto froze. Everything that happens in this village? Everything? His eyes widened in horror. He can see me using the bathroom? Well, the second replied dryly. I do believe that he stops watching once it comes to that, but essentially, yes. Tobirama watched his student as he worked through the implications of his words. He wondered if Naruto was going to figure out the problem he was hinting at on his own. Granted, he could have just told him outright, but it would not help Naruto to be spoon-fed his answers. He wanted the child to grow, and for that Naruto needed to learn to think on his own. Tobirama wanted him to reach his own conclusions, to form his own opinions, plans, and solutions. Because he was not just teaching another soldier to mindlessly obey orders. Tobirama was creating a leader. Naruto swallowed. Kami. That meant Gigi could have seen everything he had done? All his pranks? Was he watching now? Was he watching while he was talking to... His head snapped up. So he could see us right now? Something like approval shimmered in his sensei's eyes. Indeed. Naruto felt a surge of pride at being correct. It did not last long because he realized that it was practically impossible now to train in secret, unless... His eyes widened as the realization hit him. His sensei did bring him to this place for a reason. Tobirama smirked and rose. I see you understand. Follow me. There is something I want to show you. Naruto obediently followed the ghost as he floated deeper into the woods. There was the sound of running water ahead. They were close to the stream. Tobirama stopped next to a rock formation. Take out the pendant you made, he ordered. Confused, Naruto took out the stone bead and looked at his sensei, who pointed at a flat stone. Put it on there and channel your chakra into it. Naruto crouched down and placed the pendant carefully in the middle of the stone. Narrowing his eyes, he gently coaxed the warmth in him to obey. Thin lines started to appear, slowly crawling over the stone's surface. His pendant glowed and Naruto stared in awe as the trees in front of him vanished and a small path emerged. Take the pendant and go on. Naruto obeyed eagerly. He loved exploring secret places. The winding path took them higher and higher until they were finally standing on a wide ledge overlooking Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened, and he ran forward to look down. That view is even better than from the Hokage mountain. The ghost stepped next to him and looked down at the village, eyes clouded with both pride and sadness. Yes. Naruto glanced at him. His sensei's posture reminded him of the time he had first met him. Lonely and distant. My brother and I called it the Mountain of Dreams. Tobirama began quietly, his voice carrying through the air with the weight of an important yet faded memory. It was here that he first expressed his desire for peace. It was this place he came to when the darkness of the world overwhelmed him, and he needed to find the strength to go on. It was his sanctuary. The tree you see over there. Tobirama turned and pointed towards the tall, majestic oaken tree in the middle of the ledge. Was the first tree he ever grew. Naruto followed his gaze. It looked so strong. Tobirama smiled softly. The harsh lines in his face eased, and for a moment, decades of hardship seemed to fall from him, making him look so much younger. It carries the strength of my brother's dream. To bring an end to the circle of hatred and peace to the world. So that children don't have to fight anymore. Peace to the world. Naruto muttered quietly, slowly stepping towards the tree. He stretched his hand out and hesitated, before laying it gently against the trunk. It was a fleeting and reverent touch, but it lasted long enough for Naruto to feel the happy approval of his solemn oath. The circle? I swear I will break it, and I never go back on my word. Believe it. Tobirama had hesitated about bringing Naruto here. This place had been his brother's sanctuary. His sanctuary. It meant the world to both of them, and the idea of sharing it with someone had been unsettling. He had never brought anyone here. Neither did his brother. They had kept this place as a secret between them and guarded it jealously. Because it was something that only was theirs. But this child was different. He was so similar to Hashirama that it both hurt and comforted him. They might not share looks, but in their hearts they were the same. It was that similarity that had driven him to teach Naruto in the first place. Now that he watched the child solemnly swear himself to the same cause his brother had believed in, he felt like he had never made a better choice. I'm going to teach you the shadow clone technique. It allows you to form a solid clone, so you can spar with each other. Tobirama's eyes bore into the child's eyes. It is a very dangerous technique, so you will not use it without my XPLCT permission. And you will only use it on the ledge. If I catch you using it on your own, I will be very displeased. Do you understand? Naruto swallowed and nodded. Understood. The Night Aim was the last person he wanted to be angry at him. His sensei could be very scary, even without a solid body. But now that he was getting more and more tangible, Naruto really did not want to get on his bad side. Good, the man rose. Now pay attention. Tobirama watched as his young charge sparred with his own clone. His movements were still rather sloppy, and his defense was glaringly open, but he was coming along quite nicely. Granted, the shadow clone technique was not the best way to teach the child how to fight. Naruto was practically fighting against himself, so his opponent's mindset was the same, and if he hit too hard, his clone would dispel. But for now it would do. At least until he had gained enough presence to teach the child himself. He already felt stronger each day. It was strange. He never expected to be more than an unseen, powerless ghost. But now, the longer he spent with the child, the stronger he became. He could already feel the faint echo of a very familiar warmth flowing through him. His chakra was coming back. Tobirama allowed himself a faint smile. It seemed like things were starting to look up. Across the clearing, Naruto burst his clone. The weeks passed, autumn came, and the fallen leaves colored the streets red and gold. Naruto looked out of the window. People were busily mingling about, and the sound of laughter and drunken singing carried through the transparent wall. It was that time again. The Kyubi Festival. One of Konoha's biggest festivals, always celebrated on the same day. His birthday. But it was never for him. Never with him. Blue unseeing eyes fixed on the blood-red letters painted on the street in front of his house, and Naruto felt a single tear trickling down his cheek as the cruel message burnt itself into his mind. Die demon. A cool hand came to rest on his head. It did not pass through. Naruto leaned into the touch and cried. Sensei? Naruto asked quietly once he had calmed down. Do you think I could graduate early? The night aim moved his hand to the child's shoulder and fixed him with a serious gaze. What brought this on? Naruto lowered his head. I want to get stronger, he answered softly. I want to prove myself. I just can't. His eyes flickered to the window. I just can't take it anymore. The words went unsaid, but Tobirama understood them just as well. His lips thinned and his grip on the child tightened. Very well, he agreed calmly. We will up your training. Be prepared. Naruto could have cried in relief. Thank you, he muttered sincerely, and rested his head against the man's chest. Thank you for everything. Tobirama smiled grimly. He was turning another child into a killer, and the child was thanking him for it. Sorry, Hashi, he whispered quietly over the sleeping child's head. Hashirama smiled sadly in his mind. I am proud of you, Naruto, the Hokage told him later that day when he brought the boy a bowl of birthday ramen. You are improving rather rapidly. Naruto beamed at him. I spent lots of time practicing, Gigi. I even go to the library. That you did, the Hokage agreed calmly, and had this not been a surprise on his own? Naruto not only willing picking up a book, but visiting a library? He had nearly dropped his pipe when he had seen that in the crystal ball. It seemed like there was way more of his father in him than he thought. Tobirama snorted lightly. He was leaning against the windowsill, watching his two students interacting with each other. There was an interesting dynamic between them. It seemed like his old student cared for the young child, at least to a certain degree. He wondered how much of this care stemmed from true affection and how much from guilt. There was no doubt that Hiruzen had failed the child, and if Tobirama was honest with himself, he was disappointed in his old student. He was the Hokage, the highest authority, and yet, he was unable to keep his own people in line and allowed Konoha to fall to this state. It was unacceptable. There were countless choice words Tobirama had to say to him, but luckily enough for Hiruzen, he was unable to see him. He could probably get Naruto to play translator for him, but that would mean telling their secret. Something he had no intention of doing. That reminded him he really needed to teach Naruto some sign language. He made a mental note to fit it into their future lessons. Gigi, his charge suddenly began. I want to try for early graduation. Surprise flitted over the third's face. Early graduation? But why Naruto? There is no need for you to graduate early. Why don't you enjoy your childhood a bit more? Because I want to prove myself, the young child answered firmly. I want them to accept me and I don't want to wait any more. The Hokage's eyes softened and he sighed. If this is what you want, I will not stop you. You may try. Really? Yes, the third smiled slightly. I will take care of the paperwork. Now, I believe we need some more ramen, right? Yes. Naruto agreed enthusiastically. It was 2 weeks later when Naruto hit a roadblock. A roadblock named Bunshin no Jutsu. No matter what he tried, he could just not get it done. His clones, if he managed to produce them, looked flimsy and ill and lasted no longer than a second. Tobirama was at a loss as well. He knew Naruto was making the correct signs, and he had walked him through that jutsu step by step several times now. It was an elementary technique, so simple it barely required any chakra at all, but perhaps, Tobirama mused as he watched his frustrated student, this was the problem. Naruto's chakra reserves were massive. Naruto's chakra reserves were enormous and his control still too weak. Making a snap decision, Tobirama told Naruto to stop. You need to talk to Hiruzen. Talk to Gigi? Naruto asked, coming to a stand next to the man. Why? As it stands, you are incapable of using the regular clone technique, which, in the long run, is inconsequential since you are already able to produce a shadow clone. This is, however, a technique you cannot learn without guidance. Naruto nodded slowly. It made sense, even if his explanation had been slightly complicated. But Naruto was getting better in deciphering and matching his sensei's way of speaking. So I need him to provide me an excuse for learning it, he concluded, rather proud of being able to correctly use a grown-up word like provide. Indeed, Tobirama agreed. And even if he does not hand you the shadow technique, he might come up with an alternative. Whatever it may be, take it and do not push it. Understood, Naruto answered, doing his best to look as solemn as his teacher. But now, what was the sign for danger? Seeing the Hokage was normally not an easy feat unless you were a shinobi urgently reporting in. You had to fill in many forms and apply for an audience. Luckily, Naruto was an exception to this rule. He had been in and out of the Hokage's office so often that nobody really cared any more about his presence, unless serious matters were being discussed. But today was a slow day, and Hiruzen was rather happy about getting a valid excuse to take a break from his paperwork. Naruto, he took out his pipe and smiled at the young child. How are you? I am good, Gigi, the boy answered cheerfully. And you? Same old, the Hokage replied, sounding rather amused. Now, what brings you here? It has been quite a while. Ah, Naruto smiled sheepishly and hopped on the chair. I need your advice, Gigi. Oh, the Hokage looked interested. On what? Are you experiencing problems? Kind of, Naruto answered and shrugged his shoulders. It's the clone technique. I just can't make it work. My clones always look sick. The man hummed thoughtfully. Can you show me? Naruto jumped up and formed the hand seals. 3 rather sickly-looking clones appeared next to him. They looked like death warmed over. I see, the old man murmured thoughtfully. The hand signs are correct, and I cannot detect any flaws in your execution. How much chakra are you using? Not much, Naruto answered honestly and tilted his head. Less than I use for tree walking, he clarified once he understood why the Naidame was making the sign for tree behind the Hokage's head. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. You already know how to walk up trees? Yup, Naruto answered cheerfully. It's not that hard, he added with a careless shrug. He was not lying. After the pendant exercise, he had got it down rather quickly. A second eyebrow joined the first. Well done. Naruto would have beamed at the praise, but since he wanted to be more like his sensei, who, in his unbiased opinion, was super awesome, he settled for a smile. Thank you. The third nearly dropped his pipe in surprise at the almost modest reaction. Naruto was really turning out in surprising ways. He coughed to cover his slight break of composure. The clone technique doesn't require much chakra. This is one of the reasons why it is taught at the academy. The less chakra you have, the easier it is to control. The greater your reserves, the greater your control over it must be in order to perform chakra-weak techniques. Since you are able to walk up a tree, your control is already at an adequate level. However, your reserves are too great for adequate to be sufficient to perform the technique. You would need a mastery roughly equivalent to that of a jounin to succeed. Naruto nodded. That was about the same thing his sensei had concluded. Does that mean I need to improve my control before I can pass the test? That was the question he was here for. The third him an amused look. No, certainly not. It would be completely disproportionate to require a genin aspirant to have the control of a jounin to perform an academy technique. He tapped his finger against his pipe. There is one technique that might be of help to you, the Hokage answered thoughtfully. It was passed down by one of the former Hokage, the Naidame himself. It is called the Shadow Clone Technique. The chakra requirement is extremely high. Because of this, it is named as a forbidden technique. The Hokage rose from his seat. But I believe it might just be the right thing for you. Tobirama smirked. Naruto cheered silently. Mission accomplished. Konoha had always been a village of many secrets. Secrets the general population was not privy to. Some of them were restricted to shinobi, others to the village's elite, and the most important of them were only known by the Hokage himself. One of these Hoka-only secrets was the knowledge of the archive below the Hokage monument. It did not contain things like citizen records or mission reports, but rather more sensitive information crucial to the village's security, like the seals used to form the village's protective barrier, or records of incidents that, by official statement, had not happened at all. Tobirama floated through the hidden entrance into the vast stone room. His eyes flickered to the torches lining the walls. They were still lit. He smiled sadly as he remembered the day Mito-san had crafted them. These torches are called Everlights, she had told him. We use them everywhere in Yuzu. Ever lights? He had asked, and Mito-san had smiled her soft, gentle smile. Once lit, they will never extinguish. They will keep on burning, even if we are no more. Of course they will, his brother had added. The will of fire is not easily extinguished. Tobirama shook his head to get rid of this strange melancholic feeling that had suddenly overcome him. This was not the right time to lose his focus. He walked past 4 doors, each inscribed with the name of one Hokage, and stopped in front of the pedestal at the end of the room. There were 3 labeled pictures on it. The first belonged to Mito-san. The second to a red-haired woman named Uzumaki Kushina, and the third to a young boy he was most familiar with. Uzumaki Naruto. He had been correct. The child he was teaching really jailed the QB, and he had no idea about it. Tobirama's lips thinned. Just what had Hiruzen been thinking? Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting on a brick wall, legs dangling down and cheerfully munching on a dango stick as he observed the people passing by. His sensei had floated off somewhere else this morning to check on something and left him with the instructions to find a civilian to secretly trail. While he was walking through the overfilled streets looking for a suitable target, he had encountered a dango stall and managed to snatch the last box. Swinging his legs, he watched curiously as a black-haired boy approached the dango stall. There was something metallic glittering on his head. A headband. That boy was a shinobi. Instantly interested, Naruto inched slightly forward to listen in. Good afternoon. I would like to order 1 box, please. The owner gave him an apologetic look. I am sorry, Uchiha-sen, I am all out today. Oh. The boy answered slowly, his shoulders dropping. Slightly. Well, it cannot be helped, thank you anyway. If you come back tomorrow, I'll have new ones, the man assured him. The boy nodded once and politely excused himself. Naruto looked from the half-eaten stick in his hand to the still full box next to him. Somehow, he felt bad. Making a spontaneous decision, Naruto turned until he was laying on his stomach and called for the elder boy. Pissed, hey. That Uchiha down there. The boy stopped and slowly looked up. Are you talking to me? Yup. Naruto grinned at him, waving his dango stick invitingly. I have a full box of dango here. Want to share? Black eyes widened. Really? He asked, sounding both reserved and hopeful at the same time. Yeah, Naruto agreed cheerfully. Come up? Or should I come down? The boy answered by flickering out of sight and appearing right next to him. That was cool. Naruto complimented him sincerely and maneuvered himself back into a seating position. He grabbed the box and offered it to his new dango partner. The older boy smiled slightly and sat down, gratefully reaching for one of the sticks. Thank you. No problem, Naruto replied and grabbed his second one. I am Naruto Uzumaki, by the way, and you? Uchiha Itachi. Nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Same, Itachi-san. There was a moment of comfortable silence as both children enjoyed their treats. If you don't mind me asking, Itachi began finally, throwing a curious look at the younger child. What are you doing up here? Naruto shrugged around his rice ball and slowly chewed, before answering. Relaxing. Itachi stared at him. This is a 10-foot wall, he stated flatly, lowering his dango stick. Yep, Naruto gently shoved the box in Itachi's direction. Good place to watch people. It was a good place, Itachi agreed. Even if somewhat obvious. But then, nobody expected someone as young as Naruto to watch them. That's what you have been doing? Yup. Naruto replied easily. I am looking for a civilian to trail. You are doing stealth training? The older boy paused in his acquisition of a second treat in favor of throwing Naruto an interested look. Naruto hummed lightly. But I didn't find an interesting target. They all look boring. Generally, shadowing someone is an uninteresting duty, Itachi replied slowly, finally picking up the second dango stick. It requires quite a lot of patience. He bit into his rice ball and chewed slowly. Naruto sighed. I am not a very patient person. I guess that's why I have been told to do this. Itachi threw him a thoughtful look. Then you should start with trailing after someone you already know. Keeping things more personal in the beginning might help you focus. People tend to be more invested in acquaintances than in strangers. Someone I know, Naruto repeated. There was another silence as he mused over Itachi's words. Who did he know that was not a ninja and someone he cared about? Of course, maybe he could even watch him make ramen. He grinned brightly. That's brilliant. Thanks, Itachi-san. He shoved the box with the 3 remaining sticks into the boy's hands. Here, take that. Itachi stared at his unexpected cargo. You are welcome, Naruto-san, but that is not necessary. Just take it. I had enough anyway, Naruto answered cheerfully. I'll go train now. It was nice meeting you, Itachi-san. Goodbye. He waved at the older boy and effortlessly walked down the high wall. I've got ramen to spy on. Goodbye, Itachi answered automatically, staring after the confusing young child. That was how Shui found him 5 minutes later. Yo, Itachi. What's up with you? What are you doing up there? Itachi slowly turned his head towards his best friend. Apparently I am advising children to spy on edible nutrients. What? It was almost evening when Naruto arrived at the ledge. His sensei was already there, standing next to the tree and staring into space. His posture was tense, and Naruto immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. That feeling only increased when the Nidaime turned and fixed him with a grave gaze. Naruto, sit down. We need to talk. The child swallowed and nervously settled himself next to the Shodai's tree. What about, sensei? About what happened the day you were born. Tobirama was not good at conveying emotions. He was not an expressive person and preferred calm and cleanly given messages. He was definitely not the right person to tell Naruto about his burden. He had no idea how to ease him into the truth. He was not his brother. He did not have Hashirama's empathy. But the child had to know. So Tobirama did what he could do best. He steeled himself and told the plain, cold facts, and then he watched. He watched as Naruto's anger turned into sadness. He listened as the child screamed and cried, and when the tiny frame finally broke down, sobbing and overwhelmed by his emotions, he put a hand on the child's shoulder and pushed him gently, but firmly against the Shodai's tree. Trapped between the strong residing presences of the first and second Hokage, Naruto slowly relaxed. He could not move, but he did not want to. He wanted to stay right between them, borrowing their strength, and be held together just for a bit longer. Tobirama's hand stayed where it was long after the child had fallen into an uneasy sleep. Something in Naruto had changed. Something fundamental. The truth had shattered and healed him at the same time. On one hand, he was incredibly relieved to know why people shunned him. On the other hand, he was extremely disappointed in his Gigi. He had known the entire time, and he had decided to keep it a secret. Even worse, the entire village seemed to know about that, and only he, the most affected person, had been kept in the dark. It was a harsh truth, and Naruto felt himself disenchanted with his grandfather figure. It felt like a crack had appeared in their relationship, and it left Naruto to wonder if more secrets were being kept from him. But there was at least one thing Naruto was completely sure of now. He could absolutely trust his sensei. The man had told him the truth, and no matter how much it had hurt, Naruto had appreciated his bluntness. He glanced at the translucent figure inspecting his latest calligraphy attempt and smiled. Thank you, Tobirama Gigi, he thought quietly. I heard the Jinchuriki is slated for graduation. The third sighed soundlessly as Danzo entered his office. Naruto has been performing exceedingly well, he answered vaguely and put his pen down in favor of fixing his old friend with a serious look. He knew this conversation was going to come up, but he still had hoped Danzo would have waited just a bit longer. It seems like he inherited some of his parents' talents, after all, Danzo stated calmly. To everyone else those words might have sounded like a praise, but the Sandaime knew the man well enough to understand the real meaning behind it. How did he improve so quickly? He did. The third agreed easily and rose from his seat. His steps carried him to the window and his gaze wandered through the glass and to the village below. And he is constantly endeavoring to improve himself. His tenacity is truly admirable. He was training non-stop. I see. Interesting. Danzo stepped around the desk to join the Hokage in his passive guard. He will succeed? He will, the third answered, eyes trailing over the bustling street. He needs a strong teacher. Give him to me. There was the silent hint the entire conversation had been leading up to. Hound is essential to his team, Danzo interrupted him. You know we cannot take him out. Not yet. The third frowned. As much as he hated to admit it, Danzo was right. They could not afford to let him resign. Not when they were just starting to recover from their tremendous losses 6 years ago. They still needed every available shinobi, and Hound was too vital to settle with a freshly graduated genin, even if it was the village's Jinchuriki. I will find someone. You will not get him. The Sandame stated firmly. He would. Hopefully. Very well, Danzo replied calmly. I will leave him alone, for now. Autumn made way for winter, and with the first day of the new season, a long-awaited time came. Naruto stared at the big plush toy sitting on top of his pillow. How did it get there? He had only stepped out for groceries, and now his flat had suddenly got a plushy addition. Curiously, Naruto picked it up. It was a dog. A very soft and fluffy dog, brown, with long ears and a dark snout, and Naruto had to grin at that. It was wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Idly playing with the soft paws, Naruto sat down on his bed. There was a slight rustling noise below him. He shifted slightly to see what had produced that sound and found a small paper note. He picked it up and his eyes scanned over the accurate brush strokes. Good luck on your exams. The note was unsigned, and Naruto looked at the plush dog in his lap, a soft smile on his lips. This was the 5th time he had received a dog-themed gift. First, it had been a blanket with paw prints sometime around the age of 2. Then he had received a sleeping cap when he was 3, fluffy slippers at the age of 4, a hoodie with dog ears at 5, and now he had got a plush toy. He had no idea who that mysterious gift giver was, but it was nice to know that there was someone out there who thought about him. Naruto pressed the dog tightly against his chest, whispering a soft, heartfelt, "Thank you." Outside the window, a branch shook as a masked man vanished into the night. Tobirama followed his movement with a thoughtful gaze. Naruto was excited and nervous at the same time. He spent the entire morning checking and rechecking his gear. He was about to do the 5th recheck when Tobirama finally had enough. Naruto, the ghost demanded sharply. Get over here. Naruto stopped in the middle of approaching his bag and walked towards his teacher, who gave him a very stern look. What did I teach you about a shinobi's conduct? A shinobi is never ruled by his emotions, Naruto answered immediately. He knew this rule by heart now. And what are you doing right now? His teacher inquired with an impassive look. Being ruled by my emotions, Naruto answered sheepishly and took a deep breath to calm himself. Sorry, sensei. I am calm now. Good, the Night-Aim answered simply and rose from his seat. Now I believe it is time to go. Naruto nodded. Yes, sensei. They left the flat and Naruto locked the door behind them, careful not to dislodge the plush toy hanging over his shoulder. The classroom was already quite full. Children were sitting in the rows, nervously talking among each other. No one seemed to be younger than 10. Heads turned when he entered the room and several conversations stopped as the assembled children stared at him in disbelief before they broke out in loud whispers. A baby? What is he doing here? Did he enter the wrong room? He does not really want to take the exam, right? What does he think this place is? The playground. Is he carrying a plush toy? Naruto hesitated slightly, and a cool hand touched his shoulder. The Night-Aim caught his gaze and nodded at him. Naruto felt a sudden surge of confidence. He could do this. He would do this. There was no way that he would fail. He raised his head and sat down on an empty chair. Sheets were passed out and the room quieted. Naruto picked up his pen. For about an hour, nothing was heard but the monotone tick-tock of the wall clock and the sound of pens scratching over paper. Tobirama floated between the rows and glanced at the test papers. A displeased frown marred his face. The questions were easy, too easy in his opinion, and yet a large majority of the children struggled with them. There were no questions about the current political climate or any history beyond the last Shinobi World War. Did these children even know who their allies were? Their enemies? Briefly, he wondered what his brother would have had to say about this. Would he be disappointed again? Or happy that they actually got some illusion of a childhood? Even if it possibly meant their deaths the first time, they confused their opponents with allies? Tobirama shook his head. He was losing himself in dark thoughts again. There was nothing he could do about that now. At least his charge was doing well enough. He turned around and looked at the only person who could see him. Uzumaki Naruto. The child was his hope now. Naruto glanced at Tobirama. The man's face was unreadable, but his posture was relaxed. That meant he probably had not messed the written part up too badly. But then again, he was rather confident in his answers. Now he only needed to do the practical part, and everything would be over. Uzumaki, Naruto. Please follow me. Ah, it's finally his turn, a voice commented, sounding slightly excited. Yeah. Why did it have to take so long? A second voice demanded. Because his surname starts with U. A third voice responded in a matter-of-fact way. Hey, that plush toy, don't you think that looks like... The second voice trailed off, sounding distinctly amused. Several people snickered. Shoo, the first voice complained. I want to concentrate. The third threw a mildly exasperated look at the ANBU crowding around his crystal ball. Somehow, Team K had managed to wrangle themselves into being the Hokage's guards today, even though it was not even part of their usual duties. Coincidentally, this day also happened to be the day Uzumaki Naruto was taking an early graduation test. A child that Team K had secretly protected from birth to the age of 5. A boy in whom the third had a personal interest. So, it was practically a given that the Sandaime would want to check the child's progress by observing Naruto's test with his crystal ball. The fact that the ANBU guarding him were also able to observe was a coincidence and had absolutely nothing to do with the sudden change of guard schedule. At least that's what Team K would have told anyone who would have bothered to ask. Which the Hokage didn't. I am not too late, right? The third suppressed a groan as yet another ANBU jumped through the window and squeezed himself into the rather tight circle. Shaking his head at Hound, the Hokage turned back to the crystal ball and resumed watching Naruto, who had just entered the examination room. Good, the examiner ticked something on his clipboard. Now I want you to make at least 3 clones. Naruto nodded, and a second later the room was filled with 10 Narutos smiling cheerfully at the examiner. The man stared in disbelief and nearly dropped his clipboard. Are this shadow clones? Naruto nodded. Yes. That counts, right? A snort answered him, and the man ticked the last box, shaking his head in disbelief. Of course. He glanced over the paper. Congratulations. Uzumaki, he said finally. You passed. Please pick your headband. Naruto grinned brightly. Across the room, Tobirama nodded at him, a rare smile on his lips. Well done. He did it, the first voice exclaimed. Did you see that? I did, but I still can't believe it, the second voice answered. 10 shadow clones. At 6. That kid's a demon genius. Yeah, the second ANBU stated, mulling over the fact, what's gonna happen to that kid now? The rest of the unit stilled, anticipating the Hokage's words. He needs a teacher and a team, the third answered calmly. I just need to find someone suitable to place him with. Why can't we have him? Parrot asked suddenly. We could take good care of him. Naruto is not an ANBU member, the Hokage interrupted sharply, quick to stop them before they got ideas. He's a 6-year-old child and definitively not a part of your cell. But he could train with us, Owl chimed in. There's a lot we could teach him. The Hokage rubbed the bridge of his nose. Sometimes he forgot how closely knit his ANBU cells were. It was one of the side effects of them constantly being sent on highly dangerous missions together. The fact that they had secretly guarded Naruto since the day he was born did not help either. They probably already considered him one of their own. He knew that they still secretly checked in on him from time to time. But was that idea really that bad? He had not yet found a teacher for the boy, and the requirements for that particular job were rather high. His teacher needed to be strong and trustworthy. Strong enough to keep the QB at bay, if needed, and protect Naruto if the secret of his heritage were to be leaked out. He was in need of the Sharingan, but leaving Naruto with a single Uchiha teacher would upset the villagers even more. There were many people who believed that the Uchiha were somehow connected to the Kyuubi attack, and the atmosphere was still tense. People were sensitive to everything regarding the Kyuubi, and while it would certainly show his confidence in the Uchiha clan, he could not afford to pour oil on the smoldering fire that was Konoha. Team Ku was one of his most trusted ANBU cells, and they had taken a liking to Naruto, which was sadly a rather rare occurrence, and, moreover, they did have an Uchiha in their team. He could have a Sharingan user, and yet, Naruto would not be left solely alone with him. The third was starting to like the idea, and he hated it. He wanted the child to have a normal childhood. But now he had graduated. At 6. He looked at Hound, silently asking for his opinion. It would appease certain people, the man commented. You know that Danzo is keeping an eye on him, Hokage, even more so now that he has shown his talent. He might attempt to get his hands on him. His voice held absolutely no inflection, and the Hokage was completely sure that he was faking it. Hound was never neutral to anything concerning Naruto. Had he not been in his NBU personality, the third most certainly would have had a very angry elite shinobi to deal with. He probably still had. He was not looking forward to that outburst. The third sighed. Hound was correct. Danzo might have backed off for now, but knowing him, he would most likely try to place a plant somewhere close to Naruto and try to lure him into route. He did not want the child to be used that way. But if he left Naruto with Team Ku, it was an uncommon solution, but then again, Naruto was not a normal child. He was the last legacy of the fourth, the jailer of the Kyuubi, and therefore vital to the village's security. But he was young and inexperienced. Team Ku could guard him while he was still vulnerable. Danzo would probably be rather pleased with this solution as well. As for Naruto, he could still take low-risk missions with other teams while Team Ku was out, once he had learned to better protect himself, of course. As for Naruto's official placement, perhaps an apprenticeship? He would have to send a message to Jiraiya. Coming to a hard decision, the Hokage fixed the ANBU in front of him with a stern look. He is only going to join your training, and you will not be taking him on any missions without my approval. You are his teachers and his guards. Nothing more. Naruto is a child, so he will not get involved in anything that is even remotely related to ANBU. He is not part of your team. One wrong move and I will be rescinding my permission. Is that understood? The third was determined to get his point across. Yes, Hokage-sama, Team Ku answered in unison, sounding much too happy for a supposedly emotionless ANBU unit. Eyeing them with one last distrustful look because there were countless loopholes in his instructions, he ordered them back to their posts and reluctantly returned to his paperwork. He spent the next few hours studying reports, pretending not to notice the rapid hand signals from his ANBU as they silently discussed code names for their youngest ward. Although some of the names they came up with were rather amusing. Ostrich really. Kakashi knew he had failed. He had failed his sensei. Failed Rin. Failed Obito. There was not a single day when he didn't think about all those things he had failed to do. He was miserable and angry at himself for being so terribly pathetic. He was spending his days wallowing in misery and drowning himself in one mission after the other, rarely spending a prolonged time in the village. He was so focused on not feeling, not dying, that he had completely forgotten that he was not alone in his loss. It had been his sensei's 2-year-old son, Naruto, and oh Kami, his sensei had a son, and he had forgotten about it. That had yanked him back into reality. The ironic thing was that the child had not even done anything. He had just accidentally crossed his path, looking sad and tired and so utterly alone. Kakashi had been frozen in shock at seeing that miserable Mini Minato and nearly fallen down. The branch he had been sitting on. Naruto was still there. His sensei's son was still there. He had not failed everyone. He still had a chance. The same night he had smuggled a paw-printed blanket into the child's room, throwing an almost challenging look at the child's ANBU guards as if daring them to stop him. They hadn't, and from this moment on, little Naruto had gained another silent guardian. A guardian who was really furious right now. Several veteran shinobi jumped out of the way as the Jounin passed them like a raging storm, and the ANBU guarding the Hokage's office did not even attempt to stop him. The The third felt a sudden sense of dread that turned into a well-justified weariness when he was suddenly confronted with a very angry elite shinobi. Hokage-sama, Kakashi began, deceptively calm. We need to talk. The Hokage sighed deeply and activated the privacy seals. Very well. You are angry with me, the old man stated once the barrier had been set up. Kakashi snorted. Anger is not even close to what I am feeling now, Hokage-sama. He is a child. It was done for his protection, the Hokage stated calmly. And you misunderstood my intention. Kakashi crossed his arms. Enlighten me then, Hokama, he demanded. The third narrowed his eyes. Careful, Jounin Hataki, you are overstepping your bounds. But I will overlook it this once. He rose from his seat. I did not make Naruto a part of ANBU. I simply gave him strong teachers who happened to be a part of an ANBU cell. Kakashi stared at him in disbelief. Happened to be a part of an ANBU cell? He repeated incredulously. There are not many people out there who are qualified to teach him, and you are needed where you are, the Hokage sighed, suddenly looking very much his age. He is 6, Kakashi. I only let him graduate because he looked so desperate to prove himself. But he is still vulnerable. You are trying to protect him, Kakashi concluded with the sharp insight that proved him to be the genius he was hailed as. You gave him to Team Ku because you knew how protective they are of him. His posture relaxed. But if it had to be a team, why didn't you choose mine? The question sounded almost petulantly. If someone had the right to teach Sensei's kid, it was him. He was very put out at the thought of his chance being taken away from him. I already told you, the third replied tiredly. You and your team are needed elsewhere. You cannot be distracted. The Jounin grumbled in displeasure, and the Hokage suppressed a smile. And would you not prefer being a brother figure instead of a teacher? Kakashi was instantly interested. Wake up. Naruto blinked at the insistent voice interrupting his ramen-filled dreams. Groaning slightly, he pushed himself up against the headboard and brought his hand up to massage his throbbing temples. Tobirama was standing next to him, a rather serious look on his face. Naruto opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, but the man raised a hand. To stop him. Do not talk now. There are 4 Anbu waiting for you in your kitchen. Naruto's eyes widened. Anbu? What were they doing here? Had something happened? Go in and act normal, Tobirama instructed him. I will be with you. But remember, do not talk to me or acknowledge my presence in any way. The child nodded, took a deep breath, and left the bedroom. 4 masked heads turned around as Naruto stepped through the kitchen door. Naruto's first impression was that they were not in a hurry. In fact, their postures were rather relaxed, and they seemed to be quite at home in his kitchen. He glanced at the owl-masked Anbu, who had apparently decided that his mask was quite a hindrance to his food consumption and had pushed it up just far enough to munch on a cookie. Another one with a badger mask was busy brewing tea, and number 3 and 4 were idly chatting in front of the window. Naruto blinked at the strangely domestic scene. That was definitely not what he had expected when his sensei had warned him about his visitors. He did not know whether he should be relieved or disappointed at the ANBU's apparent lack of, well, ANBU-ness. There was a moment of silence as the child and the elite unit simply stared at each other, before Owl broke the awkward silence and waved cheerfully at him. Hey kid, wanna have a cookie? Naruto slowly wandered over, confusion written over his face. Okay. That could not be too bad, right? Maybe it would make this situation less strange. The mouth beneath the mask grinned, and the man waved invitingly at the jar next to him. Here, help yourself. Thanks, Naruto answered and cautiously pulled a cookie out of the bag. His eyes lightened up. Chocolate. Delicious. Like it? Owl asked and jumped from the table. Yeah, Naruto agreed, honestly. It's good. It really was. Good. The man replied happily. Eat as much as you want. There are many different flavors. Cool, Naruto answered and grabbed another one. Oh, strawberry. The Anbu with the badger mask snorted. Somehow it feels like I am looking at a creep trying to abduct a child. The parrot-masked Anbu laughed. It's the cookies. And perhaps the fact that he's a masked man visiting a child at the break of dawn. The lion masked Anbu commented dryly and joined Owl and Naruto at the dining table. Hello, Naruto. Hello, the child greeted back, looking curiously at the lion masked Anbu. I suppose you are wondering why we are invading your home so early, right? Lion asked and seated himself on one of the 3 worn chairs. It is connected to your team placement. My team placement? Naruto repeated. What did his team placement have to do with those people? He asked. Lion exchanged a look with his teammates. Hokasama has entrusted you to us. Next to Naruto, Tobirama stiffened. Hiruzen gave you to Enbyu? What is he thinking? You are far too young for that. The air around the ghost condensed in calm, tranquil fury, and something dark flitted through the man's eyes. Naruto distantly wondered if that was how the Naidame looked when he was about to enter the battlefield, before Lion's words hit home, and he understood just what he had been told. He had been assigned to an ANBU team. But had it something to do with the Ninetales? Naruto had been eagerly awaiting to get a genin team of his own, other children to train and spend time with, and now he was not even getting that. His heart dropped. Was he really that distrusted? Does the Hoka dash? He began quietly, struggling with words that refused to come out. The question he wanted to ask was just too painful. He was not even sure if he wanted to know the answer. Naruto fidgeted and averted his eyes, unconsciously scooting closer into his teacher's direction. The ghost automatically put a grounding hand on the child's shoulder, and Naruto latched onto it like a lifeline. The Naidame's imposing presence solidified beside him, and Naruto could almost feel the man's unwavering calmness wrapping around him like a secure bubble. Just how strong had the Naidame's momentum been when he had been alive? Drawing his strength from the man's silent support, Naruto finally managed to ask his question. Are you going to watch me? The easy atmosphere suddenly changed into something more serious, more meaningful. No, Lion answered sharply, more startled by the question than he should probably have been. He exchanged another glance with his strangely quiet cell. The question, and even more so the resigned, sad tone it had been asked in, had thrown them off too. He knew his unit well enough to recognize their tells. The tense line of Owl's jaw, Badger's rigid shoulders, and the overly casual posture that was unique to Parrot. Lion leaned forward, suppressing his sudden urge to take off his mask so that the child could read the seriousness in his eyes. Look at me, he commanded. His voice was so assertive that Naruto could not help but obey. This is definitely not the reason you have been assigned to us. So, get this idea out of your head immediately. We're here to teach you and not to watch you, got it? Okay, Naruto answered slowly, not really convinced but still feeling slightly reassured. But why don't I get a genin team? You really are persistent, Lion sighed. Fine. I'm not going to lie to you. There are several other reasons I am not allowed to tell, but it has nothing to do with you being mistrusted. So just be happy about getting such a superior team. Yeah, we're really badass, Owl chimed in, trying to lighten up the atmosphere. Totally, Parrot agreed cheerfully. Naruto huffed. Fine. So what now? You drink your tea and eat breakfast, Badger answered and put a steaming cup in front of him. And then you will come with us, so we can assess your level, Lion added. Okay, Naruto agreed and picked the cup up. Tobirama watched as the 4A and Bu guided his charge to one of the restricted training grounds. He was not happy about this newest development. Naruto was far too young to get involved with the shady business of Konoha. Just what was Hiruzen thinking, allowing the child to be taught by these people? He might not be a part of ANBU now, but with them as teachers he would inevitably walk down the very same path. It was only a matter of time. Hiruzen might as well have tossed him into ANBU right away. Hashimura would have been appalled. He was appalled. He looked at the Hokage mountain. The sun had not yet risen, so his brother's stony gaze was still shrouded in darkness. Tobirama sighed in relief and hated himself for being glad that his brother was blind. Hiruzen, what are they doing? It appears that Parrot and Badger have taken the cookie jar hostage and Owl and Naruto have been tasked with retrieving it, the third answered dryly, blowing a smoke ring over the crystal ball. I can see that, Danzo replied, equally dry. Let me rephrase my question. Why is an ANBU cell running around playing childish games? They are assessing Naruto's skill level. And they could not have done that in a less moronic way? I believe they want Naruto to feel at ease with them, the Hokage answered, watching carefully as the young child jumped from a branch and hastened after Owl, who had just spotted their opponents. He does not need to feel at ease, Danzo reminded him sharply. He just needs to learn and obey. Too much sentimentality will only make him a liability. The third ignored his friend's input with practiced ease. He would not get into another discussion about morals right now. They would never see eye to eye on that. So, he settled for a simple, "It works for him," and resumed watching the child's assessment. Danzo did not look too pleased, but his attention still never wavered from the crystal ball. The Hokage silently congratulated himself for taking the initiative and inviting the man to watch. At least this way, he knew exactly what his old friend learned about the child. They had found Badger and Parrot. Or, more like, Badger and Parrot had found them. Naruto did not know when the rules had changed, but suddenly, they were not longer the ones chasing, but rather the ones being chased, and to make matters worse, Owl had disappeared. He was on his own. Well, almost. His sensei was still with him, but the man had yet to speak up. There was no warning. Only a sudden feeling of danger, followed by a blur of movement, and Naruto instinctively threw himself to the side. He could feel the cool breeze grazing his cheek as the fist cut through the air where his head had been only one breath before. "Not bad," Parrot's voice complimented him from somewhere behind him. Naruto whirled around, but the ENBU was nowhere in sight. Where was he? Had he left? "Mind your surroundings," his sensei advised him calmly. A skilled shinobi knows how to use anything around him to his advantage. Mind his surroundings? What did he mean with that? Naruto looked around. There was not much to see. Just a couple of trees and a single log. Nothing specific. Had that log been there before? He was pretty sure it had been an empty clearing. So, maybe? He threw a kunai at it. The log vanished in a puff of smoke, and Parrot appeared in front of him. "Good job, kid." "Cookie." Naruto grinned and accepted. "Report," Lion commanded and looked at Owl and Badger. The two Enbu exchanged a brief look, before Owl started to speak. "His speed is not bad. He's quicker than you could expect from a recent graduate. I slowed down quite a bit, but not as much as I thought I had to. I'd say it's comparable to someone who has already been 2 years in. I have also noticed that he moves very quietly when he wants to. There were some moments I had to check for his chakra just to be certain he was still following me. So he has an aptitude for stealth," Lion mused. "We will have to expand on that, if we can get the kid to stay silent long enough," he added dryly. His teammate snorted. "We can always bribe him with ramen," Badger offered, only half joking. Lion snorted. "Would probably work like a charm. Anything else?" "Well, he does not recognize genjutsu," Owl added. "At least he just shrugs the regular ones off." He paused. "And I have no intention of using that on him." "And I am not asking you to," Lion replied firmly. "Badger, anything to add?" "Just as expected, his jutsu repertoire is not big, but he knows how to improvise," the ANBU answered. "The kid's not one for strategy, but when it comes to tactics, he's good. Would probably make one hell of a team with Inara." "Oh." Lion definitely sounded interested. "We'll have to look into that one too then." "Yes," Badger agreed. "I don't know how good he's at tracking, haven't seen much of it, but that's probably something we should leave to Hataki, or we'll never hear the end of it." Owl laughed and Lion snorted again. "You can say that again," the man muttered. "That's probably something we should leave to Hataki, or dash. I did not mean it literally." Lion interrupted Badger hastily before he got on a roll. Owl snickered. "Now, what about the kid's taijutsu?" Lion asked, ignoring his amused teammate. "Parrot is still testing him. As far as I have seen, he is mostly using basic styles. Got them down to perfection, though," Badger replied. "Not a single movement out of place. I've never seen a genin, hell, I've never seen anyone execute them so flawlessly." "It's that good?" Lion sounded surprised. "Wasn't he mostly learning on his own?" Badger shrugged. "I don't get it either. Maybe he's just done them over and over again." Well, we'll leave that for later. Parrot and Naruto are coming back. The three NBU turned around and looked at the two harmonious figures happily sharing the cookie jar between them. Oi! Owl yelled. You'd better have left some for us too. Tobirama looked at the scene in front of him and relaxed slightly. Their interactions appeared genuine and Naruto actually seemed to be happy for once. It was a rare sight, and he could not bring himself to begrudge the child for it. He was still not convinced about this arrangement and worried about the future implications it might bring, but for now, he would give those people the benefit of the doubt. That did not mean that he was not going to trail them, though. Tobirama was not going to leave his charge in the hands of unknown people. Especially not ANBU. Every so often, it was really convenient to be a ghost. Lion rolled his eyes when he felt the very familiar chakra signature already present in the meeting room. Honestly, did Hatake not have better things to do on his day off than to spy on them? Like reading that smut novel he had recently discovered? It was not like they were going to eat that kid. It was Naruto after all. How had he even found out that they were going to use this place? At the rate the man was going, he and the older Uchiha boy could start a club for overprotective older siblings. He shuddered at the thought, his eyes falling on the scroll sitting innocently on the tabletop. Lion took it and the observing chakra signature vanished. Hatake had left. So, he was the one who had placed the scroll? Curiously, he opened it. It was a mistake. The scroll unrolled and unrolled and unrolled until it covered the entire length of the very spacey room. Twice. Lion squinted at the kanji written on it. They were tiny, like someone had attempted to put as much writing onto the scroll as possible. Right at the top of the scroll, written in blood red and very threatening-looking kanji, were the words, "Things not to teach Naruto." Lion groaned and, against his better judgment, he skimmed over the contents. Cats are evil. Don't tell him otherwise. The door is not an adequate manner to enter the room, only windows are. The fastest way to reach your destination is to take the long way round. Don't teach him otherwise. Wordlessly, the man scooped the paper mess into his arms and took out his pen. Moments later, the knot had a nice clean line going right through it and now read, "Things not to teach Naruto." Then he left to find his unit. Guys, Hatake was nice enough to leave us a training plan. Come and look at it. Team Ku immediately congregated around the scroll and peered at the title. A moment of silence. Captain, why is the knot in the title crossed out? Hatake must have changed his mind, Lion replied blandly and pushed his pen deeper into his pocket. Team Ku stared at their leader. You are saying Hatake wants Naruto to be youthful? Owl demanded. Lion coughed. Maybe he hadn't thought this through carefully enough. Let's forget about that one, he suggested. Team Ku sighed in collective relief. Naruto jumped after the quietly moving badger, trying and failing to match the man's pace. They were racing through the treetops, and it was Naruto's job to keep up with him. It was still dark outside, so he had a hard time keeping his eye on Badger, who was clothed completely in black. It was an exercise that trained his speed, his agility, and forced him to concentrate fully on his surroundings. You are losing him, the Naidame remarked calmly. Concentrate, child, and listen. Listen? What should he listen to? Seeing the question on the child's face, the man elaborated. You cannot move entirely soundlessly, especially not when you are navigating through trees. Listen to the leaves. Determine the pattern in which the wind makes them rustle, and find the sound that breaks it. That is where you have to start looking. Naruto threw him an incredulous look. He was supposed to listen to leaves? That was so boring. The Naidame, who knew his charge all too well, smirked slightly. You need to learn patience, child. Patience and DSPLN. Now find him, or you won't be allowed any ramen for a month. Naruto's eyes widened. Not again. He swallowed and forced himself to concentrate. He would not allow his ramen to be taken from him again. Tobirama glanced at his peacefully sleeping charge. The child had had a very taxing day and was in dire need of some rest. It was unlikely that he would wake soon, which meant Tobirama would not be missed for quite some time. The ghost threw a last confirming look at the boy. He disliked leaving him alone while he was sleeping and therefore vulnerable, before he left the flat. There were some things he had to check on. The street was almost empty at night. The lively hustle and bustle of the people had been replaced by an almost eerie silence. Konoha was very strict with its curfew rules. No one below the rank of chunin was allowed to leave their property after 2 in the morning. Except if they were accompanied by an authorized person belonging to the Uchiha police, on a mission, or had the permission of the Hokage himself. Since shinobi tended to move silently anyway, nighttime at Konoha usually was quiet. Tobirama touched the ground next to him and concentrated. He still remembered the chakra signature of the ANBU members. All 4 of them. But it was one ANBU he was especially interested in. He had been the most jovial of the team, and he possessed a unique touch to his chakra that was very familiar to Tobirama. A touch that screamed of a Sharingan. A very powerful Sharingan. He had to check it out. Tobirama was not someone who would let a potential threat pass by. The signature led him to the Uchiha district. That in itself was no surprise at all. What was surprising, however, was the house the chakra trail had led him to. He knew the building. He had been in there rather frequently before. The night aim started at the door of what used to be Uchiha Kagami's house. Tobirama was strangely reluctant to enter. Kagami had been one of his most trusted, one of the rare few he had actually considered a friend. Slowly he phased through the door. The interior had changed. The furniture exchanged for something newer. But the painting was still. Tobirama stared at the drawing of the thundering waterfall. It had always been the first thing he had seen when he had entered this house. It was both comforting and disconcerting to see it again after what seemed, what was, a lifetime ago. He half expected Kagami to step through the adjoining door to greet him. But the night remained silent. Tobirama shook his head. He was losing himself in memories again. He had no time for sentimentality. There was so much to do and his time too short. He floated to the door that used to lead to the bedroom, and it still did. But now it was a different person sleeping in there. Or rather, not sleeping there. A young man, barely out of his teens, was sitting on the bed, writing what seemed to be a mission report. Tobirama glanced at the name written on the sheet. Shui. As if feeling invisible eyes on him, the young man raised his head and looked directly at Tobirama, unknowingly meeting his gaze. The night aim found himself meeting coral orbs, full of life and yet diminished like a clouded sun. There was a hard glint to it. Determination. Strength. But the edge was taken away by something else. Something softer. Devotion. Tobirama knew this gaze. He had seen it in Kagami's eyes more than once. The night aim felt himself relax slightly. Uchiha Shui had passed. For now. He would still keep an eye on him. It was far too easy to twist that love into a soul-devouring hatred. The night aim left the house that was both so familiar and yet so strange to him, and his mind wandered to his other most trusted people. If Kagami and Hiruzen had a family, then what about the rest of the Goai Butai? Hamura Mitokado, Koharutate, Danzo Shimura, Torifu Akimichi. Maybe Kagami's best friend Danzo had married, too? Perhaps they had even raised their children together. They had been very close, after all. He would definitely go and check on them sometime. But for now, he had to leave. He glanced at the sky. Naruto would wake up soon. He walked out of the Uchiha district, never seeing the dark figure melting into the ground only a few steps behind him. The bowl was getting bigger and bigger. The piece of miso under his feet growing to an impossible size. Naruto's mouth watered. He stepped back and jumped. But suddenly the bowl was shaking under him, causing ripples on the watery surface. Naruto struggled to stay on top, the broth closing in on him at a rapid pace. Naruto. His dinner was saying his name. He could hear it calling for him louder and louder. Naruto. The boy ripped his eyes open and stared directly at the painted crimson stripes of an ANBU mask. Naruto screamed and instinctively scrambled backwards, his heart beating rapidly. The ANBU immediately jumped back, somehow managing to look sheepish despite his mask. Oops. Whoa, parrot. You scared him. That was Badger's voice. Naruto felt himself relax. There was a soft rustling of cloth next to him, and suddenly a hand ruffled his hair. Naruto turned to look at the owl-masked ANBU. Sorry kid. We didn't mean to scare you. Parrot was just being an idiot again. I was not, said Enbu protested loudly. A disbelieving snort cut through the air. It sounded like Lion. I told you not to lean so closely over him. Parrot grumbled. How was I supposed to know that he would start screaming? Because that's a common reaction when you wake up to an Enbu looming over you? Badger offered helpfully. Lion sighed. Cut it you too. Parrot apologized to Naruto. Naruto, sorry for scaring you. We will work on your awareness. Can't have you sleeping so deeply that you forget your surroundings. Sorry, Naruto, Parrot repeated obediently. Naruto could not help it. He laughed, and soon the room dissolved into cheerful laughter. The child collapsed on the grass after the end of his first and rather grueling taijutsu lesson, breathing very heavily. It was the first time he had actually fought against a real opponent outside the academy. A very skilled opponent, moreover. Parrot was good. The man looked down at the bruised boy and tilted his head. You wouldn't be in that state if you didn't constantly forget to dodge, kid. I didn't forget. Naruto protested half-heartedly. You are just too fast, Parrot. Then I suppose you just have to get faster, Parrot replied cheerfully. Or I might just decide to call you Turtle. Now you are just being overly harsh again, Parrot, Badger commented, appearing soundlessly next to him. Yeah. It wasn't that bad, Owl agreed, flopping down next to the child, and bringing his hand up to ruffle Naruto's already mussed-up hair. And he's more like a sunny little rabbit, the way he always jumps around. A sunny rabbit, a fourth voice remarked, and everyone turned to look at the lion-masked Enbu jumping down from the branch he had watched the spar from. Seems fitting. Team Ku exchanged silent, significant looks. Then, Parrot began, sounding very ominous. This means... It does, Owl nodded solemnly. Agreed, Badger chimed in, equally sober. Confirmed, Lion answered seriously and turned towards the confused child. Welcome to Team Kuhair. Naruto's eyes widened. Without a second thought, he jumped up and threw himself into Lion's arms. Thank you, he whispered quietly, his voice raw with emotion. Thank you. Lion closed his arms around the child and exchanged a meaningful look with his teammates. Group hug. Owl announced cheerfully and pounced. Parrot and Badger looked at each other, shrugged, and joined in. The third deactivated his crystal ball and leaned back with an approving smile. Over the following weeks, Naruto fell into an easy rhythm. Standing up at the break of dawn, training with Team Ku until midday and spending the rest of the day learning from the Naidame. The man's knowledge was rather vast, and Naruto actually found himself interested in the stories he had to tell. For some reason, the second was adamant about teaching Naruto everything he knew about Konoha's clans, even though he seemed to put a special emphasis on the Uchiha clan. Sensei? Naruto asked tentatively after the man had ended his lecture. Why are you focusing so much on the Uchiha? The Naidame paused, carefully considering how to answer. His eyes wandered to the window. Naruto knew what that meant by now. His teacher was recalling a memory. It did not happen often, but every time it did, he would get that distant look in his eyes. Then, Naruto would feel the desperate urge to latch onto him and hold him down, terribly afraid that he would vanish right in front of him like the ghost he was. The Uchiha, the second began finally, are a powerful clan. The bloodline limit they possess, the Sharingan, allows them to access incredible powers. But this power comes at a steep price. A price? Naruto repeated, settling down onto the grass next to the Shodai's tree. He liked the warm and comfortable feeling it gave him. It made him feel strangely safe and protected. I have told you that my brother's dream was to break the circle of hatred, the Naidame continued quietly. And there used to be plenty of hatred between the Uchiha and the Senju clan. The Uchiha have always been a clan who could hate passionately. But what many are not aware of is that this hatred is born out of love. Love? Naruto stared at him, not really understanding where this was going. How could you hate because of love? Uchiha love deeply and wholly. Some of them even to the point of obsession, the second answered. But when those they love are taken from them, the emotional pain they feel will manifest itself in their eyes, awakening the Sharingan. And that's bad. Naruto tilted his head. Not necessarily, Tobirama answered truthfully, but many of them develop a strong hatred towards the ones who hurt their loved ones. And the deeper their hatred, the stronger they become. Once they reach a certain point, there will be no reasoning with them anymore, and they will follow a path of destruction. The second looked at Naruto, his jaw set into a grim line. And then they will become a threat to their village. Tobirama stepped forward and laid a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. That does not mean every Uchiha is that way. I have known plenty of them who channeled their love into their village, and I could not have asked for more loyal comrades. He paused for a second. Still, treat every Uchiha you meet with caution, Naruto. I don't like that, Naruto grumbled. They are part of Konoha, too, and I don't believe they will hurt it. It's their home. He glared heatedly at the ghost in front of him. And I'll protect them too. The ghost smiled wryly at the determined child. Truly so similar. But he was pensive. The air around Konoha had changed, the tension was almost palpable. The Uchiha clan seemed especially restless. Dissent was growing among Konoha's population. It was worrying because it hinted at some unspoken, some deeper problem he was completely unaware of. He had the feeling that something bad was going to happen. Tobirama glanced at the cloudy sky. A storm was coming. He sincerely hoped his charge would not be caught up in it. Kakashi was nervous. Very nervous. He wanted to meet Naruto, but he had no idea how to do it. How did you approach a kid that should have been your younger brother? Confused and distressed by that question, he went and cornered the only person who could probably tell him what to do. Weasel. I need your help. The young ANBU turned around. Yes, Captain? You've got a younger brother, right? Kakashi asked, curiously leaning in. I do, Weasel replied slowly. Why are you asking, Captain? Well, Kakashi scratched his head. I know this one kid who's kind of my younger brother. Weasel hummed. You are talking about Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Am I that obvious? Yes, Weasel answered immediately. If I recall correctly, you were threatening to decapitate the vendor who threw a rotten tomato at him. Kakashi replied sheepishly, that might have been a bit dash. I approve, Weasel interrupted him. Kakashi blinked. You approve? Yes, Weasel agreed calmly. It's the duty of the older brother to protect the younger one. Any threat towards the younger one's safety should be removed resolutely and without mercy. I see, Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. That really made sense. Any tips on how to interact with Naruto? I am about to meet him for the first time. Weasel tilted his head. I can tell you how I usually interact with my younger brother. Kakashi pulled out his notebook, attentively listening to Weasel rattle off an entire set of instructions. And don't forget to poke him, the young NBU finally finished. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully and closed his book. Thanks, Itachi. Ichen. Rise and shine, hair. Naruto glared at the overly cheerful Aang. It was a mystery to him how Parrot could be so chipper every morning. That's Parrot for you, Badger remarked offhandedly, correctly interpreting the boy's glare. So what are we learning today? The overexcited Parrot and Bu asked their captain. Lion rolled his eyes behind his mask. Oh, I know it. Owl answered, waving his hand. It's Shunshin. He threw his arm around Naruto's shoulder. That means you get to spend lots of time with me today. Yay! Naruto yelled, honestly happy, and twisted around to hug him. There is something I wish to teach you, Tobirama told Naruto after Team Ku had waved him goodbye. What is it, sensei? Naruto asked curiously. The Night-Aim turned to look at him. I wish to teach you how to utilize chakra pressure. But before I can do that, we will have to look at barrier techniques. The ledge is protected against chakra leakage, but you will need to learn how to set up secure places on your own. We will start with a simple silencing barrier and move up from that. I am going to learn how to make secret hideouts. Naruto was excited. Yes, Tobirama confirmed calmly. Now calm yourself and concentrate. We are starting. Yes, sensei, Naruto answered and settled down. The Night-Aim started to pace up and down in front of him. A habit he had when he was about to start a long lecture. Barrier techniques require a lot of concentration and precision. Some people are under the wrong impression that they can casually throw up a barrier during a battle whenever they want, but that is not advisable. The second paused to let his words sink in. While you are upholding your barrier, you are limited in your ability to move and react because your entire concentration will be focused on maintaining the barrier. It might work during a one-on-one fight, but once you are fighting multiple opponents, it is a terrible decision. Tobirama stopped to reaffirm his students' attention before continuing. Because of this, most barriers are better suited to covering areas instead of people and prepared before the battle begins. You can achieve that in conjunction with seals. Like the one covering the ledge? Naruto interjected. The Naidame nodded. Yes. The pendant you made to train your chakra was something our father gave to us when we first started to train. My brother and I later developed a barrier that would use those pendants as a means to open it. So I am going to have to learn sealing too? Naruto asked. If you wish to use barriers effectively, the second replied. He fixed Naruto with a considering look. It might interest you that this is your legacy too. Naruto perked up. My legacy? The Uzumaki clan used to be very proficient seal masters. My brother's wife, Uzumaki Mito, was very talented. I have learned quite a lot from her. There is an Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked excitedly and jumped up. A real clan? Where are they? Why haven't I met anyone? I am not certain, the Naidame replied honestly, sounding very displeased by this admission. I am not aware of anything that transpired after my death. I will have to remedy this as soon as possible. Naruto nodded absently. Well, enough about that. His teacher's stern voice yanked him back into reality. We were talking about sealing. So, the first thing you have to keep in mind is... Naruto threw a concerned look at his teacher. The man had acted strangely the last few days. He was lost in his thoughts way more often than usual, and his gaze kept wandering towards the Hokage mountain. But today he was looking especially sad. He had not even said a single word the entire morning, standing as still as a statue in front of the window, his gaze fixed on the monument. Naruto was really starting to get worried. What was wrong with his teacher? Why did he seem so sad? So lost? Was it connected to his brother? It had to be. The young boy bit his lips in thought. Senju Hashirama. The Shodai Hokage. He was forgetting something. Something important. Quietly, Naruto ducked into his bedroom and grabbed his history book. He flipped hastily through the pages until he found the section about the first Hokage. Quickly glancing over it, his attention fell on the small cross next to today's date. Naruto dropped the book and ran back into the living room, throwing his arms around the unmoving man and squeezed. I am sorry, he whispered into the man's rigid back. So sorry. For a long moment, the second remained frozen before his posture relaxed slightly, and the words fell from his lips, quietly and full of sorrow. It was a cold day like this. Hashirama and I had been called to the battlefield. Hokasama. The door to the office was thrown open and a panicked shinobi ran through the doors. The barrier has been broken. The enemy has invaded the village. Hashirama jumped up, his face serious and his eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 fires. They will not take this village. His gaze turned towards his equally grim-looking brother. Are you with me, brother? Always, Tobirama answered, not even pausing to think. There was no question about it. He would defend Konoha, defend his brother. Like he always had. Like he always would. The first smiled, it was not a happy smile. It was sad and pained, and it looked utterly wrong on his usually cheerful face. Good. Then let us go. They left the Hokage Tower and were greeted by a picture of death and destruction. Fires were raging through the streets, people screaming in fear and pain among piles of broken stone. A female body was slumped over a piece of debris, beneath her the lifeless shape of a young girl, sheltering her even in death. The Shodai's eyes blazed with the need to protect, to end this needless carnage. He charged in, his black hair swirling behind him like a raging storm. Nature answered to his call as vines and trees sprouted out of the ground, closing around the attackers and crushing them. Tobirama joined in as well, his sharp blazing figure only a blur on the battlefield, the force of his concerted chakra alone strong enough to bring his enemies to their knees. Hokage-sama, a voice suddenly yelled. Tobirama whirled around because of the sheer panic in the caller's voice, eyes searching desperately for his brother. He found him at the end of the street, standing protectively in front of a young child. Blood was seeping down his chest. For a second, Tobirama froze in horror. Time seemed to stop. Not him. Not his brother. Not Hashirama. He rushed forward, flashing to his fallen brother's side. Hashi, Tobirama murmured quietly, stroking over Hashirama's face with a trembling hand. Shoo, his brother replied, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't have much time. I'm sorry, brother, sorry. I could not stay here longer. I'll leave Konoha to you, little brother. No, Tobirama replied vehemently. No. You cannot die, Hashirama. I won't allow it. Hashirama smiled sadly. I'll leave my dream to you, Naidame Hokage. His chest stilled. For a moment, Tobirama just stood there, his mind refusing to acknowledge that his brother had just died. Then he rose, his brother's body carefully cradled against his chest, chakra crackling around him in cold fury. The air around Tobirama condensed and became warm and dry. Every Konohanin in the vicinity fled as water crashed against the remaining invaders, crushing them beneath a raging, all-devouring wave. Naruto felt the tears trickling down his face as the Naidame ended his tale with a broken voice. Let's visit him, he suggested suddenly. Let's visit your brother. The second shifted slightly to look at him. Visit him, he repeated. The child released him and gently grabbed his arm, dragging him towards the door. His tree. Let's visit it. Tobirama nodded slowly and allowed the young boy to lead the way. The ghost watched as the child cheerfully chatted with his brother's tree. Your brother has been looking after me, Naruto told the Shodai's wooden memorial. He's really great. I think I'd be lost without him. He's been teaching me so many things. The child waved his hands excitedly. Really, he's totally awesome. Well, I guess you were totally awesome too, being his brother and all dash. Tobirama snorted, his heart warming even further towards the young child. Naruto was really precious. Hashirama would have loved him. He was starting to love him. He's been missing you, you know? He's getting all sad and mopey whenever something reminds him of you. Tobirama's eyebrow twitched. He was not mopey. But he's getting better. I think he even made a joke some time ago. I didn't really get it, but it was a joke. The tree's leaves rustled, it almost sounded like laughter. Tobirama crossed his arms and looked away. I just wanted to tell you that he's okay. I promise I'll look after him. He's really important to me, you know. Tobirama felt himself moving before he even realized what he was doing. His hand landed on the boy's shoulder, and Naruto turned to look at him. You really are, Gigi, the boy told him seriously. For a moment, Tobirama stilled at the child's form of address, strange warring emotions running through him, before his gaze locked with Naruto's warm blue eyes. Would he have looked into the mirror at this very moment, Tobirama would have seen his gray eyes regaining their bright red shade. You are important to me as well, Naruto, the ghost admitted quietly and rested his hand on the child's head. The cold air blew harshly around them, but neither boy nor ghost felt the icy bite of the first winter's eve. Tobirama's hand closed slowly around the leaf. Ever since he had shared that moment with Naruto, his soul's strength had skyrocketed. No longer did he feel like he was a mere shadow between life and death. His grip on this world had solidified. He did no longer feel the strange, instinctual and ever-present longing for the beyond. He was not entirely sure what had caused it, but he strongly suspected that it was connected to his growing bond with the child. Tobirama's fingers stroked over the leaf in his hands, relishing in the feeling of being able to interact with his surroundings again. Gingerly, he turned his hand. The leaf did not fall down. Tobirama smiled and almost fell over when he got tackled by an overly excited young boy. You did it. Your chakra is back. Naruto grinned brightly. That's so cool, Gigi. The ghost felt himself soften at the child's genuine joy. Yes, he agreed quietly. I believe it is. So, what can you do now? The child inquired enthusiastically. Teleport? Multiply? Make a big water wall? He made a sweeping hand gesture that was probably meant to represent a giant wall. The man chuckled slightly and brought his hand down to ruffle Naruto's hair. I do not think I am strong enough for that yet, he replied, sounding slightly amused. But there is something else I might be able to do. What? Naruto asked. He jumped back and threw a demanding look at the man. Tobirama smirked. This. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the tiny water hair taking form in the palm of the man's hand. Cool. Curiously, he bent forward and tentatively reached out to touch it. The small water animal immediately jumped into his face. Naruto yelped in surprise and landed ungracefully on his behind. The second actually laughed at the dumbstruck expression on the child's dripping wet face. Naruto's disgruntlement immediately evaporated, replaced with his joy at seeing the man laugh. Naruto seems to be coming along quite well, the third remarked as he reviewed the report Lion had just handed him. He does, Lion agreed. In the 2 months he has been with us, his speed and agility has improved quite well. We have focused mainly on improving his taijutsu and developing his perception abilities. Perception abilities? The third inquired, raising an eyebrow. Naruto has a tendency to lose focus, and he gets easily distracted if something does not interest him. To rectify that, we came up with exercises that forced him to be fully aware of his surroundings, Lion informed him. So far we have succeeded in getting him to spot more obvious camouflage attempts and making him wake up once people approach him. That sounds like an ANBU skill to have, the third remarked in an illusory casual tone. Lion was not deterred by the unvoiced displeasure. It is. But it is also a very useful defensive skill to have. If he learns to correctly evaluate and use his surroundings, he will have an easier time trying to escape dangerous situations. The third nodded slowly. You are correct. And because of this, I want to take him on patrol with us. Take him on patrol? The Hokage repeated sharply, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Did I not make it clear that he is not an ANBU member? I am aware of that, Lion answered calmly. But Naruto is ready for his first mission. He needs to gain experience, and what would be more secure for him than to join us in patrolling the village? It is an excellent opportunity to try his skills out in the field, and we are there to guide him every step of the way. The third sighed. Very well. He can accompany you. But you cannot let anyone find out his identity. I have already prepared this, Lion replied and placed a wrapped object on the Hokage's desk. The man meticulously unwrapped it and looked at a white half-mask with 2 red stripes next to the eyes. It will cover the upper part of his face, Lion explained as the third carefully examined it. This way he won't be confused with an ANBU, but still be associated with us. The Hokage nodded slowly. Approved. Get it registered under his name and mark his occupation and his identity as an S-class secret. Lion bowed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Make sure to implore to Naruto that nobody is to know about this. Yes, Hokage-sama. Anything else to report? Lion paused for a moment. Well, it is more of a request than a report. Speak, the Hokage ordered, leaning forward to listen. I would like to request permission for Naruto to know our identities. There was a moment of silence as the Hokage contemplated the ANBU's request. Are you sure he can keep quiet? He will, Lion answered immediately, absolute certainty in his voice. ANBU or not, he is part of our team now, and we would like to be able to interact with him outside of training. The Hokage tapped his finger against his pipe, his eyes clouded in thought. I cannot allow you to tell him, he finally answered after another very long silence. But there will not be any consequences if he were to happen to find out by accident. Lion understood the underlying message immediately. The Hokage was giving his tacit approval. Understood, Hokage-sama. He bowed again, silently feeling thrilled. Accidents could be arranged, after all. NBU were masters at it. Tobirama stared grimly at the half-mask that had been placed in front of his charge. He was not happy with this development. He did not want Naruto to get involved too deeply with ANBU, and he especially did not want him to don any masks while he was still so young. It might not have been an ANBU mask, but it was close enough to one. Too close. Secret identities and subterfuge should be left to the more experienced ninja. He sighed silently as the child gingerly put the white cover over his face, attentively watched by his very giddy ANBU team, and wasn't it strange enough to actually call ANBU giddy? But then Team K seemed to take quite the pleasure in falling out of the norm. Looks good, Parrot finally decided, breaking the anticipatory silence. Yeah, really cool, Badger agreed. You look like a scary little bunny now. Owl snorted. A scary bunny? Have you watched too many horror shows again? Parrot dragged me to a haunted house, and it had that weird fluffy animal thing with red eyes. Scary, I tell you, Badger shuddered. That was not an animal, Parrot corrected him drily. That was the electrician who had tripped over a wire. The fluffy thing was his fur coat, and the red eyes you saw were the buttons reflecting the ceiling light. In other words, hair is as scary as a fur coat, Lion concluded, sounding distinctly unimpressed. The room dissolved into laughter. Why did he trip? Owl finally asked curiously. Badger exchanged a look with Parrot. We don't talk about that. Ever. They answered in unison and steadfastly refused to answer further questions about the haunted house incident. Right. Lion finally continued when it became obvious that they really would not talk about it. I have spoken with the Hokage. You are allowed to accompany us on village patrol. I am. Naruto asked excitedly. Yes, Lion confirmed. It is time you gained some experience. He tapped on the mask covering the child's face. You will be required to wear that while we are out together. Do not take it off unless we tell you. He paused and waited for Naruto to acknowledge his instruction before continuing. The mask you are wearing now has been registered under the codename Hair. From now on, this will be your name every time you put it on. While you are wearing it, you are not Naruto. Okay, the child confirmed, nodding seriously. People seen wearing officially registered masks are always addressed by their codenames, even if you happen to know their real identities, Lion carried on. Naming a mask-wearing person is a serious crime and will be punished most harshly. The same goes for wearing an official mask without authorization. ANBU pulled a sealed scroll out of his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Official masks have an identification number that allows to verify their authenticity. This scroll contains yours. Memorize the number and burn the scroll. If you are asked to identify yourself, you will report this number. You will receive a new one as soon as the identification check is done. Naruto blinked. That sounded complicated. Owl laughed and patted his head. They are pretty strict about security, and they don't want to risk anyone's identity being compromised. There is even an entire department in ANBU dedicated to managing the identification process. He leaned and whispered conspiratorially. But it's all very hush-hush. Are you going around spilling secrets again, Owl? Lion asked mildly. Who, me? Owl waved his hands. Never. Lion snorted. Naruto was thrilled. This was the first time he actually got an assignment, and he even could go out with his team. He really felt like celebrating loudly. The seconds stopped the child's excited pacing and gave him a stern look. Naruto. Sit down. Naruto smiled sheepishly and flopped onto the chair the man had stirred him towards, meeting the Nidame's serious gaze with his own. Close your eyes, the man ordered. Naruto obeyed. Center yourself and calm your emotions. Tobirama waited until the child had stopped fidgeting before he placed both of his hands on the boy's shoulders and started to speak, his voice carrying with the full weight of his power. Always remember, you are a shinobi of Konohagakure now, Uzumaki Naruto. The moment you received your headband, you became a soldier first and a child second. Tobirama almost flinched at the harsh truth in his own words and silently apologized to his brother's sadly smiling memory. If you let your emotions rule you, you will not only put yourself in grave danger, but also your team and your village as well. If you wish to keep the oath you have given my brother, you need to learn when to be serious and when to play. Naruto stilled and lowered his head at the severity of the man's words. I am sorry, Gigi, he muttered quietly. I'll be serious now. I promise. I am not angry with you, Tobirama assured him and put his hand on the child's head. But you need to learn. Now don your mask and get ready, he instructed him gently. Your team will be here soon. The child nodded mutely. ANBU guards are usually moving in teams of 2, Lion told the masked child. Hare, you will stay with Owl and me tonight. Lion looked at the youngest in their midst. The first thing we need to do is tell Team No that their relief has arrived. Just follow us and observe, Hare. Naruto glanced at his teacher, who nodded at him and agreed. Okay. What do you see? Lion asked the child. Naruto tilted his head and concentrated on the street below. There are 9 people on the street, the child answered. 5 men and 4 women. 3 men and a woman are passing through. 2 men are smoking behind a dumpster, and the 3 women are talking to each other. Correct, Lion answered. What else do you see? Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought. The 2 men are in a good mood. They are laughing. Lion agreed. What else? The child paused. I don't think that the brown-haired woman likes the one with the blue jacket very much. What makes you think that? Lion inquired neutrally. She keeps leaning away from her, and her hand twitches when the one with the jacket is talking. Very good, Lion praised. Being capable to read body language is a very valuable skill to have. If you learn how to read people, you will know which mannerisms can be interpreted as a sign of danger. We will work on that. But there is more that you can see. Owl, tell him what he has missed. On the 2nd floor of the building across the street, a man is preparing a late-night snack. On the 1st floor, 3rd window to the right, a teenager is losing badly at a video game. You can see it by the way his body moves and his face keeps twitching in frustration. 1 window to the left and 2 stories up, 2 best friends are watching a comedy film. The restaurant owner 2 buildings down is about to close shop, while his chef is secretly feeding a stray cat today's leftovers at the back door, apparently worried about being discovered. Owl rattled off immediately, before offhandedly adding, oh, and the smoking men are actually committing a minor crime because the cigarettes they are smoking are medical drags. Naruto stared slack-jawed at Owl, trying to process the entire well of information he had just been handed. Wait, he finally managed to get out. Are you saying drags? He whirled around to stare at Lion. Why aren't you doing anything? He demanded to know. Because it's not our responsibility, Lion answered calmly. We are ANBU, not the Uchiha police force. Petty crimes are of no interest to us. Our job is to protect the village from external and internal threats. Everything else falls under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha. Look, they are already there. Naruto turned his head into the direction Lion had pointed. 2 men bearing the Uchiha clan symbol were closing in on the 2 smokers. Cigarettes were dropped as the men attempted to flee, but the officers were faster. Naruto watched as the 2 men were led away. A hand landed on his shoulder and he looked up to Lion. Let's continue or we will fall behind schedule. Naruto nodded. Tobirama brushed his fingers over his brother's name. He had walked through this door frequently during his reign, reading through books, files, and scrolls. But this room was not why he was here today. Reluctantly, he turned his back to his brother's door and stepped through the one labeled Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. It was time that he learned more about what had happened after his death, and there was no better place to look than the Hokage archive. Naruto would be safe in the hands of his team for now. Kakashi was ready. He had read his notebook cover to back to cover and felt more than ready to tackle the mission. He had everything planned. From his introduction, over the conversation, up to his exit. Just like he planned every operation. That was why he found himself at Team Ku's training ground, a gigantic basket filled with tomatoes in his hands, and having no idea what to say. Team Ku watched incredulously as Hound shoved the basket into Naruto's arms, muttered, "For you," and immediately vanished back into the shrubbery, only to reappear several seconds later to poke the child onto his forehead, before disappearing again. Naruto absently rubbed the sore spot as he stared after the dog-masked Enbyu, not really knowing what to think of this strange behavior, but still feeling quite touched at the gesture. Behind him, Team Ku dissolved into laughter. Because his team had kept snickering at the basket, Lion had decided to end their training early today and Naruto quickly said his goodbyes, intent on getting his gift home. About 2 streets away from his flat, he came across a familiar face. Itachi-san. The teen stopped politely to return his greeting. Naruto-san. How have you been? Great, thanks. Naruto answered cheerfully. Your advice last time really helped. I am glad to hear that, Itachi replied, silently wondering if the child had really attempted to trail a bowl of ramen. I see that you have graduated. Congratulations. Thank you. Naruto smiled brightly at him. Itachi's gaze fell on the gigantic basket in the child's hand. Why are you carrying so many tomatoes? Oh, that. Naruto scratched his head. I got them from some dog-masked ANBU. Strange guy. Poked me on the forehead and ran. I see, Itachi replied slowly. His captain and the child could really have been related, he mused silently. Both seemed to have a knack for completely misinterpreting his advice and managing to apply it to food. Quite a peculiar skill. Well, at least they were trying. Are you all right? Naruto asked suddenly because the teen in front of him seemed rather tired. Itachi blinked in surprise. There was sudden maturity in the child's tone that threw him completely off. I am fine. Thank you. Naruto tilted his head, not really convinced. Do you have some time now? There is a dango stall I want to try, he added, when the teen visibly hesitated. Hearing the word dango, Itachi was immediately convinced. I believe I can spare some time. Naruto grinned. Cool. This way, Itachi-san. The older teen followed the energetic young boy, smiling slightly. After buying a box of dango each and quickly dropping off the tomato basket at Naruto's flat, they found themselves a quiet spot close to the frozen Naka River, and Naruto busied himself with throwing pebbles onto the snow-covered surface. So you have a brother? Yes, Itachi agreed, opening his dango box. His name is Sasuke. He is about your age. Naruto nodded slowly. How is it, he asked, to have a younger brother? The teen furrowed his brows in thought. I am always worried about him, he finally answered. I wonder if he had a good day, if someone hurt him, if he ate enough. Sounds tough, Naruto muttered around his dango. It is, Itachi replied, but I would not have it another way. HM. Your brother is very lucky to have you, Naruto commented, smiling slightly. A year ago he would have felt envious about their apparent bond, but now he had someone of his own to rely on. So, his words and the sentiment behind them was completely genuine. The teen realized that too, and he threw the boy next to him a thoughtful look. The child's reaction was uncommon. He had grown up without any support, completely on his own, and yet he did not seem bitter or envious of others with a family. He had sounded genuinely happy for Sasuke. Itachi felt his heart softening towards the sincere and lonely child, and he brought his hand up to ruffle his hair. Do you want to meet him? He asked. Naruto froze. Meet another child? His heartbeat quickened in excitement, but then he remembered he was a genin. His schedule was full. He had training, he had patrol, and soon he would have missions too. Soldier first, child second. That was the path he had chosen. He shook his head. Thanks, but I don't have time to play. I have to train. Naruto looked at his companion, blue orbs alight. With determination. I have a dream, Itachi-san, he told the older one. I want to protect Konoha. I want to protect everyone. I want a world without hate and war. I want peace. Something strange flittered through Itachi's eyes at the child's passionate speech, and he suddenly felt like he was looking at someone much older. The boy's words resonated deeply with him, and he quickly realized that there was someone else sitting directly next to him whose dream was so similar to his. I understand, he answered simply, and he did. My dream is quite similar, he admitted. Really? Naruto's eyes widened. Yes, Itachi confirmed, and for a moment both of them fell silent, staring at the frozen river and contemplating the implications of the words they had just shared. Their deep thoughts were suddenly interrupted as a third person wriggled between them, slinging his arms around their shoulders. Hey Itachi, hey kid, a very familiar voice greeted them happily. Naruto's head whipped around, and he looked directly into the face of a young man possessing the sharp features unique to the Uchiha clan. The man grinned at him. "Wanna have a cookie?" he asked playfully. "You, Naruto brightened as he recognized the first sentence Owl had ever said to him and immediately threw himself at the young man who accepted his enthusiastic hug with good humor. Itachi raised an eyebrow at this display. I was unaware that you two knew each other, Shursui. Of course we do. We are friends. Who wouldn't like such a sunny rabbit? Shursui gave his best friend a pointed look, and Itachi immediately understood, eyeing the younger child with renewed interest. Naruto looked between his older companions. Wasn't this a secret? Shursui shrugged. Itachi's a sly weasel. He would have found out anyway. This time it was Itachi's turn to be exasperated and Naruto's being curious. Did that mean Itachi-san was Enbu too? So, Shursui asked, looking between both of them. What were you talking about so seriously? Peace, Naruto answered plainly, offering his box to his older friend. Shursui responded eloquently as he accepted the offer. Naruto-san was sharing his dream with me, Itachi clarified. It is very similar to my own, he paused, before adding. And yours? Oh, Shursui seemed honestly surprised. I see. Itachi agreed. It had surprised him too. The three of them fell silent again. Naruto, Shursui said finally, never taking his eyes from the frozen river. Yes? The young boy asked, turning to look at him. Shursui's voice was grim as he continued to speak. If you ever come across an old man with a cane and a bandaged eye, don't trust him. Itachi's eyes flickered to Shursui, but he remained quiet. Okay. Naruto answered, confused by Owl's words. Good. Shursui ruffled his hair and grinned. Now let's have some fun, shall we? I bet the two of us can take Mr. Prodigy down. Is that a challenge? Itachi asked drily. Or are you being megalomaniac? Again. Megalomaniac? Never. Come on, Naruto, start making snowballs. We're so taking him down. Less than 1 minute later, the three of them were engaged in a fierce snowball fight, their joyful laughter ringing loudly through the empty clearing. It was late afternoon when Naruto finally strolled down the darkened streets, exhausted from his snowball fight. That was when he saw it. A slight flash of orange out of the corner of his eyes, moving quickly into the direction of the Uchiha district. Curiously, Naruto trailed after it, sticking close to the shadows. The figure moved quickly, almost too fast for his eyes, and Naruto had a hard time keeping up with it. Suddenly, the stranger jumped over a high wall at the end of a street and vanished out of sight. Naruto was left to stare at the blank wall. He was about to turn around when he suddenly felt cold shivers running down his spine. His neck hairs rose, and his breath quickened. Everything in him told him that he should leave now. He brought his hand up to flicker away, but was stopped by a hand closing around his wrist in an iron grip. Well, what do we have here? A dark voice whispered quietly into his ear. A curious little fox. Naruto slowly turned his head around and stared directly at a spiral orange mask, a single eye spinning red in a kaleidoscopic pattern. An unexpected, irrational fear gripped Naruto's heart. He wanted to get away from this dangerous, deadly man. Something inside him quivered in both terror and silent rage. Naruto trembled. The man laughed lightly. So you do remember. I wonder, is my little pet doing well? He tilted his head and hummed. No answer? Seems like I have to remind you who your master is. There was a blur of movement and Naruto impacted harshly with the unforgiving stone wall. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him up, pressing him against the hard stone. Do you feel like answering now, little fox? Naruto stared at him, desperately trying to find some way out. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared next to him. Tall, translucent and full of wrath. Naruto. The night aim had returned, and he was furious. The masked man looked curiously at the young child as he felt the sudden raise in hostile power. Naruto. Tobirama's hand landed on his shoulder and his voice echoed loudly in his ears. Channel your chakra into me. Now. Naruto obeyed, and slowly Tobirama's eyes started to glow. The tension in the air thickened, and the masked man was blown away by a powerful force of concentrated chakra. The wall behind them shook perilously. Stones crashed down. Shunshin now. Tobirama ordered, and Naruto's hands shot through the signs. He disappeared just as the wall behind him collapsed completely. The orange-masked man made no attempt to pursue him, and contemplated the destruction the child had left behind. His gaze flickered over the ruined wall to the cracked windows, and he touched the minuscule fissure in his mask. Interesting, he murmured softly as his body disintegrated. Very interesting. Rain was pouring down the darkened sky, and a lonely figure stood watch over the city below, his black cloak billowing behind him. He turned around as he felt the slight shift in the air, announcing the arrival of a very familiar figure. The orange-masked man stepped out of the dimensional rift. Pain. Mara, the cloaked figure replied calmly, inclining his head in greeting. You have arrived earlier than expected. Have you already finished what you intended to do? No, Madara answered, stepped past the man, and looked at the dark, cloudy sky. I have been interrupted. There was an unexpected development. An unexpected development? Pain repeated, furrowing his brows. Will it impact our plans? Madara paused. Perhaps. If we allow it to, he tapped his fingers against the windowsill. There will be a change in our plans. Madara turned to look at Pain. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot be allowed to grow. You are worried about an untrained child? Pain inquired, disbelievingly. This child, Madara answered, managed to throw me across a street with a single chakra blast, and caused quite a bit of destruction along the way. If we allow him to expand his skills, he might become a serious threat one day. Surprise shone in Pain's ringed eyes. This is indeed unexpected. But what do you propose we do? We are not ready yet, and we won't be for at least another 6 years. Capture him, Madara replied immediately. Seal his chakra and make him your prisoner. You want me to lock him up? I do not care what you do with him, Madara responded. Just make sure that he never sees the light of the day until the day he dies. He touched the almost invisible crack on his mask. Are you injured? Tobirama asked him the moment they entered the flat, his red eyes scanning sharply over the young child, looking for injuries. Naruto rapidly shook his head. No, I am not. But what happened? Who was that guy? Did you just throw him down the street? The questions fell out of his mouth in a constant, agitated stream. The Night Aim put a steady hand on the boy's shoulder and regarded him with a calm gaze. Calm down, child. I'm here. You are safe now. His chakra enveloped them like a protective cocoon, sharp, dominant, and powerful. Others might have trembled with fear at this display of power, but Naruto only felt safe. He eased into the man's reassuring grip, soothed by the familiar chakra. Can you tell me what happened? Tobirama asked once the small figure in his arms had stopped trembling. Naruto nodded slowly against the man's chest and began to speak. His voice came out rather muffled. Tobirama listened to his narrative with furrowed brows and unconsciously pulled the child closer to him. Are you sure his eye was red? Yes, Naruto confirmed quietly, peeking up to look at the ghost because the man's voice had sounded strangely tense. And he called you little fox and asked after his pet. Tobirama was alarmed. A mysterious masked man had been sighted close to the Uchiha district, had attacked Naruto, and called the Nine-Tails his pet. To make things even worse, the attacker's eye had been red with weird black things in it, as Naruto had so aptly described it. The conclusion Tobirama drew out of these facts was not reassuring. It sounded very much like Naruto had come across an Uchiha who might be responsible for the Kyuubi attack 7 years before. But why had the man turned up now? What had he been doing so close to the Uchiha district? Was he living there? Were more Uchiha involved in this? Or was he a rouge like Madara? Tobirama had countless questions and zero answers. One thing was sure. He needed to up the child's training. If he hadn't been there tonight, this incident might have ended quite differently. The ghost glanced at the sleeping child. He was loath to leave him alone so soon after this incident. Naruto had been terribly shaken, but he needed to know what Hiruzen thought about today's happenings. Tobirama brushed over Naruto's hair, a soft green glow illuminating his hand as he deepened the child's sleep, before he reluctantly left for the Hokage Tower. The Night Aim stood behind his former student, as the third looked sharply at the assembled ANBU in front of him. There was nobody there? No, Hoke-sama, the wolf-masked ANBU answered. We searched the entire surroundings, but we did not find anything amiss. There was no distinct chakra residue and Hound's search came up empty too. So, you are telling me that there was an enormous chakra blast in the middle of Konoha and you have no idea where it originated from? The Hokage snapped, slapping his hand on the tabletop. Tobirama watched in displeasure as the assembled ninja exchanged clueless looks. He did not judge them for not being able to find the source. It had been him, after all, but their lack of action irked him. They should have closed down the entire village as soon as it had happened, but instead of that the village's elite was assembled in a single room, musing over the source of the chakra. Could it have been the Nine Tails? One of the shinobi asked and shivered slightly when he suddenly felt Tobirama's invisible but cold gaze on him. Someone snorted loudly in derision. If you cannot tell the difference between a chakra blast and a tailed beast attack, you should consider revisiting the academy. There was soft laughter across the room, and the shinobi who had suggested it looked away in embarrassment. Kakashi is correct, the third agreed. This has nothing to do with the Kyuubi. Now, has anyone some useful suggestions? Tobirama raised his head as he felt a strong signature approaching. He watched as the door was opened, and an old man entered the room. The Naidame recognized him immediately, even though he had aged tremendously. It was Shimura Danzo, a member of his old guard. He was still alive. Any progress yet? Danzo inquired immediately, zeroing in on the village leader. A flash of well-hidden annoyance flitted over the Hokage's face. No, he replied curtly and turned towards the NB. Search again. We need to find the cause before people start pointing fingers and make up conspiracy theories. You have 2 hours. If you still have not found anything by that time, start the cover-up. Dismissed. Yes, Hoke-sama, the assembled shinobi answered in unison and left the office one by one. Do you wish for me to search as well? Danzo inquired once they were alone. The Sandaime gave him a dry look. Are you honestly telling me that you have not already done so? Danzo remained unimpressed. I am only looking out for Konoha's future. Then kindly do so from outside this office, the third replied, rising from his chair. I have a meeting which Uchiha Fugaka now. Danzo threw him a displeased look and turned to leave. Very well. Tobirama glanced at the clock above the Hokage's desk. The meeting had only lasted 20 minutes. Naruto would be asleep for a while longer, so he might as well use this chance to see what Danzo had been up to. Perhaps he would get to see Danzo's family? He wondered what kind of woman the man could have married. Considering his character, it would certainly have to be a formidable kunoichi. Very interested now, Tobirama followed the man's chakra signature. The ghost frowned as the signature started to lead him to the outskirts of the town. What was he doing so far out there? Had Danzo moved out here? But then why did he feel the man's signature coming from the ground? Was there a room below him? Tobirama furrowed his brows, channeled his spiritual energy and slowly sunk down. He found himself floating inside a gigantic, rectangular room that reminded him strangely of the Hokage's office. The chair behind the large desk was occupied by a very familiar person. It was Danzo. The Naidame narrowed his eyes. Just what had he discovered here? Why was Danzo sitting behind a desk in an underground office like some shadow Hokage? His intuition told him he had stumbled across something that should be investigated further. Throwing a last apprehensive glance at the man behind the desk, Tobirama stepped through the office door. It was not only an office. It was an entire facility. Tobirama came across several masked people looking strangely similar to Konoha's Anbyu. But they weren't. Tobirama knew the signature of the real badger Anbyu, and the person wearing the mask had an entirely different one. He was furious. Why was there an entire organization of pretend ANBU running around inside Konoha? Did Hiruzen know about this? Grimly, the ghost floated through a heavily locked door into the deeper parts of the facility. The area was growing darker now as the metallic walls made place for crude, rough stone. The silence was almost eerie, but Tobirama still moved on, intent on finding out more about this place. Doors appeared at both sides of the corridors. Tobirama stopped in front of the first one, his finger tracing over the intricate seals etched into the heavy wood. Chakra suppression, solidity enforcement, temperature control, noise cancellation. Tobirama's eyes narrowed. These were the kind of seals you would put on a prison cell. He stepped through the door and froze at the sight of his brother's preserved remains laying on top of the operation table. Tobirama could feel his chakra flare inside him. His posture froze in silent fury, the ferocious, angry fire inside him burning even brighter as he remembered Hashirama's blood-covered form. How dare they? Icy coldness settled into his eyes. He had trusted this man, seen him as one of his confidants, made him part of the elite. And that was how he thanked him? By breaking his trust? By undermining the Hokage's authority and creating an underground organization? By defiling his brother's memory? Did he really think that he could run around unchecked just because he was dead? He had betrayed his trust. He would pay dearly. Tobirama stroked gently over his brother's cheek. I swear I will get you out of here, brother. Grass was tickling against Naruto's bare feet, and a soft breeze mussed his unruly hair up even further. A soft glowing light appeared in front of him, slowly taking the form of a humanoid figure. Naruto, a male voice whispered softly, and the boy squinted his eyes to see just who was talking to him. The man's outline was familiar, almost as if he had seen it before, and there was something about his presence that made Naruto relax immediately. He instinctively knew that the person in front of him was safe. In fact, he reminded him very much of the Shodai's tree. The tree? Could it be? Shodai-sama? He asked hesitantly. The figure laughed slightly as the light around it dissipated, gradually revealing the form of Senju Hashirama. Yes, Naruto. Hashirama stepped forward and smiled gently at the young child. I owe you my gratitude, little one. Without you, my brother would have been lost. Naruto's eyes widened, and he hastily shook his head. I didn't do anything, he protested immediately. I don't think he needs me. I would be the one lost without him. The first chuckled. You truly are a precious child, Naruto. Do not underestimate the influence you have on him. My little brother still laments my death even though it has claimed both of us. The man's eyes saddened. It broke my heart when I heard of his fate. I feared he would be cursed to wander for eternity, a mere shadow unseen by all. But then, his smile was back. You came along and reached out to him. And he opened up to you in return. He needs you just as much as you need him, little one. Naruto lowered his gaze, feeling both uncomfortable and happy at the same time. A mischievous twinkle appeared in Hashirama's eyes. In any case, I am glad that you think we are awesome. Even if I'm only considered so by association. Naruto's head shot up, and his ears flushed slightly in embarrassment. You heard that? I am watching over both of you now, Hashirama replied lightly. And whenever you are around my tree, my vision is the clearest. So, to answer your question, I heard everything. Naruto's blush deepened even further, and the man's gaze on him softened. I was very happy about your updates on my brother, he admitted. You have a kind heart, Naruto. I could not find someone more fitting to entrust my legacy to. He laid a solemn hand on the child's shoulder. I believe you can manage what I failed to do. I leave my dreams in your hands, Naruto. My dreams, and my little brother. Naruto swallowed at the heavy responsibility the first had just handed to him. But he was ready for it. I won't disappoint you, Shodama, he replied, meeting the man's eyes with a determined gaze. A hand ruffled his hair. I know you won't, he paused for a moment, before adding. I may be dead by now, but I would still be glad to call you family. My brother has all but adopted you. He had barely finished speaking when he was already holding a very excited child in his arms. Laughing, he returned the boy's enthusiastic embrace. I will take this as agreement, he remarked with amusement. Naruto nodded into his chest. Of course, he agreed. How could he deny anyone who wanted to be part of his family? Especially not his Gigi's older brother. There was a moment of silence, before Hashirama spoke again. I will have to go soon, he informed the child regretfully. My time is running out. I have only been allowed to visit you for a short time. Naruto immediately tightened his grip around him. I have to tell you something important, Naruto. Please listen closely. Hashirama's voice tuned serious as he continued. My brother just made a disconcerting discovery. I cannot tell you what happened because I am not allowed to interfere, but I can tell you this. Whatever he does or however he acts, you never have to fear him. So do not let him scare you off and just treat him normally. Naruto froze slightly at that ominous warning, his mind whirling with questions. He opened his mouth to ask, but was stopped by Hashirama's next words. My time is up now, the first told him sadly. Give my little brother a hug from me, will you? He asked as he slowly began to fade away. And please tell him that I love him and that I am very proud of him. Naruto extended his hand towards the dissolving figure, as if trying to keep him from disintegrating, but his fingers brushed right through him. Tears trickled down the boy's cheeks. I will, Hashirama-jiji, he yelled, his eyes burning with an intense fire. A bright smile illuminated Hashirama's almost transparent face. Then he was gone. Naruto's eyes opened to the sight of his bedroom ceiling. Naruto was still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that he had just met Senju Hashirama when said man's younger brother suddenly appeared next to him. The child lowered his spoon and turned to welcome the ghost, but his words failed him when he saw the cold expression on the man's face. My brother just made a disconcerting discovery. The Shodai's words still rang clearly in his head. Whatever this discovery had been, it must have affected him deeply. He had seen hints of his Gigi's cold fury before, but it had never been close to this level. For a moment, Naruto felt like he had walked into the eye of a raging storm. Dangerous. Deadly. You never have to fear him, Hashirama's words whispered quietly into his ear, and Naruto resolutely put his spoon down, hopping down the chair to throw his arms around the man's waist. For several long seconds, Tobirama simply stared at him before his gaze softened slightly and a hand landed gently on the child's head. I had a dream last night, Naruto informed him quietly. I saw your brother. Tobirama stiffened. You saw Hashirama? He whispered, almost inaudibly. Naruto nodded. He said that you made a daiko. Disco. Dinan's scenting discovery. Disconcerting, Tobirama corrected automatically, trying to wrap his mind around the child's words. Had his brother really visited Naruto in his dreams? What else did he say? He asked, trying to keep the urgency out of his tone. He was worried about you, Naruto answered. He is happy that you are not alone and the child paused and raised his head to look at the man. He said that he is proud of you and that he loves you. He tightened his arms around the ghost. This hug is from him. Tobirama blinked, the cold pressure around him subsiding, and he huffed out a small laugh. Already dead and still watching out for me. That is just like him. He sighed deeply and pressed the child tightly against him. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto nodded against his stomach. There was something else he said, he added, hesitant to break the mood. What was it? The Naidame asked quietly. He said, the child fidgeted uncertainly. He said, Naruto swallowed, suddenly feeling very unsure. He couldn't say it. What if Hashirama the first was wrong? Sure, Tobirama-jiji had been very nice to him. But did that really make them family? Naruto threw an overly cheerful smile at the man and tried to wriggle out of the embrace. It's a secret. The ghost frowned and easily kept the child in place. Do not use masks with me, Naruto, he chided him. Your acting skills are sorely lacking, and I do not appreciate being lied to. What did my brother say, and why do you think I would disapprove of it? Naruto's shoulders slumped. He should have known better than trying to trick the Naidame. He said that you had all but adopted me, the child mumbled, quoting Hashirama's words. And that he would be glad to call me family. The last sentence was added almost inaudibly. Tobirama froze for a second, a strange expression flitting over his face before it eased into something that could only be described as fond tranquility. He really has not changed at all. Naruto tilted his head, confused by the man's easy reaction. Well, technically he is correct. Tobirama's eyes lowered to meet his. The Senju and Uzumaki clans have always been very close. In fact, We consider each other sister clans because we share an ancestry long before we split into our respective clans. You and I are related very distantly. Really? Naruto replied, staring wide-eyed at the ghost. Yes, the man agreed. In some way we are indeed family. Tobirama knew that he had just answered and evaded the child's indirect question at the same time. Nothing he had said was a lie, but it did not truly relate to the true meaning behind his brother's words. He knew his brother well enough to know that Hashirama had not meant the literal relation. He had meant the personal one. The one between Tobirama and Naruto, and not the one between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. But the child was still skittish and insecure when it came to bounds. So, the best thing he could do was to inform him of the one connection that could never be severed. To give Naruto something to claim and cling to. Feelings could change, but your ancestry didn't. Tobirama had always been the practical one. And speaking of practical, there was something else he had to do. He had been hesitant about telling Naruto the extent of Danzo's betrayal. He wanted to shield him a bit longer, preserve at least some of the innocence that had been robbed from his youngest brother, along with his life, when he had been the same age as Naruto. But then he had remembered his younger brothers. Itama, Kawurama. They had lost their lives way too young in a war they should never have been forced to fight in. He did not want Naruto to join the long list of people he had lost. The child needed to hear the truth. For his own protection. Or he would never understand the danger his former student posed now. Sit down, Naruto, the second told him firmly. There is something you need to hear. Naruto was angry. Very angry. How someone could do something so mean was beyond his comprehension. He really wanted to go and give that Danzo person a piece of his mind. It had taken Tobirama quite some time to get the incensed child to calm down, and even longer to stop him from storming up to the Hokage and demanding the man's immediate arrest. It was the reminder that Naruto could not explain the source of his knowledge that finally stopped the child's raging. That and the fact that Tobirama had promised to deal with it in his own way. Judging by the way Naruto's kitchen window almost froze over at the Nidame's declaration, it would not be a pleasant experience. The child wisely decided not to get in the way of the ghost's plotting, and he busied himself with searching for a place to put his tomatoes while he waited for his team to arrive. To his surprise, it was only Shisui who found him an hour later. Most of the team is still resting because they spent the entire night searching the village, the young man informed him. We won't be training today, but we can do something else. He waved a piece of paper into the boy's face. We can test your affinity. The air shifted slightly as Tobirama appeared next to them, looking rather interested. What do I have to do? Naruto asked eagerly. Channel chakra into it, Shisui answered, grinning brightly. Naruto happily took the offered paper and called upon his chakra. For a moment, nothing happened. 3 pairs of eyes watched incredulously as the paper damped and clumps of wet earth dropped to the ground. I don't believe it, Shisui muttered quietly. Tobirama felt a sudden sense of déjà vu when he saw the paper react the exact way his brothers had a lifetime ago. Water and earth. Of equal strength. This will remain a secret, Shisui told Naruto once he had calmed himself down. You cannot tell anybody about this. He is correct. Tobirama agreed immediately. This is another one of those dangerous secrets I have told you about. Especially with someone like Danzo around. His face darkened. If someone asks, your affinity is water. Do not let anyone know that you might have the ability to develop a bloodline limit. Naruto nodded, dumbfounded. Okay. Shisui rose his eyebrows. You are not asking why. I don't need to, Naruto answered resolutely, meeting Shisui's gaze with a serious one of his own. I know why. His friend laughed in amused surprise and leaned forward to ruffle his hair. You really keep surprising me, kid. Let's keep this a secret between the two of us, okay? He winked. He received his answer in the form of a very tight hug courtesy of an extremely happy child. Shisui easily returned his hug. You are welcome, Naruto. Now let's go and bug Itachi, shall we? Tobirama's esteem for the Uchiha was raising quickly. To promise to keep a secret like this from even the Hokage. He was torn between being grateful for his discretion and being appalled at his lack of dutifulness. If someone had kept a secret like that from him, he would have been very displeased. But then again, he was not really Hokage anymore, was he? He was Senju Tobirama now, and while he still desired to protect the village, his current duty was now far more direct. It was to guide and shield Uzumaki Naruto, his brother's legacy. And if he had anything to say about it, the future Hokage of Konohagakure, Uchiha Itachi, had been lucky. His unit had not been among the ones called to investigate the chakra disturbance. The Uchiha suspected that it was because of his clan affiliation and the close proximity of the incident to the clan compound. Shursui had not been called in either, even though his team had been running around the entire day and night. Neither his father nor the Uchiha elders had been very pleased about being excluded from that particular investigation. Unwilling to listen to their complaints, it was hardly his fault he had been excluded. He had excused himself to go training. It was an excuse that always worked well with them. Nobody wanted to stop him from furthering his abilities and bringing honor to the clan. Thankfully, Sasuke was still in the academy, and Itachi was silently relieved that his little brother had not been forced to listen to this. He wanted him to grow up happily. But sadly enough, that was not something within his powers to grant. All he could do was to excel and shield Sasuke as much as he could. His dark musings were interrupted by two very familiar figures flickering in front of him in practiced unison. He absently wondered how long they had rehearsed getting that one down and raised his eyebrows at the overly dramatic "tada" he got from both of them in lieu of a greeting. "Well done," he complimented them drily. "Do you wish for me to sign you up for a circus performance?" "Naruto, I think we have to eat all these sweets alone," Shursui told the younger boy mock seriously. "Itachi is being mean again." Naruto nodded in agreement. "You can have the Pocky then." "Pocky?" Itachi was instantly interested. "Only for nice people," Shursui replied, dangling the box in front of his best friend's face. Itachi rolled his eyes and snatched the box. "You two are the best shinobi to ever grace this patch of snow-covered grass with your presence." Naruto huffed. "That's hardly impressive considering that it has just stopped snowing." He mentally patted himself on the shoulder for actually managing to use so many grown-up words. Trying to decipher his Gigi's lectures was really paying off. Shursui shot him another surprised look, while Itachi's lips twitched slightly in amusement. "Exactly." Naruto threw a strawberry biscuit at his face. Itachi caught it easily. The orange-masked man was staring at the waterfall roaring down between the two imposing statues, his legs dangling down the Uchiha's head. "How is the situation?" he inquired, not turning his head away from the natural boundary. "The search has stopped." "Konoha is calming down," a shadowed figure answered, its blurred outlines sharpening as it slowly emerged out of the ground. "They have found no chakra residue." "So the child managed to conceal it," the masked man replied easily. "Interesting." "You had the child within your grasp," the shadowed figure muttered, stepping closer. "Why did you not take him? He would have been helpless within your dimension." "Are you questioning me?" the orange-masked man asked sharply. "I have plans, Zetsu, and it will be an excellent test for pain." "A test?" "He is a very driven individual," the masked man answered, slowly rising to his feet. His steps were soundless as he approached the edge of the statue, a tiny flame igniting on top of his palm. "But I wonder how far he is willing to go to reach his goals. There is a difference between killing someone and robbing a child of his youth. I want to see what he will do." The flame wavered in his hand. Will he show mercy? Or will he crush him? Fingers closed slowly around the quivering flame. The orange light flickered in desperation and disappeared. "What will you do, Uzumaki Nagato?" Yellow and red eyes followed the smoke, slowly fading towards the moon's bright gaze. Kakashi was fairly sure that his last gift had been well received. After all, he had followed Itachi's advice to the T, right? And his team's newest ANBU member had to know what he was talking about, having a younger brother of his own. That was why Kakashi found himself bent over his notes, looking for the best way to proceed. Pakin threw a mildly confused look at his summoner because the last time he had checked, Kakashi surely had not needed reading glasses, and in his opinion the magnifying glass was a bit over the top, too. Really, Kakashi should just give the kid something to gnaw on. Kids love toys, right? Maybe he should suggest a rubber bone? Or perhaps a rubber ramen cup. Pakken scratched his head and continued watching his studious summoner, lazily chewing on a piece of steak. Tobirama watched as the young boy dodged under Parrot's strike, only to jump out of the way of Badger's shuriken. The two men were tag-teaming the child, engaging him at a pace so quickly Naruto had barely time to think. The Night Aim carefully catalogued each of the boy's movements, storing it away for future evaluation. He was rather satisfied with what he was seeing so far. Naruto was getting more flexible, and his reaction speed had improved immensely. But it was still not enough. Not enough to hold up against the threat. Tobirama could feel slowly creeping closer. He would have to thoroughly speed up Naruto's training. And there was only one way to do it. Tobirama waited until Badger had pinned the child down, effectively ending their sparring match and today's training, before he signed for Naruto to follow him towards the ledge. The child replied with a subtle twitch of his head, signaling affirmative, and proceeded to give his team a happy goodbye. "You seem tense, Itachi," Shisui remarked calmly, silently coming to a stop next to his best friend. "Are the elders bothering you again?" His friend smiled grimly. "They are getting more insistent. I have recently been asked some rather pointed questions." "They still doubt your loyalty to the clan," Shisui muttered quietly. Itachi snorted. "The Uchiha are part of Konohagakure." He bent down, picked up a stone and threw it angrily into the river. The surface cracked. "There should be no distinction between us and them." "And yet there is," Shisui sighed quietly. "I am worried," Itachi finally admitted after a long silence. "If they truly go through with that." "They won't," Shisui replied firmly. "If it comes to that, I will do it." "I'd rather you would not have to," his friend answered, keeping his eyes on the frozen river. "I am not exactly looking forward to it either." Shisui ran his hand through his hair. He looked rather defeated. "What about Danzo?" Itachi grimaced. "You know his position. Threats to Konoha have to be terminated," Shisui finished, looking glum. "Yeah." There was another silence. "Sasuke is still oblivious?" "Yes," Itachi answered fiercely, not even pausing to think. "He will not get dragged into this. I will make sure of it." Shisui smiled lightly. "But at least one kid should keep his innocence." Itachi threw him a knowing look. "You are talking about Naruto." The young man hummed in agreement. "He's a very perceptive kid, and sometimes I swear he knows more than he lets on." "How so?" Itachi asked, interested and eager to change the subject. Shisui's lips twitched. "He actually gave all of us a 5-minute lecture on why it's a bad idea to throw up barriers during combat." His friend laughed. "He did?" "Yeah, he got really passionate about it too," Shisui chuckled. "And when Badger did it anyway, Naruto smuggled a slug into his backpack while Badger was busy talking with Lion." Itachi was snickering by now, his dark mood instantly forgotten. Naruto threw a curious look at his teacher. Tobirama Gigi seemed to be rather deep in thought today, and the look he was now throwing at the child gave Naruto a strange sense of foreboding. Gigi?" he suddenly began, hesitant to interrupt the man's musings. "Can I ask you something?" The second raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "My chakra natures, are they really that uncommon?" "Yes," Tobirama answered, fixing the boy with a serious look. "Even if someone is born with 2 affinities, they are rarely of equal strength. Usually, one affinity is more dominant than the other. In your case, water and earth are equally dominant. So, I really might be able to combine them?" Naruto sounded almost hesitant. The Night Aim paused and considered the child in front of him. "We have to wait and see. We shall revisit this topic once you have learned to control both of your natures." Naruto was not really satisfied with that answer, but he agreed anyway. "The recent events have proven that the pace you are growing at is not quick enough," the ghost told him in a solemn voice. "We have no idea who this masked man was that attacked you, but I have a feeling that we have not seen him for the last time." The Naidame paused and gazed sternly at the child. As it stands, you are currently no match for him. If you were to engage him as you are now, you would be dead in less than a second. Naruto's eyes widened. So, he's as strong as G, the Hokage? Tobirama smiled wryly, absently noting the fact that the child had rescinded the familiar address. Hiruzen might be a strong shinobi, but he is definitely not the strongest one out there. The world is vast, child, and not confined to this village. His face turned serious, and he put a hand on the stunned boy's shoulder. There will always be someone out there who is stronger than you, Nao. Never forget that. Be proud of who you are and what you can do, but always keep in mind that the person in front of you might just be the one able to defeat you. Never underestimate your opponent. Naruto nodded slowly, still trying to wrap his head around the power scale. This man, is he stronger than you? He finally asked, not really sounding like he believed it to be possible. Something like amusement flitted over the second's face at Naruto's disbelieving tone. I am not sure, Naruto, he answered honestly. I believe I could have dealt with him while I was in my prime, and my brother would have certainly defeated him easily. Between the two of us, he would never have prevailed. He paused and stepped away from the child. As for the question if I were able to defeat him now, well, I would prefer it to remain unanswered for now. I will not risk your safety while you are under my protection. Then I will become stronger, Naruto replied confidently, and looked at the man in determination. And I will start now. Tobirama felt strangely nostalgic when he saw the fire in the child's eyes. He vividly remembered little Itama looking just as enthusiastic shortly before death had claimed him. He really loathed what he was about to do, but there was no other choice. With the masked Uchiha and Danzo around, Tobirama could not afford to take any risks. Naruto's safety was of the highest priority now. He mentally apologized to his brother. The child felt the Naidame's attention settle on him, and suddenly the man's presence sharpened, the softness around him falling away until the teacher was gone, and the warrior emerged. Dangerous and deadly. I hope your determination holds, Tobirama told him. Because we are going to up your training now. Make 3 clones, Naruto. I am going to do something that I haven't done in a very long time. Slightly nervous at the man's ominous tone, the child obeyed. What are you going to do, Gigi? The man smiled mirthlessly. I am going to put you through the Senju wartime training regimen. The rusted pot was a dingy bar at the very borders of Kumo and not a place normal people used to frequent. It was a gambling place, a hotspot for informants, and one of the haunts missing Nin usually could be found hanging out at. The man was aware of that. It was one of the reasons he had changed his appearance. It would not be good to be noticed here. Unnecessary attention on himself was the last thing he needed now. A bag of coins met the grubby counter, and the bartender looked up, drawn in by the clinking sound. What do you want? The man grinned at his customer, showing his rotten teeth. A message from Taka, the disguised man demanded, unfazed by the odor leaving the unkept bartender's mouth. Ah yes. A dirty wet rag met the stained counter, and the bartender left into the back room. The customer waited until the man returned and snatched the crumbled envelope out of his hand before it could meet the unsanitary counter. Fancy doing business with ya? The barkeeper attempted an ingratiating smile, but it only served to put his customer off even more. The disguised man nodded curtly at him and immediately left the establishment. He waited until he was sure that he was not being followed before he unsealed the envelope. Dark eyes scanned quickly over the brief message. Meeting required. Code blue. The man narrowed his eyes. Code blue. It was the highest emergency code he could have received. His informant had come across something important. Something that was vital to the village's security. Something that would put his informant into grave danger. He changed his course. His return to Konoha would be postponed once more. Jiraiya's meeting with his godson had to be delayed just a bit longer. Tobirama was speed. Tobirama was precision. His movements too quick for the child's eyes. The punch meant for Naruto's face hit the bark of the tree with a loud cracking sound. The tree swayed. Cracks appeared on the bark. Naruto's hand tightened around his kunai and bit his lip. His eyes moved rapidly to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, the air next to him shifted. A spark of chakra. A flash of movement. Metal met metal with a loud, clinking sound. Naruto hissed as the weapon grazed the back of his hand. He stepped back, a faint scent of blood in his nose, mixing with the distinct salty smell of sweat. Naruto's breathing went heavier as the air surrounding him dried. He flickered away. Water crashed down on the spot he had been standing on just a second before. His breathing quickened. His tongue brushed nervously over his dry lips. Where was Gigi? He could not see him. Could not feel him. But he knew he had to be there. Where was he? Umph. Something hard impacted with his back, and Naruto hit the ground with a pained groan. His sweat-covered body shuddered as it came in contact with the chilly snow. Cool metal settled against his neck. It was over. Naruto had lost. But he was not willing to give up yet. He did not like losing. As always, Tobirama seemed to be aware of his thoughts. Not every battle is worth to be fought, he told him calmly, shifting slightly to pin the child down. Not every skirmish vital. It is crucial that you learn to differentiate between battles you cannot afford to lose and those who are not essential in the long run. Do not waste your efforts on pointless fights. Do not engage unless necessary, and do not be too proud to admit defeat if you can afford it. It is better to lose one battle than to keep your pride and lose the entire war. Naruto stilled, mulling over the man's words. So, Tobirama continued, marginally increasing the strength of his hold. Tell me, child. This battle. Is it necessary or not? There was a long moment of silence as Naruto struggled with himself. Not, Naruto answered finally, sounding almost reluctant. Tobirama remained silent, patiently waiting for him to continue. Naruto began and frowned at how unsteady his voice sounded. He tried again, his voice way firmer than before. But, surrender. The restraining hand moved from his back to his head and ruffled slightly through his hair. Good, his teacher answered, raising to his feet. Naruto pushed himself into an upright position and smiled almost shyly at the ghost. The Nidame's expression softened for a moment before the stern look returned to his eyes and he was all business again. You might remember, Tobirama began slowly, his eyes clouded with memories. That the Senju and Uchiha clans used to be enemies for a very long time. We battled and fought each other for countless times. Because of this reason, the Senju became most proficient in defeating Uchiha opponents and, he paused for a moment. Their dojutsu. The Sharingan, Naruto supplied, nodding in understanding. Yes, the second agreed. They were our main opponents, and most of our training is geared to defeating them. Something that was really useful now, Tobirama added silently. The orange-masked man that attacked you is mostly likely an Uchiha, too, or at least came into possession of a Sharingan. Came into possession? Naruto repeated, throwing a confused look at the ghost. How so? By stealing it, the Nidame answered grimly. A dojutsu can be stolen by taking out the eyes. Naruto stared at him in undisguised disgust. You can take out eyes? You can, Tobirama confirmed. Of course, a stolen dojutsu will never be as effective in a thief's hands as it is in its owner's, but it still poses a danger. Naruto grimaced. That's gross. Tobirama's lips twitched slightly, and he returned to the matter at hand. Obviously, the best way to defeat a Sharingan user is to avoid looking into their eyes. If they cannot meet your gaze, they cannot cast a genjutsu on you. That sounded logical. Our next exercise will train your speed, your reaction time, and your ability to fight without your sight. Make 2 clones. Almost immediately, 3 children looked at him in anticipation. Seeing the look in their eyes, Tobirama was once again painfully reminded of how young Naruto was. He did not allow himself to dwell on it, just like he had never allowed himself to actively remember his younger brother's ages while he was training them. Be your original with his headband, he ordered one of the clones sharply. The clone obeyed. Good, you will attack Naruto now. Naruto, defend yourself, or at least try to dodge his attacks. Listen to your surroundings like your team has taught you and extend your senses the same way you do it before you go to sleep. Naruto nodded. Okay. Get started. The first Naruto clone led his original a bit further away, and moments later both of them were engaged in a very one-sided spar. Tobirama looked at the remaining clone. You will work on your water affinity. I'm going to show you a simple control exercise. Watch closely because I have only enough chakra left to show it once. This evening, Naruto fell into bed completely exhausted, only to have his Gigi shoo him out. Again for dinner and a bath. Groaning slightly, the boy forced himself to stand up again, grumbling half-heartedly about SLV drivers. Tobirama amicably inquired if Naruto wanted to take a nice evening jog. The child cheerfully declined and made extra sure to eat all the vegetables. The tension hung heavily over the room. Shursui felt suffocated under the judging looks of the clan's elders and the impassive expression on his clan head's face. There was a very long moment of silence, and Shursui detested their tendency to play mind games. They were obsessed with showing their so-called power, even though many of them were way weaker than the current Uchiha on active service. But despite his outgoing attitude, Shursui was not an easily impressed or cowed man. He was sure of himself and trusted in his abilities. He knew what he could and couldn't do. Therefore, he simply waited patiently, or at least outwardly patient, until one elder deigned himself to speak. It was the second eldest in the room that finally voiced the reason for this meeting. Shursui, your reports on Itachi have been rather lacking in detail lately. The young man bowed slightly in the direction of the clan elder. There is not much to tell, Shursui answered carefully. I have seen little of him for the last few weeks. Now that Itachi has been promoted to ANBU captain and is leading his own team, he is obligated to spend most of his time with them, doing his best to forge them into a unit. Not to mention the additional number of missions he had been sent to complete in order to make him gain more experience. The elder sniffed. He is still an Uchiha. He should be there for his clan. Perhaps, Shursui replied. But the Uchiha are still officially part of Konoha. Itachi cannot disobey the Hokage's orders. Open defiance will not help us now. Shursui is correct, an old woman agreed. We cannot make any obvious moves now, or we will risk being discovered. She turned toward Shursui. Continue keeping your eye on him. Report everything, no matter how trivial. Shursui inclined his head. I will. You can go. The young man bowed again and left the room, exhaling in relief when the door closed behind him. He had managed to buy some time. They would live to see another day. Smiling bitterly to himself, Shursui left to find Itachi. Naruto threw a worried look at Owl. Somehow his friend did not seem to be his usual energetic self today. In fact, he appeared to be rather distracted. Or more precisely, he looked worried. The child used the time during their training break to flop down next to him and scooted closer to the man's side until their arms were touching. For a moment, Naruto pondered about what he should say. Are you okay? Felt wrong because Owl was apparently not okay at all. He worried needlessly because Owl was the first to speak up. Say, Hare, what would you do when you were faced with a difficult decision? A decision that will have a huge impact on many people. A difficult decision? Naruto frowned. Well, of course he'd ask Tobirama Gigi for help. He was good at thinking things through. Asked Gigi what he thinks about it, Naruto answered honestly. The Hokage? Owl hummed thoughtfully. And if he can't help you? I'd ask you, the child replied immediately, not correcting his friend's wrong assumption. He was technically correct, after all. The owl mask quickly turned in his direction. Me? He repeated incredulously. Why? Because you are my friend. It was said in such a matter-of-fact and certain way that Owl could not help but laugh happily. Indeed I am, he agreed, sounding way more like his usual self. And I am yours, Naruto added, just to make things clear. So, whatever it is, I'd help you too. Owl brought his hand up to ruffle his hair. You are a good kid. Can you do me a favor? Naruto nodded. What is it? Can you help me with looking after Itachi? Owl sounded like he had come to a decision. He has way too many responsibilities for a 13-year-old and nobody to share them with. There is an insane amount of pressure on him, and he really could do with another close friend. There was no need to ask for something like that. Naruto was more than happy to follow his wish. Sure, he declared. I'll help you look after him. Let's go and get him some dango later. He loves that, right? Owl laughed and pulled his mask down to meet the child's eyes. Yes, he does. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto pushed his own one up and grinned. Sure, Shursui. Alhair. Break is over. Let's see if we can't up your speed with the Shunshin a bit. Lion really had a terrible timing. Tobirama frowned at the short exchange between Naruto and the Uchiha. What kind of difficult decision could he be facing, and why did he think the Hokage could not help him with it? He mentally added further investigations into the Uchiha clan to his already full to-do list, right below training Naruto and above making Danzo pay. As much as he desired revenge, he knew his priorities. Naruto's and the village's safety always had to come first. Danzo could wait another day. Kagami's descendant worrying about something the village's leader could not help with, however, was something to be investigated swiftly. Especially since he had used that tone. Tobirama had heard it a few times before from his former student. It usually had been a sign that he was about to do something very selfless, albeit extremely idiotic. He sighed quietly. Uchiha were always such trouble to deal with. Either they went mad and threatened the village, or they loved it so much they happily destroyed themselves for it. Their passion never went well with his pragmaticism. Tobirama had never been one to waste time. Especially not when it came to potential threats to the village's security. Naruto's promise to visit Itachi was the perfect opportunity to start his investigations at the Uchiha compound, so he was quite willing to postpone the child's training until later tonight. He would just have to come up with an exceptionally challenging exercise to make up for the lost time. Tobirama already had quite a few ideas for that. The two males stared at the dango boxes piling up in front of him. Do you think this is enough? Shursui asked. Naruto scratched his head. I'm not sure. 2 more, to be safe. Okay. Shursui smiled at the stall owner. We are taking 2 more. Wordlessly, the stall owner placed the requested order on the dangerously high pile. That should suffice, Shursui decided, and leaned past the dango mountain to pay the owner. Thanks for your patronage, the man told him, and watched as the 2 friends shared the load between them. Enjoy your meal. Thanks. Both Naruto and Shursui answered in unison and walked off, ignoring the stares passers-by were sending their way. Behind them, Tobirama shook his head. Children and their sweets. When Uchiha Itachi rounded the corner, he was greeted by 2 mountains of walking dango boxes. At least it looked that way. Besides the legs and the hands carrying the boxes, no body part was visible at all. Then one of the dango mountains began to speak, and Itachi immediately recognized the familiar voice. Itachi, we brought some sweets. Itachi made a mental note to get Shursui a dictionary for his next birthday, with a nice earmark on the page containing the definition of some. Do you think it's enough? That was Naruto. He was getting a dictionary explaining the word moderation, too. If you intended to feed an entire army, I believe it is, Itachi confirmed. Naruto huffed. We just wanted to bring you a nice gift. Itachi smiled gently and leaned forward to ruffle the boy's hair. Thank you, Naruto. I truly appreciate it. But I think it might be more convenient if we put the dango into a storage scroll. They would be easier to carry this way. Behind him, Shursui groaned. I've completely forgotten about that. Itachi smirked. I realized that. Well, it's good I have this then. Right. He waved a scroll in front of Shursui's face. Naruto was feeling rather uncomfortable. He could feel the stares of several people burning into his back. He did not know why, but he had the distinct impression that they seemed to have a problem with the 3 of them being together. Naruto glanced at Shursui. The young man's smile was rather strained. Itachi looked slightly tense too. Naruto did not like this at all. He just wanted to spend some time with his friends. But at this rate they would not enjoy it. Naruto bit his lip and threw a questioning look at Tobirama. Tobirama could feel the tension, could feel the agitated chakra saturating the air. He knew that something had been simmering inside Konoha. A slow brewing unrest. The ghost had the distinct impression that they were quickly spiraling towards an abyss. Something was going to happen soon. He had to find out how to prevent the worst. But for now, he needed Naruto and his friends somewhere safe, or he would not feel at ease leaving them alone. "Follow me," he told Naruto. "I know a place where the three of you can meet in peace." Naruto turned towards his companions. "There is something I want to show you." Itachi raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Naruto grinned. "It's a surprise. Come, I promise you will like it. We won't be bothered there." The two Uchiha exchanged a silent look over his head. Shisui nodded inconspicuously, and Itachi inclined his head in response. "Okay, lead the way." Shisui patted him heartedly on his back. Naruto nearly doubled over. "Oops." Itachi threw his best friend an unimpressed look. Naruto quickly trailed after the ghost, not questioning him when he led them closer to the town's outskirts. Itachi and Shisui occasionally traded curious glances behind him, but never questioned their destination, content to follow him in silence. Naruto smiled at the unmistakable show of trust. Tobirama finally stopped in front of a rundown wooden shed. "This is the entrance to one of the storage units used during the Second War," he informed Naruto calmly. "It is not in use anymore and has most likely been forgotten over time. There should be a sealed entrance in there." "So, why are we looking at a shed?" Shisui asked, coming to a stop behind him. "It's quite nice, I guess, but not what I expected." "It is almost falling apart." Itachi commented drily. "Do you really consider that nice?" "Hey, I never said I wanted to move in," Shisui shot back. "Please do. Then I would be spared from your eccentrics." Naruto laughed at their banter. "There is something inside." The two Uchiha turned back to him. "What do you mean inside?" Itachi inquired. There was now a serious quality to his voice. "A sealed entrance," Naruto answered. "I think it might be one of the former storage units used during the Second War." "Interesting," Shisui muttered. "Why don't we take a look at it? It might be worth it." Itachi nodded in agreement. "It does sound intriguing. Naruto, stay between us." "Okay." Tobirama found himself approving of the two Uchiha more and more. His impression of Shisui had already been favorable, but he had been unsure about Uchiha Itachi. This was the first time he had actually met the young boy, and Itachi's actions had been nothing but impeccable. It seemed that Naruto had an excellent intuition when it came to choosing his friends. Itachi entered the house first, followed by Naruto and Shisui. Tobirama was left to bring up the Kenshin rear. The shed's interior was rather sparse, the only table covered in dust and full of holes, undoubtedly the work of woodworms. The dirty floor squeaked under their steps, and Itachi effortlessly slashed through an especially thick cobweb blocking the doorway to the adjoining room. It was empty except for a flag on the floor, a rusty iron ring marking it as an entryway. Shisui knelt down and inspected it. "It looks like the entry to a cellar or a tunnel." He activated his Sharingan. "There is a chakra residue on it." Itachi's eyes narrowed, and he activated his own dojutsu. "It is an old one," he agreed, "weak but lingering." "Maybe it's a seal," Naruto suggested, crouching down next to Shisui. "Seals always leave a chakra signature." His fingers traced over the stone. "Can you see where it is the strongest?" Next to him, Tobirama nodded in approval. "The top right corner," Itachi answered calmly. Shisui nodded in agreement. Naruto leaned forward and carefully brushed some dust away. There was indeed a small array of symbols carved into the stone. "I found it." Cloth shifted as both Itachi and Shisui moved in to look at it. Shisui grinned. "Way to go, Naruto." "Indeed," Itachi agreed. "Now if we just knew what it was used for." Naruto bit his lip. "I am not entirely sure, but I think I have seen it before." His two companions looked at him. He mentally went through the different seals Tobirama had told him to memorize. The middle one looked like a simple locking seal. The one to its left was clearly a balancer meant to stabilize two opposing seals. The one to its right was a complementary, further enhancing the main intention behind the array. There was a memory niggling in the back of his mind. Then his eyes lit up. Of course, how could he have forgotten that? "It's a Raku array." Tobirama ruffled his hair. "Well done." Naruto practically glowed at his words. It was very rare for the ghost to praise him like that. Usually it was just acceptable or passable. But well done? That was high praise, and Naruto reveled in it even more. Shursui blinked. What? A Raku array, Naruto repeated. It's a barrier that stops people from entering places if they don't have the key. If they try to force it, they get thrown back by a shock wave. It's strong, but easy to get past because the key is universal. They had not covered that part yet, though. I will guide you through it, Tobirama told him calmly. We will find a way to cover up for your knowledge about this later, if necessary. Are you saying you can disable the seal? Shursui asked incredulously. I can, Naruto agreed and rummaged through his pockets until he had found a piece of crayon. Look. Start by drawing a vertical line right below the main seal, the ghost instructed him. Good. Now add another one at 30 degrees. No, a bit higher, yes. Now we need a complementary at the conjunction. About 5 minutes later, Naruto finally put down the crayon. That's it, he told his two companions cheerfully. The two Uchiha stared at the strangely geometric shape. This is supposed to work? Shursui asked skeptically. Is it safe to use? Itachi asked, throwing a sharp look at Naruto. No mistakes. Yes, Naruto answered resolutely, evenly meeting the teen's gaze. It is completely safe. Itachi nodded. Then activate it. The two Uchiha watched pensively as Naruto channeled his chakra into the seal. For a moment, nothing happened. Suddenly, the locking array started to glow, and the carvings smudged out, until they were nothing but blurred carved lines on the stone. Itachi activated his Sharingan. The residue is gone, he informed them. Only Naruto's chakra is left. Shursui nodded. Good. They exchanged another profound look. Well, Shursui grinned at them. Now that Naruto's mysterious sealing skills have saved the day, he winked at an innocent-looking Naruto. Why don't we take a look at what's inside? Maybe it's more dango. Or ramen. Naruto added. I would really love to stumble across a secret stack of miso ramen right now. Itachi rolled his eyes. I believe any edibles that might be down there are way past their expiration dates. Fine. Shursui, open it. Yes, Taicho, Shursui answered mock seriously. He grabbed the iron ring and yanked. The first thing they saw was the jagged stairway that looked like it had been carved out of stone. Well, that looks really inviting, Shursui commented. Tobirama walked past them. I will go down first to make sure it is safe. I do not wish to take any risks. He sunk down. Itachi narrowed his eyes. Shursui, do you still have your torch? Shursui took out the requested item. I am going first. I will bring up the rear, then, Itachi agreed. They watched as Shursui slowly walked down the narrow stairs. Why did you switch positions? Naruto asked the only remaining Uchiha. We do not know whether we are entering a narrow space or not, Itachi answered calmly, and Shursui's dojutsu is further evolved than mine. His sight will be clearer. He's going first in case you can't swap positions, Naruto concluded. Itachi smiled slightly. Exactly. Nodding in understanding, Naruto followed his older friend. Their precaution paid off. The flag had indeed been the entrance to a tunnel. Naruto did not know how long they had been following the darkened path, but it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Shursui moved. A grunt pierced the air, followed by a loud thumping sound as something heavy met the floor. A body? You can come, Shursui's voice called. It's clear. Naruto did not lose any time storming in, Itachi trailing closely behind him. 3 pairs of eyes settled on the unconscious form sprawled out on the floor. Is that an ANBU? Naruto asked, wide-eyed. No, he is not, Shursui answered grimly and bent down to turn the man over. Naruto inhaled sharply as he saw the mask on the man's face. That's Parrot's mask. You knocked him out. Did I really? Look closely, Shursui urged him. Look at his stature. His shoulders are too broad. He is too burly to be Parrot. Naruto stared at the unconscious man, and he could see what Shursui meant. This was not Parrot. Parrot was slimmer. But who was he then? Who would dare to impersonate an NBU member? Root. Itachi's voice was cold. Root. Naruto repeated, looking between his two friends. There was a moment of silence as the two Uchiha seemed to hold a silent conversation. An underground organization founded by Shimura. Danzo, Shisui replied finally. They claim to act for the good of the village, but some of their actions have been rather questionable. The shinobi belonging to Root are loyal to him alone. Naruto froze. There was that name again. His Gigi would be very interested in that. The question is, Itachi continued, looking at the downed Root agent. What was he doing inside an empty room? Was he guarding something? And how did he get inside? There has to be a second way to reach this place. That's 3 questions, Shisui pointed out helpfully. But you are right. His presence here must have a reason. We will just have to find out what it is. Indeed. Itachi's gaze fell on their prisoner. We should make sure to secure him first, though. Shisui crouched down to relieve the agent of his gear. He had a torch too. I think it rolled over when I knocked him out. Itachi looked around and finally found it a few steps away. I have it. He switched it on. It is still working. Good, Shisui answered and handed Naruto the man's ninja wire. Naruto looked at him in confusion. Shisui grinned. We haven't covered how to tie up people yet, so we might as well use the opportunity to practice. Start by twisting his arms behind his back. Naruto knelt down and followed his instruction. Like this? Yes, Shisui agreed. Now use the wire and wrap it around his wrist. Tighter, Itachi corrected him calmly. Remember, you are securing an enemy operative. Make sure not to cut off the blood circulation, Shisui added. Good, now the feet. Shisui leaned down to check over Naruto's work and nodded. That should be tight enough. Not bad for your first try. Indeed, Itachi agreed. He stepped closer and crouched down next to their captive. Shisui switched his torch to his other hand and kept it steadily pointed at the man as Itachi patted down the agent's body with practiced ease. It was when he reached the man's flank jacket that he found something interesting. He carefully extracted the item out of the pouch. It was a key. It appears our suspicions were correct, Itachi told his companions, and held his discovery up. This agent was on a mission. The question is he really a guard? If yes, what was he guarding and why was he placed here? What do you mean? Shisui stopped in his inspection of the key in Itachi's hand to look at him. Don't you think it is strange? Itachi inquired. Danzo apparently went to great lengths to hide something. But then he places a guard inside a room without an obvious entrance. Why draw attention to anything at all if everyone who stumbles across this place might just leave it again, without discovering anything? Shisui narrowed his eyes. Now that you mention it, it is strange. You think it might be a trap? Itachi inclined his head. The possibility is there. And if it isn't? Naruto injected and looked between his two friends. Maybe he wasn't guarding anything, and we just surprised him doing whatever. His two older friends sent him approving looks. A valid objection, Itachi agreed, finally standing up again. And a possibility we need to consider too. Shisui nodded and rose to his feet. Naruto sighed and slumped slightly. That's so troublesome. Shisui snickered at his word choice, and Itachi smirked slightly. It seems you made quite a bit of headway. Naruto's eyes brightened when he heard the familiar voice next to him. His Gigi had returned. The ghost gave his charge a quick once-over and nodded in satisfaction when he could not see any injuries. Naruto jumped up and unconsciously moved closer to the man. I have scouted a bit ahead, Tobirama informed him. The area has changed since the last time I have been here. This tunnel, for example, is entirely new. I believe it is part of Danzo's hideout. Naruto bristled and shifted slightly to cover his displeased reaction. There are quite a few pathways surrounding this area, the Naidame continued. At least one leads into this room. The entryway is concealed. Your friends should be able to discern if it is behind a genjutsu or if it has been camouflaged by common means. Before that, however, I suggest you deal with your prisoner. Naruto looked at the tied-up Root operative. What should we do with him? Itachi extended his hand towards his best friend. Shursui, your prisoner scroll. Shursui raised his eyebrows. Why do you think I have one? Because, Itachi answered drily, I know you were on patrol yesterday, and you are always too lazy to empty your pockets. What? That's not true. Shursui shot back. I empty my pockets? Sometimes. Of course, Itachi agreed amicably. It only took you 3 months to unpack your desert equipment after you had returned from Suna. Now stop squabbling and get on to it. Yes, Taicho, Shursui answered sarcastically and tossed the scroll at Itachi. Itachi caught it with a smirk and sealed the root agent away. Now that we have taken care of this, we should focus on finding the key's counterpart. He paused before adding, it is truly inconvenient that we do not have enough flashlights. I'll just stick to one of you, Naruto answered. You see more clearly anyway. Itachi inclined his head. Very well. Shursui and Itachi spent the next few minutes systematically scanning the room, while Tobirama used the opportunity to instruct Naruto on camouflage techniques. If you want to hide something in plain sight, you need to make sure that it blends in with your environment. A tree is best hidden inside a forest. Before you start hiding your tree, however, you need to consider its accessibility. The more often you have to visit it, the easier the access to it should be. If you have to visit it every day, it would be very inconvenient if you needed several hours just to reach it. Naruto nodded inconspicuously. It made sense. He always made sure his instant ramen was well hidden but easily accessible too. Or at least he tried to. Because for some reason, his Gigi always found the hiding places and ended up confiscating his cups. Tobirama's hand landed heavily on his shoulder, and Naruto's wandering mind immediately refocused on the current task. The ghost gave him a pointed look, making it clear that he was completely aware of Naruto's short inattentiveness. Focus, child, he chided softly and gestured at the wall in front of them. Look around. Try to apply my example to your current situation, and remember your opponent is a shinobi. Naruto nodded. It was Itachi who finally found it. The keyhole might have not been hidden under a genjutsu, but the Sharingan's sight was still way sharper than that of a normal human. That was why he had easily seen that something was not quite right with a certain part of the floor. There was a small hole at the conjunction between the ground and the wall, its sharp, clear form carved too cleanly into the stone to be natural. Itachi signaled his friends over. Shursui, Naruto. I have found it. His companions immediately joined him, and 4 pairs of eyes surveyed the small hole. Cool. Naruto grinned. So, what now? Shursui crouched down to inspect it. It looks like some kind of mechanism. I believe that turning the key will trigger it. We should see if we can't spot more irregularities around this. Next to Naruto, Tobirama suddenly stiffened. I can feel a chakra signature behind this wall. It is approaching us quickly. Naruto reacted immediately. Someone is coming. We need to hide now. The 2 Uchiha threw him confused looks, but the urgency in his voice must have been convincing enough for them to heed his warning. His friends immediately grabbed him and retreated into the shadows. Just in time to see the wall they had just inspected sink down with a loud grinding sound, giving birth to another tunnel. A shadow stepped out of it, paused at the entry and looked around. It seemed like it was searching for something. Or someone. Finding the room in front of it empty, the shadowed figure turned towards the tunnel. A torch was switched on and Naruto could see the silhouette of a masked woman. The root agent stepped closer to the spot the 4 were hiding in. Parrot? Is that you? You know that Danzo-sama wants? Naruto never found out what Danzo wanted because Itachi had moved the moment the agent had come into view. Red was the last thing she saw before she slumped down. That was easy, Shursui commented lightly, and nudged the downed body with his foot. Oh look, we got a 3rd torch. Itachi rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. The woman quickly joined her colleague in the prisoner scroll, and the 4 congregated around the open tunnel. Tobirama put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I shall go ahead again. If I come across any hostiles, I shall warn you, or deal with it myself. Be careful and listen to your friends. They have proven to be quite competent. Naruto watched his Gigi vanish in the darkness of the tunnel. He did not like being separated from him for too long. Naruto really wished they had some way to communicate over the distance, just to make sure that Tobirama was safe. Well, that answers the question about it being a trap or not. Shirsue's voice cut into his musings. Yes, Itachi agreed. But we should still be cautious. There might be more root operatives around. Shirsue nodded at Itachi. So, who goes first? You or me? Suddenly feeling very mischievous, Naruto interjected from behind. Age before beauty. Itachi smirked and patted Shirsue on his shoulder. You heard him. Shirsue fixed Naruto with a mock-indignant glare and whirled around to throw a beseeching look at Itachi. You realize this makes Naruto more beautiful than both of us, do you? Itachi raised an eyebrow. I am handsome, not beautiful. Besides, I am going to bring up the rear, so it won't matter anyway. Shirsue groaned. You two are impossible, he complained. Fine. Let's see if we can't bring some light to the dark. He picked up the torch again and moved the light cone into the darkened corridor. That was a terrible pun, Itachi commented flatly behind him. No comments from the peanut gallery. The tunnel was different from the one before. The ground was less uneven, and Naruto did not have to worry so much about stumbling over loose rocks anymore. It was also more spacious than the previous one and wide enough for them to walk next to each other. It also meant that they had more ground to cover now. In response, Itachi and Shirsue had shifted slightly in their positions. The three of them were now walking offset in a diagonal line instead of a chain, the two older shinobi careful to keep the youngest between them. Their new formation also had the advantage of allowing them better sight because their line of vision was now unobstructed. It had been quite challenging to walk in a single line when only the first person had been in possession of a torch. Now that everyone had their own light source, moving about was a lot easier. Naruto's gaze wandered over the gray stone surrounding them. Somehow it seemed more solid and smooth than the kind of stone he had seen in the previous room. The walls are made of cyanite, Itachi told Naruto quietly when he saw the young boy curiously eyeing the stone wall. It is very durable and therefore often used in construction. The fact that someone has made the effort to smoothen the stone proves that this tunnel is intended for a more permanent use. It's probably part of an underground base, Shirsue chimed in. We should be more careful from now on. So, no loud and passionate singing, he added jokingly. Itachi threw a flat look at the back of his head. Sound advice from the one whose singing could be weaponized. I suggest you disregard your own advice once we make enemy contact. On a second thought, please don't. You might disenable your allies too. Shirsue bristled, and Naruto's shoulders shook in silent laughter. Joke aside, Itachi added. Serious again. It would be best if we refrained from speaking for now. Shirsue frowned. How are we supposed to communicate, then? Naruto does not know the sign language. Actually, Naruto interjected, drawing his friend's attention, I do. For a moment, the two Uchiha just stared at him, then Shirsue sighed. I don't even know why I am surprised anymore, he muttered. Fine. Signing from now on. Itachi nodded once, and they moved on. The area slowly became brighter, and they saw a soft light flickering in front of them. They stopped almost at the same time. Shirsue exchanged a serious look with Itachi. Scout! Itachi signed. Shirsue nodded once and turned towards Naruto, making the sign for clone. Naruto nodded once and immediately made a hinged copy of himself. Itachi nodded in approval when the rat scurried around the corner. There was a long moment of silence until Naruto's clone dispelled, and he gave his friends the all-clear sign, followed by the signs for permission and speech. Shirsue and Itachi nodded in confirmation, and Naruto immediately reported his clone's findings. The tunnel ends at a door. A metal one. It looks like one of those you'd find in a hospital. There was nobody around. His friends exchanged a serious look. A door that looks like one in a hospital, huh? Shirsue repeated grimly. Do you think what I think, Itachi? Yes, Itachi answered. It sounds like we might have found an underground laboratory. Do you think it could be one of Orochimaru's? Shirsue looked rather pensive. Itachi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps. But if this were the case, the implications would be rather grave. Shursui nodded. Well, there's only one way to find out, right? Indeed. The door looked exactly the way Naruto had described it. Massive and heavy. The three friends stepped closer and examined the unblemished metal plate that had been affixed to it. Restricted area. Entry only for authorized personnel. The two Uchiha exchanged a short look of silent agreement, and Naruto suddenly found himself behind Itachi as the two older boys flanked the metallic entryway. Shursui activated his Sharingan and carefully scanned over the door, before turning around and signing chakra and symbol. Itachi raised his hands and formed the sign for sound. A short moment passed before Shursui sent him a negative back. Itachi signed his affirmation, and Naruto took this as his cue to step around him. He squinted at the point Shursui was indicating and scowled when he realized that he was not tall enough to read it correctly. He turned towards Shursui and extended his arms. Shursui blinked at his action and Naruto pointed at the door, signing hi, and then at himself, grudgingly forming the sign for short. A smirk grew on Shursui's face when he realized his problem. He threw a very amused glance at his best friend, who returned his look with equal amusement and easily lifted the boy up. Naruto shifted slightly in his grip and leaned forward to inspect. The engraved symbol. Noise cancellation. His Gigi had mentioned something about it being one of the seals protecting the ledge. It was a main component of secrecy barriers. Naruto looked at Itachi and signed speak, safe, and permission. Itachi took one look at his serious face and nodded once. It's a noise cancellation, Naruto informed his friends. They won't hear us inside. Noise cancellation, huh? Shursui muttered grimly and gently sat Naruto down again. That means whatever happens inside must be done without outside disturbance. Indeed, Itachi agreed. That would explain the guards we have encountered too. So, Naruto asked, looking between both of them. How do we get inside? Shursui grinned. Watch closely, he told him cheerfully. This is a very useful skill to have. Naruto scooted closer and watched curiously as Shursui made short work of the lock, while Itachi kept a close eye on their surroundings. Finally, the lock gave with a silent click and Shursui triumphantly stepped back. It's done. Good. Itachi stepped forward and the two Uchiha exchanged a serious look before turning towards Naruto. This might get dangerous, Shursui warned him, all his previous cheer gone. I want you to stay behind both of us this time. Let Itachi and me worry about the things in front of us and just focus on covering our rear, okay? Naruto looked at his companions. The joking air around them had been replaced by sharp alertness, and their postures clearly showed that they meant business. It was apparent that he was now in the presence of two ANBU operatives on a mission. Naruto nodded once. You can count on me. I've got your backs. The three exchanged determined looks, and Itachi opened the door. White blinded them the moment they entered the room, and it took them a few seconds to adjust their eyes to the sudden change in light intensity. The first thing they saw were the sterile countertops, eerie, cold light reflecting from stainless steel. The second, the tubes sitting on the counters, filled with a strange, sticky fluid. Naruto felt sick. Not because of the liquid, but rather because of what was swimming inside it. Are these eyes? He asked, looking in horror at the squishy floating orbs. Yes, Itachi answered quietly, a distinct strain in his voice. Shursui's gaze wandered across the room and finally settled on a tube that had been placed slightly apart from the others. He walked towards it. His friends immediately followed after him. Naruto squinted at the small label next to the eyes. Example 0. Uchiha Kagami. Naruto recoiled. This are the eyes of Uchiha Kagami. Tobirama's voice sounded grimly behind him. It seems that Danzo has made it a habit to rob his former allies' graves. What a nice way to repay the one who saved your life. Naruto was horrified. I was about to go and look for you, the Nidaime informed him, and put a grounding hand on the child's head. I intended to return earlier, but then I found this. He used his free hand to gesture towards the room at large, disgust written over his face. Therefore I stayed and investigated a bit further. It might interest your friends that there is an adjoining room containing a few illuminating documents. Naruto threw a hesitant look at his friends. They were still staring at the tube, crimson eyes spinning in silent fury. We need to search this room. Itachi's tone was so cold it could have frozen ice. Spread out and search for everything that might be helpful in identifying the owner of this laboratory. Shursui nodded wordlessly, his eyes reflecting a harshness that was completely uncommon to him, and Naruto realized with sudden clarity that his friends were dangerous. Dangerous and deadly. Naruto almost pitied those who made them their enemies. There's a door over there, he informed Itachi tentatively and pointed in the direction Tobirama had indicated. Maybe we could find something in there? Itachi's gaze followed Naruto's outstretched finger, and he nodded once. I will accompany you. Shursui, will you be all right here? Yes, Shursui answered firmly. Itachi scrutinized him for a moment, searching for any signs of discomfort, and only found steely determination. Good. Come, Naruto. Naruto paused for a moment before he ran towards Shursui, threw his arms around his waist, and hugged him tightly. Shursui froze in surprise before his gaze softened, and he ruffled Naruto's hair. Thanks, kid. I am fine. Naruto nodded into his stomach and dislodged himself. He smiled brightly at Shursui and returned to Itachi, who had watched their short interaction with a fond look. Naruto grinned sheepishly at his friend and the equally amused former Hokage. Tobirama put his hand on his shoulder. I will go and stand guard outside. The last thing we need now is to be surprised by enemies. Send out a chakra spike if you need me. He gave Naruto's shoulder a last encouraging squeeze and left towards the entrance. Naruto slipped his hand into Itachi's and dragged him to the door. Let's go. The older boy followed him willingly, the dangerous air surrounding him dissipating completely. They found themselves inside a small office that was mostly dominated by a gigantic desk in the middle of the room. It had been completely cleared. Not even a single pen was lying on top of it. In fact, the entire office was just as sterile as the laboratory itself. The white walls were completely blank and not a single picture could be found anywhere. The rest of the room, too, was completely devoid of any personal items and there was absolutely nothing that even hinted at its owner. Four cabinets were lined up at the wall across from the door, and that was where Itachi and Naruto immediately focused their attention on. In silent understanding, each of them moved towards the cabinet closest to them, and they started shifting through the folders. For a while, the only thing that could be heard was the quiet sound of paper being turned. It was about 2 folders in that Naruto stumbled over something interesting. What was the name you mentioned earlier? Orochimaru? Yes, Itachi answered, lifting his head from the document he was studying. Why? Here is a paper that has been signed with this name, Naruto replied. Something about experiments and ocular improvements. He handed the paper to Itachi. His friend scanned over it. It might have been a trick of the light, but for a moment, Naruto was sure that he had seen a flash of red bleeding into Itachi's eyes. We will be taking this folder. In fact, we will be taking all of them. All of them? Naruto lowered the folder and stared at him. Won't they notice that? Of course, they will, Itachi answered calmly and stared to empty the cabinet. But these documents are important evidence. We need to secure it. How are we supposed to carry all of this? Itachi raised an eyebrow. 2 words, Naruto, storage scroll. Luckily enough, your little shopping trip did not manage to fill up all of it. Naruto grinned mischievously at him. So, you didn't secretly snack a few boxes while we were searching for the keyhole? Naruto. Yes. Less backtalk and more work. Yes, Taicho. Itachi threw him the same deadpan look he usually reserved for Shursui's idiocies. They met Shursui outside the door less than 6 minutes later. He was holding the tube containing Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Have you found anything? He asked when he saw them come back empty-handed. A document signed by Orochimaru and 4 cabinets filled with documents, Itachi answered. We have secured everything. Shursui whistled. That's quite a lot. There was not much in the lab itself. Just a lot of eyes. His face was grim. I took Kagami's. Itachi nodded. We should leave now before we get discovered. I have no desire to fight my way out. Especially not when we are in the possession of sensitive documents. I have no problems with that, Shui replied. This place creeps me out. He shuddered slightly, and the three quickly exited the laboratory. There was a slight shift in the air, and Naruto was relieved to see Tobirama rejoin them immediately. The ghost nodded at him and inclined his head in the direction of the door. I strongly suggest not to leave the laboratory unprotected. If Danzo becomes aware of your intrusion, he might decide to get rid of the remaining evidence. Naruto turned towards his friends. We should seal the door. How quickly can you get it done? Itachi inquired, not even bothering to question his ability to do it. We should not linger for too long. He is correct, Tobirama agreed. It would take too much time to walk you through a barrier construction. We will have to adjust the noise cancellation seal instead and build our array around it. It should be done in less than 4 minutes if you allow me to guide your hand. 4 minutes, Naruto repeated Tobirama's answer. His two friends exchanged a look, nodded once, and positioned themselves behind Naruto. Itachi and I will guard you, Shui assured him. Go ahead. They were done exactly 3 minutes later. I am done, Naruto informed his friends, and they turned around just in time to see the door disappear in front of them. Shui stared blankly at the bare wall. Where is the door? It's a camouflage array, Naruto repeated Tobirama's explanation. It wraps the perception. The door is still there. You just can't see it. Interesting, Itachi mused. His eyes spun as he studied the wall. I can indeed see some faint outlines. Like a genjutsu and yet not. He glanced at Naruto. I would like to discuss the schematics behind this further at some point. Naruto blinked. Okay, he agreed, slightly surprised. He had no idea how it worked either, but then he could always ask his Gigi about it later. Shui rolled his eyes. You can hold your academic expert corner later, now we should really leave. Of course, Itachi deactivated his Sharingan. We should remain cautious. It might be possible that there are more entry points we have not discovered yet. Itachi took out the sealing scroll and handed it to Naruto. Take this in case Shui and I are drawn into battle and you need to leave. Naruto shoved the scroll back at him. No, he answered resolutely, keep it. We are going to leave together. All 3 of us. All 4 of us, he corrected mentally and brushed slightly against Tobirama's arm. The man shifted closer without realizing it, and something tense inside Naruto relaxed again. Itachi eyed the determined child with a mixture of fondness and exasperation, but pocketed the scroll again. Very well, he agreed, but do not take any unnecessary risks. I won't. His friends were tenser on their way back than before. Naruto could understand where they were coming from. They were carrying sensitive documents and, he glanced at the tube. Shui's left hand was pressing protectively against his chest a pair of stolen Sharingan eyes. Itachi was still moving gracefully, but Naruto could see the slight tension in his shoulders. An aura of alertness was surrounding the older boy that told Naruto that Itachi was ready to move at any second. Tobirama was staying close to them too. The ghost alternated between scouting ahead and keeping a close eye on the way behind them, careful not to stray too far. His presence was reassuring, but Naruto still did not allow his focus to waver. This might not be a mission, but he was determined not to let his friends down. If things went haywire, he would be there to back them up in whatever way possible. They stopped almost simultaneously when the light cones hit a solid rock wall. Wasn't the hidden door supposed to be here? Naruto asked and squinted at the wall. Yes, Itachi agreed. He sounded calm. It seems the entry has closed itself. Shui turned around and passed the tube to Naruto. Hold that for a moment, will you? Naruto put his torch away and gingerly took the glass container. He was thankful that it was dark enough that he did not have to see the contents. It would have been rather unnerving to hold a pair of floating eyes. Still, he was touched by Shui's casual trust. The eyes obviously meant much to him. They belonged to his ancestor, Tobirama told him quietly. Uchiha Kagami was a good man. Shui's ancestor. Naruto's grip tightened around the glass. He would take good care of them. Found it. Shisui muttered triumphantly. He bent down to activate the switch, but Itachi's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Naruto, Itachi turned to look at him, you have felt the root agent approach before. Can you tell us if there is a chakra presence inside the room? Naruto glanced at Tobirama. The ghost inclined his head and phased through the stone wall, only to reappear a few seconds later. The room is empty, but I would advise remaining cautious. There are 3 signatures nearby. I don't think there's anyone directly behind the door, Naruto answered Itachi's question, but there are a few signatures around. The 2 Uchiha exchanged short looks. Itachi nodded once. Very well. Shisui, please open the door. Naruto, stay behind us anyway. Shisui activated the switch. The wall slowly sunk down. The grinding sound echoed loudly through the tunnel. They tensed. Itachi's hand twitched to his kunai pouch. Shisui switched his torch to his non-dominant hand. They waited for any kind of reaction. The air remained silent. Shisui exchanged another look with Itachi. They stepped out of the tunnel. Tobirama had been correct. The room was indeed empty. Well, that was anticlimactic, Shisui commented and leaned against the wall. An ominous clicking sound came from below him, and suddenly the ground gave away. Shisui could see the deep, dark hole opening below his feet. Then he fell. Itachi almost immediately flickered over, and his hands closed around Shisui's right wrist. Shisui's weight was too heavy. Itachi's momentum not strong enough. He would not make it. They would both fall down. The realization hit Naruto like a bucket of ice. Not Shisui. Not Itachi. Not his friends. Shisui's head vanished in the abyss. The torch was ripped out of his hand and tumbled down. They heard no impact. Itachi was wavering dangerously now, trembling hands firmly closed around Shisui's wrist. Any moment and he, too, would be swallowed. Naruto tried to storm forward, but a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Calm down, Tobirama demanded sharply, and trust me. Naruto automatically relaxed into his grip. Suddenly, he felt a weird sensation. Like something cold was moving into him. He could feel another consciousness brush against his mind. His Jiji. He could feel his Jiji. Trust me, the man repeated inside his mind. So Naruto did. His hand moved on his own and for a moment, their chakra merged. Sway-ben. The water whip crashed forward and closed around Itachi, pulling both him and Shisui back on solid ground. Naruto could hear their distant voices. His vision was blurred, and he saw something dark moving out of the corner of his eye. It was gigantic and demonic, and it was slowly coming closer. A grotesque face emerged out of a thick, heavy fog. Naruto had a vague feeling of déjà vu. He had seen this thing before. On the very day he had been born. Shinigami, Tobirama whispered inside his mind and ripped himself out of Naruto's body. Naruto stumbled back. The dark figure was still there, but it was silent and unmoving, grinning at them with a mirthless face. Then it began to speak. Its voice rattled like rusty chains. You broke nature's law. As punishment, your soul's fates shall be chained forevermore. The fog receded slowly, and the figure was gone again. Naruto's mind was still reeling. Are you all right? Tobirama inquired. There was an uncharacteristic undercurrent of panic in his tone. Yes, Naruto replied, slowly. I am. Good. Tobirama sounded relieved, and also strangely close. It was like the voice was coming from his own mind. Strange. Naruto. Shisui's voice yanked them back into reality. Are you all right? Did you overexert yourself with that jutsu? Naruto shook his head. No, it's all right. He smiled shakily at his friends. I am just a bit. You almost died. For a short moment, for pairs of eyes stared at the dark hole that had nearly swallowed 2 of their own. That was close, Shisui muttered. I had not expected a trap to be there. We were careless, Itachi replied. His expression was grim and still full of worry. He looked at Naruto. You saved our lives. Thank you. Naruto ran forward and threw himself at both of them. He buried his head in Shisui's stomach and grabbed Itachi's arm, not even caring about the fact that they were both soaked. I was so scared, he whispered. I didn't want to lose you. Shirsue's arm settled around him, and Itachi's free hand landed gently on his head. It's all right, Ruto-chan, Shirsue told him. We are here. You saved us. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without Gigi, Naruto thought quietly. Thank you, Gigi. They would be dead without you. To his great surprise, he could hear Tobirama's voice answer back. Of course, child. But I am worried about the repercussions and the punishment that was mentioned. I only intended for our chakra to merge, but you let me in completely. It should not have been possible, but for a moment, our souls became one and we were both half alive and half dead. I believe this is the reason the Shinigami appeared and why we are connected now. We unwittingly broke an existential law. But this is a situation to worry about later. We should leave now before something else happens. Let's go back, Naruto muttered into Shirsue's stomach. Agreed, Itachi answered. Shirsue, don't forget the eyes. Never, Shirsue replied. It was a relief to all of them when Itachi's torch finally hit the rundown wooden walls of the storage unit. After one, they stepped out of the tunnel. Itachi immediately put the torch down and closed the entry. Naruto, can you restore the array? Naruto looked thoughtfully at the inscription and nodded slowly. I just need to wash away my seal in reverse order. Does anyone have water? Itachi handed him his flask and Shirsue threw a handkerchief at him. It was embroidered. Naruto and Itachi stared at him. What? Shirsue crossed his arms. I got that from a client during my last bodyguard mission. His friend still stared. It's not mine, Naruto. Shirsue huffed and threw a heated glare at Itachi. It's not a love token either. I just forgot to throw it away. Itachi snorted. Of course it isn't. Whoever would date you? Shirsue nodded. Hey, wait a moment. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto snickered and hastily started to undo his seal when his Gigi's expression became rather annoyed. It was a quick procedure and the last tension left them when they saw the locking array flare up again. They shared a moment of amicable, retrospective silence. Well, that was quite an adventure, Shirsue stated finally. Itachi nodded in agreement. It certainly was. Do you have any idea how long we have been away? Naruto asked. We met each other around 4 p.m., Itachi answered and looked out of the stained window. I would say it is around 1 a.m. We have been down there for 9 hours? Naruto nearly dropped the flask he had been about to hand back. That long? Itachi inclined his head. About 9. It is easy to lose your sense of time when you are underground and driven by anxiety. Naruto nodded slowly. He was suddenly feeling exhausted. Itachi smiled slightly at him. I believe we should catch a few hours of sleep, and then we can decide how to proceed. Good idea, Naruto muttered. I am tired. Shirsue snickered slightly and hoisted him up. Sleep, Naruto. We will wake you up later. K. Naruto mumbled sleepily. Night, Tachi, night Shirsu. He leaned his head against Shirsue's shoulder. Good night, Gigi. Sleep well, Naruto. Naruto woke a few hours later and blinked tiredly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where are we? He asked curiously as he eyed the rather sparse interior. The outer parts of the Uchiha district, Shirsue answered, and he flopped down next to Naruto. Itachi and I found this place when we were younger. We still use it when we want to be unbothered. We believe it used to be a communal bathhouse. Itachi explained and joined both of them on the floor. There are a few seals on the doors that you usually only find on the changing rooms of bathhouses. Really? Naruto was instantly interested. I'll have to look at them later. His friends exchanged slightly amused looks at his apparent enthusiasm before their expressions turned solemn again. We need to decide what to do now, Itachi told them seriously. These documents contain proof of Orochimaru's involvement with Danzo, illegal experiments and attempted bloodline theft. Then we should just give it to the Hokage, Naruto replied, not really seeing the problem. He will know what to do. Shirsue and Itachi exchanged a long look. The sudden tension in the room completely perplexed Naruto. Why did his friends suddenly act so strangely? It was Shursui who finally broke the silence. His voice sounded heavy and earnest. Naruto, what do you know about the Uchiha clan? They are one of Konoha's founding clans, Naruto answered, thinking back to his GG's last lecture. Their bloodline limit, the Sharingan reacts to their emotions. They feel very deeply, and if you take their loved ones away, they can lose themselves in a path of hatred and destruction. Correct, Itachi agreed and threw him a curious look. But the Uchiha are also very stubborn and resentful when they feel slighted. Over the last few years an unrest grew in our clan, Shursui added quietly. Some people think that the Uchiha clan is responsible for the Kyuubi attack. Rumors spread and people started to shun the clan. Some older clan members think the village has abandoned them, Itachi continued and shifted in a more comfortable position. They feel isolated from the rest of Konoha. A feeling that started decades ago with the formation of the Uchiha police force. There are many of us who think that it had been a move by the Senju to control our clan. The resentment in our clan grew. Shursui took over once more. He sounded both pained and detached, and placed the sealing scroll on the floor between them. So the elders came to a decision. If the village did not want them anymore, they did not want the village either. What do you mean with that? Naruto asked, alarmed by the grim expressions on his friends' faces. There was another moment of uneasy silence, before Itachi spoke again. They are planning a coup d'état. They want to overthrow the Hokage? Naruto was horrified. Yes, Shursui confirmed, and there was something dark in his eyes. That's terrible. Naruto whispered, staring wide-eyed at his friends. But, I don't understand what this has to do with the things we found today? Shursui sighed. Itachi is reporting their actions to the Hokage, and Danzo made it clear that our clan will be exterminated if the elders don't change their minds soon. The Hokage did not disagree. Naruto had no idea what to say to that revelation. He only understood that his friends would die because some old people made some idiotic decisions, and that the Hokage consented to Danzo being bad again and allowed him to kill an entire clan. It was wrong. It was horrible. The coup. Genocide. They feel isolated from the rest of Konoha. A feeling that started decades ago with the formation of the Uchiha police force. There are many of us who think that it had been a move by the Senju to control our clan. Tobirama's mind whirled. It had never been his intention to make them feel like this. The police force had been his attempt to prevent a second Madara. He had wanted to keep the Uchiha away from the front line and still give them an important position within the village. If they guarded the village, there was a lesser risk of losing their loved ones and falling to the curse of hatred. It had seemed like a perfect solution, but he had not thought to take the Uchiha's feelings into consideration. Tobirama had never been good considering the emotional sides of his decisions. He had only ever chosen the most practical and efficient solutions. This was why he and Hashirama had been the perfect team. They had balanced each other's faults. He was Hashirama's rationality, and Hashirama had been his empathy. It had worked. Until one half of their team had been lost, resulting in the Deming situation they were facing now. The Uchiha were planning a coup. And of course, Danzo was involved, probably stirring things up behind the scenes to get more Sharingan eyes. He really had his hands in every one of Konoha's mud piles, didn't he? Tobirama's gaze hardened. First, he stole his brother's body, then Kagami's eyes, and now he was planning genocide. This was not the kind of loyalty Tobirama had taught him. This was not the kind of student he acknowledged. He would stop Danzo and get his brother's body back. There was something else young Shursui had said that alarmed him. The village was making the Uchiha responsible for the Nine Tails attack. Once again, he remembered the man with the orange mask. It seemed more and more likely that he had been the one who had released the Kyuubi. The question was why? Why releasing a tailed beast on Konoha? Tobirama had a feeling that the answer laid within the Uchiha clan. But where did he have to look? He sighed. So many questions and no answers. You are not going to die, Naruto's firm voice cut through his musings, and neither will your clan. He was exuding an aura of commanding confidence, and his words carried absolute certainty. The Uchiha are a part of this village. Konoha is their home. They belong here, regardless of what that dusty old man says. There was it again. The fierce determination in Naruto's eyes. The fire that burned so brightly inside him. The unwillingness to give up, even if the situation was dire. Tobirama felt a strange mix of fondness and wariness. Apparently, Naruto was determined to get involved, too. He looked at the two Uchiha boys, and while they did not seem to be convinced that their clan's fate could be averted, Tobirama could clearly see the gratefulness in their expressions. Then Shisui snatched Itachi's arm and moved. Tobirama watched in amusement as the Shisui-initiated group hug got a bit too enthusiastic, and they tumbled over, falling into a laughing pile. They were an unusual group, the three of them, but they were connected by the same desire. Tobirama's face hardened as he thought about the trouble laying ahead of them. This was not a situation three children could deal with on their own. Needed a higher power. A higher political power. They needed the daimyo. But they were not in any position to appeal to him. They had no time to embark on a search for any of Naruto's clan members, and the Uchiha clan was part of the problem. In truth, there was only one clan that would hold enough weight on its own. But the Senju clan was all but extinct. Tobirama refused to dwell on that depressing thought and looked at Naruto, pondering over the Shinigami's words. Their souls had merged, and they now shared a deeper connection than simply being of the same blood. It could be argued that they were each a sliver of the other. Perhaps. It was not something he would have normally considered, but Hashirama had not been too far off in saying he adopted the child, and his brother had apparently put a familial claim on him, too. Seeing that he was the clan head, it was as good as making Naruto part of their clan's main family. Tobirama was not exactly sure when he had stopped seeing Naruto as just another responsibility and started to regard him as part of his family. Had Hashirama been here, he'd probably been able to tell him the exact moment his feelings had changed. His brother had been perceptive like that. Still, he was getting off track. He could reminisce as soon as the problems were solved and his task completed. Naruto. His voice resonated through their newly formed link. There might be a way for us to salvage this situation, but you will have to follow my instructions without deviation. I will do anything you want, Gigi, Naruto replied as the three children untangled themselves. I trust you. Tobirama could practically feel the honesty in Naruto's words. It was both touching and alarming. Trust without question was as dangerous as it was rare. The child might be completely safe with him, but if Naruto gifted it to the wrong person, it might come to stab him in his back. He put his hand on Naruto's head, mentally noting to caution the child about it later. Naruto, there is something I have to prepare. I shall leave you for a while. You are safe with your friends. Tobirama left. Naruto was not happy. It was Itachi's voice that reminded them of the current problem. We should take a closer look at the documents before we decide on anything. Shisui sighed and flopped on the floor. So we are pulling an all-nighter? Great. Well, at least we have enough to eat. Itachi nodded in agreement and pulled a box of dango out of his pocket. Naruto grinned and took a stick as Itachi offered the box to him. So, you have been secretly snacking. Itachi threw a half-hearted glare at him. Weren't you about to unseal the scroll? Well, get on with it. Yes, Taicho, Naruto answered cheerily. Whatever you say, Taicho. I will follow your every command, Taicho. Shisui snickered. Itachi rolled his eyes. You too are menaces. Stop teaching him strange things, Shisui. His friend nodded in solemn agreement. You are completely right, Itachi. Are a way better influence. Naruto, you should follow Itachi's example. The world can never have enough snarky dango addicts. Naruto laughed and fished the first file out of the pile. For the next few hours, they worked in silence and the floor was quickly covered with files separated in piles of vital, important, and not important. Tobirama looked at the building complex in front of him. He had always avoided returning to this place. It held too many memories, both good and bad. It was saddening to see the formerly lively streets so empty. He moved quickly through the eerily silent district and entered the house that had once belonged to the clan heads. His study was still the way he remembered it, tidy and impersonal save for his brother's pictures lining the walls. The only sentimentality he had allowed himself. Tobirama picked up a brush and uncorked the ink, thankful for the preservation seals he had put on it, and quickly jotted down the instructions for Swayben before he pulled some of his older research notes out of the shelves and placed them next to it. He was quite surprised when he suddenly heard Naruto calling for him. So, they could communicate over distances, too? Tobirama made a mental note to run some extensive tests to find out the consequences of their merging. Yes, child? We are done looking through the files. Orochimaru has really been cooperating with Root to create Sharingan eyes. Tobirama's eyes narrowed, and he left the office. I will be rejoining you shortly. Tobirama found the three children congregated in a circle, still deep in discussion. This is high treason. Shisui looked grim. We cannot keep this a secret. We cannot, Itachi agreed. But the question is, what can the Hokage do? If we deliver these documents to him, it does not necessarily mean that he will act on them. This is an opportunity. We cannot afford to waste it. Shisui nodded. You're right. We can't. Tobirama decided that this was the right moment to cut in. Naruto, this problem should be approached from two sides. In such a delicate situation, it is not advisable to rely on a single plan. Especially since it is obvious that Hiruzen is tacitly approving, or at least tolerating Danzo's actions to a certain degree. A biased leader cannot be trusted to judge rationally. As his subjects, however, you are duty-bound to report your findings, or you will become guilty of treason too. Repeat what I said in your own words. Naruto shifted slightly, and his friend's attention turned towards him. It was both baffling and very touching that they actually seemed to be interested in what he had to say. How about giving only the files in the important pile to the Hokage? I mean, like Itachi said, the Hokage knows something about Danzo, but he hasn't done anything yet. So, we don't know if he will do something this time. But we have to give him something, or we will be guilty of treason too. Itachi exchanged a look with Shisui. A valid point. But why the important and not the vital ones? Because they should go to the daimyo. Naruto repeated Tobirama's mental answer. That got a reaction. Itachi's eyebrows shot up and Shisui stared slack-jawed at him. You suggest playing a political game? Itachi's gaze on him was sharp. Naruto nodded. I do. Shisui stared at him like he had never seen him before, and Itachi looked like he was reconsidering everything he knew about Naruto. Naruto had the strange feeling that he just had irrevocably left the intelligent kid category and entered the someone I have to take seriously territory. The idea has merit, Itachi finally agreed, while Shisui was still trying to wrap his mind around Naruto wanting to do politics. But that would leave the question of how to establish contact. If we intend to start an impeachment against a councilman as well known as Danzo, we will need political weight of our own. Naruto paused. GG. Tell your friends that you have an idea, but that you need to relocate again to show them. Naruto repeated his words and his friends looked at each other. Where do we need to go? Shisui inquired, finally thrown out of his stupor. The Senju compound? Owl looked from the gate to Hare and back again. You took us to the Senju compound? They had donned their ANBU masks to avoid unnecessary attention. Technically, it was not necessary because neither of them had to worry about breaking curfew. Shisui and Itachi were of adequate rank and Naruto was in the company of authorized personnel, but the three had decided that it would be better not to be seen together at such an odd hour. It would be easier to explain a late-night drill than a casual stroll. Nope, Hare replied cheerfully. I am going to take you inside the compounds. He was beyond curious to see where his Gigi had lived. Weasel regarded Naruto. There was sharp intelligence in his eyes. The compound has been sealed to deter thieves. None who is not of Senju blood can open the gates. Hare placed his hand on the gate just as Tobirama pulled on the iron ring. The gates swung open. Hare grinned at his stunned friends. So, who wants to go in? At first glance, the Senju compounds did not look special, but once one took a closer look, it became obvious that something about this abandoned district did not quite fit. The streets were too clean, the paint on the buildings unblemished, and most doors looked like they had been freshly painted. There was a strange sense of nostalgia in the air, and an aura of faded life shrouded the empty streets like a smothering blanket. In the darkness of the night, it almost seemed like the inhabitants had simply laid down for a good night's sleep, resting their eyes and waiting for a dawn they would never come to see. It was eerie. A sudden burst of coldness fell over him, and Naruto shuddered involuntarily. He glanced at Tobirama. The ghost was standing statue still, his figure shimmering in the moon's bright light, and for a moment he seemed to be just as detached and waned as a distant memory, a last remnant of glorious days fighting against the gnawing teeth of time. GG? Naruto asked tentatively. He unexpectedly felt the desperate urge to make sure that his only remaining family was still there. Where should we go now? Tobirama shook himself out of his reverie when he felt the child's hesitant, mental presence reaching out to him. Follow me, he replied simply and stepped on the path he had walked countless times, a lifetime ago. He did not need to turn around to know that the children were following him. He could feel their chakra spike in wonderment and curiosity. Tobirama absently wondered how long it had been since an Uchiha had entered Senju territory. Even after the founding of Konohagakure, it had been an unspoken agreement to keep out of the other clan's compound unless being explicitly invited. These instances had been rare. In fact, the only Uchiha who had passed their gates on a frequent basis had been young Shirsue's ancestor Kagami. They might have belonged to the same village, but the lingering disquiet their clans had felt around each other had remained for a fairly long time. Tobirama saw the familiar courtyard appear in front of them and stopped. This is where I used to live. Be careful, the door is sealed against intruders. You need to activate the arrays in a specific order, or you will receive a very unpleasant greeting. I strongly suggest you follow my instructions to the letter. Unpleasant? The child repeated curiously in his mind. What would happen if I did it wrong? Tobirama paused, remembering the rather vicious defense mechanism he had developed. Let me phrase it like this, child. I have never been known for being kind to my enemies. Is that answer enough for you, or do I need to get detailed? The boy's chakra spiked nervously. No, that's all right. I'll just do what you say. Please be extra thorough, okay? Tobirama smirked slightly at the quick answer. It was nice to know he had not lost his touch yet. Certainly, he agreed easily, I will make sure to give you a thorough lecture on the mechanisms behind it once we are less pressed for time. It is rare for you to express an interest in the theoretical aspects of my teachings. He was fully aware that this was not what the child had meant when he had asked him for being extra thorough. Yet, his deliberate misinterpretation of Naruto's words would hopefully teach the boy to be more careful with his wording. Not only actions had consequences, seemingly innocuous words had them as well, and they were about to enter a playing field where words were going to be the key weapon. He placed a hand on the child's shoulder. Now listen carefully. Shirsue had always thought he knew Naruto. He had been part of the unit that had secretly guarded him until he had entered the academy. Though he had joined Team Ku much later than the rest of his teammates and had spent a much shorter time with him, Shirsue had still watched Naruto's growth from the distance. His heart had gone out to the lonely boy who had wanted nothing more but to find a friend. Naruto's attempts, however, had always been foiled by outside interference. It was not exactly like the other kids had been told to stay away from him, but somehow the orphanage's matrons had always been on hand to stir him away from the others when he tried to join. If he wanted to go and play with the other kids at the swing, he had been handed wooden blocks instead and been sent off to the corner to play quietly. When he tried to join in on a game of ninja, someone had intervened and redirected him to the empty sandbox instead. At one point, the kids simply had stopped trying to reach out. Naruto had not grown up alone, but he had been isolated. Seeing him move out of the orphanage just before entering the academy had both relieved and worried him and his unit. It had relieved them because he had finally managed to leave the orphanage's cold care, and it had worried them because he would be living alone at the tender age of 4 years and 11 months. But they had been Anbu, they could only watch and guard him from the shadows, and their protection had been necessary in the beginning. Tempers had been running high, and not many people had been keen on having the Nine-Tails jailer among their midst. But after a while things had calmed down and Konoha's general consensus had become, if you pretend it does not exist, it doesn't. A faulty logic, but a welcome one. So Team Ku's workload had lessened, and they had continued watching as the lonely child developed a particularly brash attitude that had practically screamed, "Please notice me." It had broken Shirsue's heart because they had been there. They had noticed him, but they had been incapable of helping him because they were nothing more than silent, invisible guards. NBU were not supposed to be more than a dangerous whisper in the night. A cold and hidden blade unsheathed only at their Kage's demand. They could not move on their own. Then Naruto had entered the academy, and Team Ku had been reassigned. That had not stopped them from regularly checking in on him. At first, the reports about Naruto's performance had not been flattering. He had been called loud, brash, and idiotic. He will never become a shinobi, one of his teachers had even written below one report. Shisui had been depressed for days when he had secretly read that report. But suddenly, things had changed. Shisui still did not know what had triggered it, but Naruto had abruptly decided to apply himself. His brash attitude had subsided, and he had seemed so much more at peace with himself and his surroundings. The yearning look in his eyes was gone, and Naruto actually gave the impression of someone who knew he belonged. He watched in fascination as Naruto easily broke through the Senju Gate's protections, and wondered if this was the reason for the kid's sudden change. Had Naruto found his family? It would explain so much about his change in attitude. To someone like Naruto, who had never been part of something, it must have meant the world. Which reminded him just where the kid had led them to. He huffed in amusement. Of course, Naruto would be a part of this clan, and he apparently knew exactly where he was going. Shisui did not fail to notice that Naruto did not stop even once, but lead them with an assured confidence that spoke of the NTMT knowledge he had of this place. It was obvious he had been here before, more than once. He threw a glance at Itachi, and the knowing glint in his friend's eyes told him that he had reached a similar conclusion. His suspicion turned into certainty when Naruto marched up a small pathway to a tall building at the center of the area. Based on the position and size of the residence, Shisui guessed it had to be the main house belonging to the clan head's family. He was suddenly feeling apprehensive. Naruto, do you really think it's all right to go there? The kid turned around and grinned at him, looking completely unbothered and almost eager. Don't worry. You are with me, so it's fine. Well, that was a rather cryptic answer, but at least it confirmed Shisui's theory about Naruto's ancestry. The Senjuha? He smiled wryly and watched as Naruto effortlessly opened the door. So, this was where his Gigi had lived. Naruto's eyes moved rapidly over the decorations and furniture, futilely trying to take in everything at once. He just did not know where to look first. Everything seemed so interesting, and every time his gaze was drawn somewhere, something else caught his attention and he looked at that instead. It was just so overwhelming. A hand settled on his shoulder and a calm voice spoke up next to him. This is the main hall. During our clan's early days, it was utilized as an assembly room for conferences. While my father was still in charge, this spot also used to serve as a place where he felled judgment over our prisoners. Naruto shuddered as he eyed the intricate carvings on the wall. To think this would be the last thing people had seen before they had died. Your father sounds scary. The ghost laughed. It was not happy. My father was a cold man, unforgiving and set in his ways. He perceived my brother's dream as a weakness and punished him for it, and yet, it was that dream that became Hashirama's driving strength and forged him into the astounding and powerful man he should become known as. Naruto remembered the gentle smile Senju Hashirama had worn in his dream. I am watching over both of you now, he had said. It was hard to believe that someone like him had such a cold father. But then, he was Tobirama Gigi's father, too, and in his unbiased opinion his Gigi had turned out awesome enough. It seems, not only our clan likes to grandstand. Shisui's voice cut their conversation short. Look, Itachi, their main hall is almost as lavish as yours. Itachi rolled his eyes. Really, Shisui? This is the first thing you have to say. Shisui shrugged and turned towards Naruto. So I take it that this admittedly impressive hall was not what you wanted to show us? Naruto snickered, but stopped when he saw the light frown on the ghost's face. Nope. At least he did not think so. Where should I go? He inquired mentally. Step down the corridor to your right and open the third door on the left side. That is where you will find my study. Naruto pointed at the corridor the night aim had indicated. This way. Itachi had not known what to think when Naruto proposed the idea of involving the daimyo. He had already known that his young friend was more skilled than the rest of his age mates. He had proven himself as quite capable for his age, and Itachi had quickly discarded the idea of treating him like his brother, although he still felt an instinctual need to protect him. It had been a tough decision to continue their investigation after they had encountered the root agent, but they had admittedly been desperate to find anything that could have helped in getting Danzo off their backs. The more leverage they had against him, the better, and Itachi had been confident in his and Shirsue's skills. To be honest, he had not thought that Naruto would be able to contribute much, but Itachi had been proven wrong. Their teamwork had been excellent, and they had complemented each other in unexpected ways. Itachi did not know when his fondness for Naruto had turned into affection, but he would never forget the desperate look on Naruto's face when he had clung to them after they had nearly fallen into the death trap. It had sealed the deal. They had trusted him with their secret, and it seemed like he was repaying that trust by letting them in on his secret. He was admittedly quite touched. "This office," he asked as he inspected the portraits lining the wall, "who did it belong to?" Itachi had his suspicions, but he still wanted Naruto to confirm it. "Senju Tobirama," Naruto answered, and he sounded almost fond. Itachi turned around and saw Naruto and Shisui standing in front of the desk, an opened quartz box in front of them. He joined them and looked at the small item lying innocently on red brocade. It was the Senju sigil. Tobirama still remembered the days the clan's sigil had adorned the end of each official correspondence. He still remembered his brother's annoyed expression every time he had to make sure he did not smudge the ink while applying it. Hashirama had never enjoyed writing official letters. In fact, he had loathed it, and generally, it had been Tobirama's duty to revise his communications. Multiple times. Because his brother had kept on changing his amendments. The result had always been a logically empathetic letter written in a tone of unpretentious certainty. A perfect mix of their personalities. Tobirama looked at the child he secretly called his own and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Naruto," he began in a solemn voice. "The jade in front of you symbolizes the might of the Senju clan. Our numbers might have dwindled, but our name alone still carries enormous weight. Taking up this sigil means taking up the Senju clan's legacy and the responsibilities that come with it. A clan head has to make difficult decisions, and your actions are going to have far-reaching consequences. Consequences that will not only affect you, but everyone who depends on you." Tobirama picked up the seal with his free hand, too focused on his child to care about the surprised gasps his action elicited from the two Uchiha boys. His eyes met Naruto's, and he was pleased to see understanding in the boy's nervous but resolute eyes. If he had even seen the slightest sign of uncertainty, Tobirama would have reconsidered. No matter how useful the sigil was in their situation, his clan deserved a strong leader. It needed a strong leader, and it was his duty as their last head to find a suitable successor. Tobirama would never hand the jade over merely out of convenience. He would rather have preferred his clan to fall dormant than to entrust it to someone unsuitable. It was better if their legacy died out, instead of becoming polluted. Tobirama allowed a fracture of his power to fill the air to give credence to the importance of his impending action, never taking his gaze away from the child. He had seen stronger men falter in front of him, quivering at the sight of a single raised finger, and yet Naruto still looked into his eyes, unwavering and determined. Tobirama felt an unexpected surge of pride, and he squeezed Naruto's shoulder in both affection and approval. Then he lifted the hand holding the jade and began to speak the same traditional words his dying father had once given to his brother. "I am Senju Tobirama, head of the Senju clan. I am standing in front of you, Uzumaki Naruto, on this memorable day. I have watched. I have judged, and I have deemed you worthy. I entrust to you, my chosen heir, the sigil of the Senju, the power of our clan." Tobirama paused for a fraction of a second, remembering the rest of the ritualistic phrase, and seamlessly skipped to the very end of it. "May it prosper under your rule." It was both a strange and an eerie picture, and yet, it was incredibly powerful. the intensity of the moment even furthered by the subtle but strong energy saturating the air. Shui shivered as he stared at the hovering jade and the young boy standing in front of it, unfazed by the silent, suppressing power. He knew chakra could do some strange things, but he had never heard of a clan insignia flying towards someone out of its own volition. It almost seemed as if the jade was eager to greet Naruto. Shui was now utterly convinced of his friend's ancestry. Naruto's back straightened. Shui did not know why, but he was suddenly reminded of the way Itachi usually behaved around his father during formal occasions. His impression was even furthered when Naruto's hand closed around the sigil. "I swear I will not disappoint you." The conviction and solemnity in Naruto's voice was startling and more than uncommon for someone his age. Shui followed Naruto's line of sight, wondering what had inspired his friend's fervent words. His gaze fell on the picture hanging on the opposite wall. The Shodai Hokage was looking back at him. Naruto was making a vow to the first? How interesting. Tobirama felt another wave of fondness at Naruto's words. "I know you won't," he answered. "I would not have chosen you if I had no faith in you." He placed his hand on Naruto's other shoulder. "You are now the head of the Senju clan. No. You will not be able to keep this status a secret for long. Once it becomes common knowledge, you might become a target for my and my brother's old enemies. There is a storm ahead of us, and you are not yet strong enough to weather it. I will remedy this, now even more so than before. It will be cruel and harsh, but ultimately, your suffering will breed strength. Are you ready?" Naruto's mental answer was firm. "I am." Tobirama smiled. It was grim. "I appreciate the benefits of having the Senju name to our cause." Itachi's voice suddenly cut in, "But are you sure you wish to do this? The magnitude of the task you are taking up is to be underestimated." Naruto smiled at him, touched by the concern in his voice. "I know. But if I can help you this way, I'll do it." For a moment Itachi simply regarded him silently before he inclined his head in acceptance and appreciation. "In this case, it appears congratulations are in order." "Yep," Shui agreed and bowed in exaggeration. "Congratulations, Senju-sama. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you on winning countless hours of meetings, headaches, and paperwork." Then he became serious again. "Being a clan head is not easy and you are very young. We are not privy to your clan's customs, but we will help you any way we can. Itachi can probably teach you a thing or two too." Itachi nodded. "I will succeed my father one day, therefore, I am well versed in many duties and customs." Naruto grinned brightly at his friends. "Thanks, I would really appreciate it." Itachi inclined his head. "Of course." He glanced out of the window. "The sun is rising. If this is everything you wish to show us, I suggest we bring the evidence to the Hokage soon." Shui followed his gaze and agreed. Naruto nodded in agreement. "We can leave everything we don't need here. There's probably no safer place inside Konoha. Tobi, the Naidame was the one who sealed this house." Naruto silently cursed himself for almost speaking of his Gigi in a familiar way. He was sure his friends had noticed his slip of tongue. It had been a rather obvious one. Usually, he was very careful about keeping any relation to the second secret, but he was getting rather relaxed around his friends. He glanced at Tobirama. The ghostly companion was only frowning mildly, looking more exasperated than angry. Naruto was relieved. "A secure place, indeed," Itachi replied, tactfully ignoring Naruto's little slip-up. "The Naidame's sealing expertise is well known." Naruto noticed that his Gigi looked rather pleased. "He's the best," he agreed enthusiastically, and brushed slightly against the man's side. Shui snickered and Naruto huffed. "What's so funny?" "You sounded just like Sasuke when he's talking about Itachi." His friend finally managed to get out between two laughing fits. Itachi glared at him. "Not amusing, Shui." Shui flashed him a bright grin. "But it is," he disagreed. Tobirama sighed. "May I remind you that you still have to visit Hiruzen, and that you have 2 captives you ought to decide how to deal with?" Naruto slapped his forehead, immediately drawing his friend's attention. "The prisoners." Itachi and Shisui froze and instantly stopped their bantering, their gazes falling on the prisoner's scroll. Yes, Tobirama replied somewhat sarcastically, the prisoners. I strongly recommend that you do not hand over both of them. In fact, I would suggest you detain the woman since she was aware of the second operative, unlike the man you had captured first. Please relay this. It might be useful to keep one of them to further convince the daimyo. Naruto complied. His friends exchanged one of their silent but profound looks and nodded. Do you have cells here? Shisui inquired. Naruto mirrored Tobirama's curt nod. This way. They left the building. Behind a mighty sakura tree, a little slug stopped its happy nibbling on a delicious clover and stared intently at the jade in Naruto's hand. GG. Naruto asked as he followed the ghost down the path. Can you tell me more about the Senju clan sometime? Or your time in general? For a long moment, his companion remained quiet, and Naruto wondered if he had said something wrong. Then he felt a distant flash of pleased surprise mixed with fondness and nostalgia vibrating through his mind. It was foreign and yet familiar. It reminded him of Tobirama GG. Did he just feel his GG's emotion? Did you feel that? He asked mentally. Feel what? The ghost responded, and turned around to regard him critically. You were surprised and pleased. I felt it. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. You did? How interesting. Perhaps this is another aspect of our newly formed bond. An avenue we need to explore later. For now, we have arrived. Naruto looked at the building in front of him. It was inconspicuous, save for the high walls surrounding the yards. Power was vibrating through the air. The chakra residue is strong here, Itachi commented. Seals. Naruto saw that he had activated his Sharingan. The Senju compound is filled with seals, Naruto relayed Tobirama's answer. Most of them have been placed by either the Naidame or the one he had learnt the art from. Uzumaki Mito. The Shodai's wife. Uzumaki. Itachi repeated, and fixed him with an interested look. My mother's clan, Naruto replied, a soft smile on his lips. They were well known for their sealing abilities. Then you are descended from 2 clans? Naruto shrugged. I guess. This is the prison, by the way. He pointed at the building. Itachi nodded. Good, he paused before adding. I believe this would be the perfect opportunity for you to learn how to weave. Naruto blinked. Weave? As it turned out, Itachi had not wanted him to learn a new handicraft. He ignored the still laughing Shisui and the highly amused ghost in favor of following Itachi's instructions. Itachi had been tactful enough to laugh only once when Naruto had inquired bemusedly if they needed to buy some weaving looms. Apparently, weaving had a different meaning in ANBU language and referred to the difficult process of preparing a prisoner for interrogation rather than to the practice of producing clothes. Naruto huffed. Just how was he supposed to know that? He just thought Itachi wanted to share his hobby with him. Still, he kind of understood where they were coming from. Some knots he had to do seemed rather complex. He sighed in relief when Itachi finally nodded in approval and stepped away from the still unconscious woman. Behind them, Shisui was still snickering about weird hobbies and supportive friends. To say that the Hokage's secretary was startled when she saw the 3 grim and disheveled shinobi appearing in front of her would be an understatement. Her surprise grew even further when she recognized 2 of the figures as the Uchiha prodigies and the third as the Uzumaki kid who used to hang around the Hokage but had not been there for quite some time. Uchiha Shisui nodded once, but turned towards the empty air instead of addressing her. We have to make an emergency report. Code NSC 5. Almost immediately, a masked NBU materialized in front of them and spoke quietly into his radio. The office doors opened and the last thing the secretary heard was the ANBU announcing, Jounin Uchiha Shisui, Chunin Uchiha Itachi and Genin Uzumaki Naruto have arrived to give an emergency report. Then the ornate doors closed behind them and the secrecy wards went up. Code NSC 5. The National Security Emergency Code was not something that could be activated lightly. Invoking it usually meant exigent circumstances had arisen. The number 5 was indicating that it was an internal threat, and classifying the report as S implied that the nature of the report was extremely sensitive. It was enough to put everyone on edge. But what was downright alarming was that Naruto was involved. This fact alone gave the incoming report a priority equal to an incoming enemy attack and demanded immediate and undivided attention. That was why Shikaku instantly stopped his report and yielded the floor to the newcomers. They looked as if they had just crawled out of some dusty hole, but Shikaku was not interested in their appearance, but rather in the way they carried themselves. It was more than obvious that they were close. Shikaku could see the trust in each of their movements, in the casual way they breached the other's personal spaces and the total ease in their body language when they brushed against each other. There was a confidence and purposeful certainty in their movements that belied their age. They made a strange yet fitting picture. Uchiha Shursui, graduated at age 6, made a name for himself during the Third Shinobi War. Uchiha Itachi, graduated at age 7, Konoha's youngest ANBU captain. Uzumaki Naruto, graduated at age 6, jailer of the Nine Tails and capable of making countless shadow clones. 3 extraordinary children. All of them prodigies in their own right. It was both baffling and unsurprising that they had found each other. But was even more fascinating was the formation they had unconsciously taken. One would have expected the 2 older boys to take a protective stance to shield their weakest member. But they hadn't. Instead, they had fallen into a pattern that many tightly knit ANBU units used. One that implied the confidence they had in each other's ability to protect their backs. There were considerable gaps in their ages and ranks, and yet the 2 older and more experienced Uchiha were seeing Uzumaki Naruto as an equal. The slight glint in the Hokage's eyes told him that he had come to a similar conclusion. Report. Uchiha Itachi bowed and stepped forward. Yesterday, around 11 p.m., we found one of Orochimaru's laboratories. The third almost dropped his pipe. Shikaku froze. They had found what? As if receiving an invisible cue, Uzumaki Naruto pulled a scroll out of his bag and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. The young ANBU captain received it and presented it to the third. We have found evidence that Shimura Danzo worked with Orochimaru to artificially create Sharingan eyes. The third dropped his pipe. Shikaku cursed. This would be a long day. Orochimaru. Sometimes Hiruzen was not sure which of them was the bigger mistake. It was if these 2 solely existed to give him a headache. A traitorous student, and Hiruzen was not even sure what Danzo was anymore. A traitor? The word left a sour taste in his mouth. A friend taking the wrong path? It did not feel right either. He was getting far too old for this. If only Minato had lived. He sighed and looked at the children in front of him. What happened? To his surprise, Naruto was the one who answered. Yesterday afternoon, Shursui and I wanted to eat dango with Itachi. But the people on the street were glaring at us. It made me uncomfortable. So, I took them to the southern end of the town. There is an abandoned store unit I found. I thought we would be unbothered there. The Hokage felt a pang of guilt. To think that Naruto was so uncomfortable in his own village that he had to hide in some abandoned hut just to meet with his friends. Minato would be appalled. We found a sealed entry. There, Uchiha Itachi continued, we thought it led to a cellar, so Naruto unsealed it. The third blinked. Naruto did what? He looked at the young boy, who shrugged. It was a simple barrier array. Not really difficult. A simple barrier array? Not difficult? Hiruzen was torn between amusement and disbelief. Amusement because Naruto had just sounded like Minato, and disbelief because he was sure nobody had taught the child sealing yet. You know Fuinjutsu? How? I have given him a book, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shursui cut in. My ancestor, Kagami, has learnt a bit from the Nidaime Hokage and left some notes. I gave it to Naruto when he expressed his interest after hearing about it during training. The third raised an eyebrow. This is very generous of you. The Jounin grinned. Well, I have to support my little brother. Hiruzen felt his face soften slightly. Indeed. But he was slightly worried. Fuinjutsu was a dangerous discipline and nothing to experiment with. I have to implore you to be careful, Naruto. Do not experiment on your own. I'll stick closely to the instructions, Naruto replied. He sounded uncharacteristically serious. When had this child grown so much? He sighed. Very well. What happened after that? We discovered an empty tunnel, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi continued. We followed it and reached another room with a secret passage. It was open, so we assumed we had simply found another entry to Konoha's emergency escape tunnels. The third inclined his head. Konoha's underground network was rather extensive. Most of the important buildings were connected to it to ensure a quick evacuation in case of an emergency and to move supplies and troops across Konoha without coming under fire. It was the duty of the ANBU to secure it. It was not far off to assume that a storage unit would be connected to it, too. We assumed wrongly. Uchiha Itachi's face took a grim expression, and the Hokage realized they were reaching the critical part. Because what we found was a door that looked like the entry to a laboratory. An underground laboratory. Shikaku furrowed his brows. He had been part of the underground purge that had followed Orochimaru's treachery. A special task force had been gathered to sweep the escape tunnels. They had discovered 12 unauthorized secret passages and 3 laboratories filled with questionable experiments. The forensic and research department was still trying to decipher their usage. After the search had been concluded, the underground network had been officially labeled clean, but apparently they had missed something substantial. Shikaku was not surprised. He had always doubted the verdict, but the Hokage had been quick to believe Danzo's words. But now it seemed like his suspicion had been justified. This was one of these times he hated having his thought proven true. In front of him, Uchiha Itachi stopped in his explanation and Uzumaki Naruto seamlessly continued from where he had left off. There was a seal for noise cancellation on the door. I did not get around to getting a closer look, but I am sure it was part of a secrecy barrier. The third's face darkened. Are you certain? Naruto nodded. Yes, I am. Shikaku almost smiled at the boy's tone. The fourth had used the exact same one when someone had questioned his sealing abilities. It was a strange mixture of certainty, nonchalance, and something that Shikaku had jokingly called the Namikaze presence. It was the ability to make your conversation partner feel inadequate by sheer accident. The third's lips twitched. Undoubtedly, he was thinking along the same lines. I see. Proceed with your report. Uchiha Shursui stepped forward to heed the order. We decided to investigate. The third was displeased. With a genin among you? He asked sharply. Uchiha Shursui did not twitch under his warning gaze. Naruto was worried that he had overlooked a proximity trigger, so we decided it would be best to investigate before the owner of the lab was notified of our presence and had the chance to remove potential evidence. Between Itachi and me, Naruto was completely safe at any point of time. Besides, Naruto has not hindered us once, but rather proven himself to be a vital asset, Hokage-sama. We trust in his skills, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi agreed evenly, and his judgment. The Hokage's eyebrows shot up. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were among the best Konoha had to offer. Especially, the young Itachi was known for having high standards. For him to say that he trusted in Naruto's skills and his intellect was high praise. The third felt a distant sort of pride. Naruto would become someone great someday. Like his parents had been. They would be proud of him. He knew he was. Still, he was not pleased about the child being put in danger so soon. But now was not the right moment to discuss this. They had more pressing matters to consider. Continue. The 3 boys exchanged short, grim looks. We went in, Uchiha Itachi finally replied, and we found eyes. Countless deformed Sharingan eyes. The Hokage rubbed the bridge of his nose. And how do you know Danzo and Orochimaru are involved? He asked tiredly. Uchiha Itachi pointed at the scroll on his desk. We found files and a root agent guarding the laboratory. Uchiha Shursui placed a prisoner scroll next to the storage scroll. The third sighed deeply. Very well. Shikaku, please go and get Ibiki. After this, we need to gather a unit to search the laboratory as quickly as possible. The 3 of us offer our services, Hokage-sama. The Hokage looked at Uchiha Shursui. I will gladly have you and Itachi, but Naruto. He is needed to undo the camouflage array he placed on the door, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi interjected. We will not be able to find the door without him. The Hokage was stumped. Naruto was even capable of making camouflage arrays? Just how much had he missed? He sighed. Very well. You three will be part of it. I trust you. We'll look after Naruto. Of course, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi agreed easily. Had the third not known that Itachi was a respectful and obedient shinobi, he could have sworn that the child had just scoffed at him. Shoving that ridiculous thought away, he stood from his chair and walked around to look at the three children. Jounin Uchiha Shursui, Chunin Uchiha Itachi, Genin Uzumaki Naruto, you have done your village a great service. Your discovery will go down in your records as a S-rank mission, and you will be paid appropriately. I am placing a GG order on everyone involved in this. This matter will not be spoken off outside this room. Is that clear? He received 4, yes, Hokage-sama, from the assembled shinobi. Good. You may rest now. I will call you once I have looked through this. Yes, Hokage-sama, the children replied again and bowed in unison. Tobirama scrutinized his former student. Hiruzen seemed tired and weary. It was more than obvious that he was looking at a man way past his prime. There was hardly anything left of the young and determined man he had once been. Time had clearly left its marks on him. Tobirama watched as an aged hand thumbed through the files and caught himself developing a faint, yet foolish hope that, perhaps, there was still some resolve left in the man he had once made his successor. On the surface, the third's face was unreadable. But Tobirama knew his student. He could still read him like an open book, and that was why he could clearly see the churning emotions flashing through his student's eyes. Disappointment, wariness, sadness, and disbelief were warring for dominance. In the end, his gaze dulled, and Tobirama recognized the look as the one he had often seen on the faces of his defeated enemies. Resignation. This was the moment Tobirama was forced to accept what he had already known. Hiruzen had lost the will of fire. He turned away. Behind the Hokage's desk, the ever-watchful picture of Senju Tobirama wavered, and a crack appeared between protective red eyes. As the new day dawned behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left alone with the proof of his friend's treachery and the shattered portrait of the Naidame Hokage. A lone figure stood at the very edge of a shimmering void, avidly watching the blurred images moving in a distance far beyond a mortal's reach. His face was set in an expression of fond gentleness, and his eyes were glimmering with the unmistakable glow of pride. His posture was calm and relaxed, and he did not even twitch when the sudden appearance of a dark, looming presence silenced the area around him. You are spending quite a lot of time on the verge of these plains, Senju Hashirama. Does it not pain you to watch from afar? Hashirama never took his eyes from the softly gleaming void in front of him, and mutely shook his head. I enjoy seeing their happiness. The slowly strengthening bond forming between them delights my heart. The presence behind him darkened, and a spark of coldness spiked through the air. The living you are watching over violated the laws of this world. Their souls will never enter these plains. The child and your brother will face judgment for their crimes. Hashirama remained unconcerned. You may be the warden of this realm, Shinigami-sama, but even you have to bow to a higher power. The great eyes have been lost. I bow to no one. The dark presence twisted in indignant fury. The ghostly figure of Senju Hashirama stayed silent. There was nothing left to say. He would protect his family. Through life. Through death. And beyond. When he woke up, he was alone. Alone in a wide, open void. Everything was white. Then the colors emerged. One after the other, gradually fading in. First, they were just blurred, overlapping dots. But the longer he stayed, the clearer the dots became. Until he could finally see something like slowly sharpening outlines. The details emerged after. Shades, contours, shadows. He could see them all. Next, the words returned. First came the colors. Green, blue, red, yellow. Then the names of the shapes they solidified in. Circle, rectangle, cylinder, square, triangle. The objects arrived next, followed by the abstract concept of intangibility. Then it appeared. The perception of being. The understanding of the word I. And with this understanding, emotions returned, and they brought memories with them. And suddenly he remembered. He remembered everything. His name. His dream. His life. His death. Driven by a desperate urge to find something familiar, he wandered around aimlessly. Until he found him. His friend. His confidant. But he quickly realized that something was wrong with him. His friend had changed. He had lost his way. He had lost his kindness. He had lost sight of the true goal they had been fighting for. He wanted him to stop walking this path. He wanted him to remember. He wanted him to return to his true self. But he could do nothing. He was helpless. He could only watch. Only stand by as his friend was swallowed by darkness. As he walked further down the wrong path, falling for the deceitful whispers of a false promise. He tried to reach out, but he remained unheard. His voice was a silent scream into the void. Nobody heard him. He did not even hear himself. But he still screamed his warnings. For days. For nights. But nobody listened. Nobody could listen. But then he heard whispers about him. Through the souls that meandered too close to the veil. Through the man standing at the very verge of the beyond, surrounded by the power of nature and creation. He had a chance. If he could find him. The one who could hear him. The only one. So he watched. So he waited. And finally he knew where to go. Tobirama had never been one to waste time. Especially not when it came to threats to the village's security. When Hiruzen failed to call for them after a few days had passed, he had immediately set out to investigate the current daimyo. What he had seen had not impressed him. He had watched the man for days. From as much as he had seen, the current daimyo was not a man who could be described as decisive. Quite the contrary. The man was fickle and prone to change his mind. He was content with the status quo and easily impressed. He was not a man Tobirama would willingly interact with. People like him were easily swayed by nice words and never firm in their decisions. They could not be trusted to make the right judgment. Tobirama disliked this kind of personality. It lacked strength and willpower. People like this were unreliable and untrustworthy, but also very predictable in their unpredictability. That made them both difficult and easy to deal with. All you needed was a sufficient display of strength to sway them to your side, and if Tobirama had one thing, it was strength and intelligence. He returned to Konoha, confident that his child would be able to deal with the man. He would make sure of it. In response to the current happenings, Naruto's training intensified. It seemed like both Tobirama and his two older friends had independently decided that he urgently needed to elevate his skills. Between them and Team Ku, Naruto hardly had any time to relax. Which was why he had been forced to make a more or less generous use of the shadow clone technique. Just like he was doing it now. While one clone was busy listening to Itachi's lecture about proper behavior for clan heads, a second one studied the water whip under Tobirama's watchful eye and a third pored over the second's sealing notes. The real Naruto, however, was busy with Team Ku. Lion had decided on putting him through advanced training today. This was the reason Naruto was currently running over a frozen river, trying to keep a leaf on his forehead while doing his best not to make the ice crack. But of course, this exercise did not end here. It went even further than that simple chakra control, Lion's words, not Naruto's, because in his opinion this exercise was already difficult enough this way. But apparently his teammates had a different definition for difficult. Naruto grumbled as he barely dodged a snowball Badger had just thrown at him and quickly flickered out of the way of Owl's snowy projectile. He grinned proudly at his evasive maneuver and promptly missed Parrot's snowball hitting him from behind. Naruto lost his concentration and stumbled. The ice cracked and he tumbled over. But before he hit the icy ground, he was suddenly wrapped tightly in something warm and fluffy and lifted into the air. Naruto wriggled in the strong grip and tried to get rid of the warm thing, but a determined hand tucked him even deeper into the warm cloth. "Calm, kid, you almost fell in." Naruto stopped struggling and looked up to see who had caught him. It was the same dog-masked Anbu who had handed him the tomato basket. And now the man had appeared out of nowhere and wrapped him into a thick blanket. An orange blanket. With paw prints. "Be careful," the man told him gruffly. He patted Naruto awkwardly on his head, adjusted the blanket, and vanished before Naruto could thank him. Naruto was left to stand on the frozen grass, looking like a gigantic fluffy cocoon and wondering, not for the first time, just who that dog mask was. Behind him, Team Ku roared with laughter. Naruto glared at them. "Stop laughing and help me out of this. I can't move." They only laughed harder. After a highly amused owl had freed Naruto from his cuddly prison, Lion called an end to today's training. Badger immediately stalked over and threw his arm around Naruto's shoulder. "Sue, a little birdie told me you, Owl and Weasel got some action together." Parrot appeared next to them and ruffled Naruto's hair. "Our little hair here is growing into a big bunny." "Yup," Badger agreed and turned his masked face towards Naruto. "So, you made friends with Weasel, eh?" "Well, I guess that guy is okay, even if he is a bit stiff sometimes." Naruto bristled. "He's not stiff. He's awesome, and he makes really mean jokes." If a mask could show an expression, then Badger and Parrot would certainly have looked like the epitomes of disbelief. "He is a mean one," Owl corrected him easily and dropped the blanket over Naruto's head. Naruto let out a displeased hiss and tried to dislodge the fluffy thing from his head. It was a futile effort, since he was still trapped against Badger's side. "He's not mean. You're mean. Now get this off me, or I'll hide all your cookies." There was a moment of silence, then Parrot let out a low, impressed whistle. "Wow. That's a hardcore threat if I ever heard one." "Hair is really growing up," Badger agreed. "He can make threats now." He sounded happy and strangely teary. The blanket was ripped off his head and Naruto found himself looking into Owl's serious eyes. "Hair," he began slowly, "has someone told you that you are really scary?" Naruto scoffed. Lion simply rolled his eyes at his team's antics. "Terrifying and indeed." And then he wrapped Naruto into the blanket. It was hilarious. Shursui finished his tale during dinner later that day, waving his arms to emphasize his point. A noodle slipped from his chopstick, and Naruto's hand snapped forward to snatch it before it hit the ground. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Naruto shrugged, looking completely unrepentant, and munched happily on his catch. "It is a terrible crime to waste ramen." Shursui snorted. Itachi rolled his eyes and chewed thoughtfully on his noodle. It seemed like Hatake Kakashi was making some headway in showing open care for his younger brother. As an older brother himself, he thoroughly approved of the man's actions. If Sasuke had been about to fall into an icy river, he would not have acted differently. Although he threw a contemplative look at his younger friend, unlike Sasuke, Naruto would probably have been able to stop his fall by himself. "Who is this guy, anyway?" Naruto demanded to know and stopped in his inhaling. His third bowl to ask his question. "I mean, he gives me these strange things and then runs off." A valid question, Itachi conceded. He would have been quite intrigued about this kind of behavior, too. Itachi pondered whether he should answer or not. ANBU's identities were supposed to be a secret. Leaking their names, a heavy crime. It was strange. Itachi had always prided himself on his secrecy and integrity, dutifully keeping every secret close to his heart, always ready to die to keep it. But somehow, he wasn't concerned with these trifling things anymore. What was revealing an ANBU's identity to a trusted person in comparison to their plan to go behind the Hokage's back? Nothing. What was going behind the Hokage's back in comparison to keeping his family, to keeping Sasuke alive? Nothing. Itachi's mind was set. For those he loved, he was ready to become a traitor. His name is Hatake Kakashi. Shursui threw him a sharp look that softened when Itachi looked back evenly. Itachi was sure that he had just seen a hint of happy pride in Shursui's eyes. "Hatake Kakashi, Naruto repeated after he swallowed his bite. Itachi was slightly surprised by Naruto's table manners. For someone who had grown up on his own, he was unexpectedly well-mannered. It was one of the many puzzles that surrounded the child named Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi was curious. Very much so. But he had no intention to pry. Naruto was their friend. He had seen the truth in the young boy's eyes. That was enough for him. No matter how much he wanted to know. Itachi would wait until his friend was ready to confide in them. He shook his head as said friend yelled for his fourth bowl of ramen and absently relocated a small stray slug from the back of Naruto's chair to a nearby flower pot. It was after dinner when they congregated in the Senju compound that Shursui offered a suggestion. I've been thinking. I hope you did not hurt yourself, Itachi commented drily and lowered the document he had been studying. Naruto snickered over his sealing book. Shursui ignored Itachi's comment with practiced ease. I've been thinking, he repeated, completely undeterred. So, we are a team now, right? I guess so? Naruto offered and bookmarked the page to look at his older friend. Of course, Itachi agreed, carefully filing the document away. Although, the term accomplices would probably be even more fitting at this point. Shursui waved him off. Semantics. Itachi twitched at the terrible word mix-up. Semantics, Shursui. It's semantics. Do you require a dictionary? There's one on the shelf next to the door. Third row, Naruto supplied helpfully. Shursui threw a cushion at him. Naruto dodged it easily. Semantics, Shursui repeated, throwing a pointed look at Itachi. Anyway, since we are a team, we should give ourselves a nice name, too. Itachi rolled his eyes at the blatant provocation attempt and raised an eyebrow. A name? Shursui nodded emphatically. Every cool unit needs a name, and we are now Konoha's secret peacekeepers. So, we need a name. Itachi rolled his eyes. You read too many comics. Fine, what do you suggest? 2.5 animals? Itachi, Naruto and an invisible Tobirama stared wordlessly at Shursui. Because of Embu, the oldest Uchiha elaborated slowly. Animals, you know? They just kept staring silently. The peacekeepers? Unimpressed silence. Awesome 3. More silence. Terrifying trio? No answer. Team 7? Because of this 7 times rebirth thing. Their stares turned incredulous. Dango gang? Itachi's left eyebrow twitched. Ramen 3. Naruto perked up, but Itachi shot him a very unmistakable no way. Naruto sighed in disappointment. Tobirama looked relieved. Shursui crossed his arms in front of his chest. If you don't like my names, then suggest something else, he demanded indignantly. Tobirama threw a look at the 3 children and remembered the one goal they all wanted to accomplish. The one thing that connected them. The one thing that had united them. Their wish for peace. He whispered his choice. Naruto beamed as he echoed the name. Itachi smiled. Shursui grinned. They agreed. Haiwa no Kyudai. The Brothers of Peace. It was fitting. None of the children knew that their random decision would have far-reaching consequences one day. All they knew was that this small act of naming themselves had brought them even closer than before. Tobirama kept a keen eye on the running boy. Naruto's speed had improved even further, but it was still far from the goal Tobirama had set for him. Of course, Naruto had long surpassed his peers by now and was quickly approaching the skill level of an average chunin, but this was not the purpose of their training. Their goal was higher. Much higher. They were not preparing for an exam. They were preparing for war. The orange-masked man flashed through Tobirama's mind, quickly followed by Danzo's face. Naruto needed to improve even faster. His face hardened. You are too slow, he admonished the child. Take a 5-minute break and then try again. I expect you to run this course in less than 3 minutes. For each time you underperform, I will be taking your ramen privileges for 2 weeks. As always, his threat seemed to work. Naruto's head whipped in his direction. He looked practically scandalized. I'll do it, the boy immediately declared. His face was filled with determination. I am not losing my ramen. Tobirama remained unmoved. Keep your emotions under control, he reminded the agitated child sharply. If you get provoked so easily, you will lose your focus and die. Your chakra is fluctuating. Sit down and meditate. If I see you move, your ramen privileges will be gone for a month. Naruto froze, eyed the patches of melting snow indicating the approaching end of the cold season, and threw a pleading look at him. Tobirama simply crossed his arms and stared at the reluctant child. He watched as Naruto grumpily lowered himself on the wet green. Circulate your chakra to keep yourself warm, he ordered the child. Keep the flow steady and your aura to a minimum. Do not move. Do not speak. It was an uncomfortable exercise, but it served well as an endurance training. At least it was better than the training he had to endure as a child. Tobirama would never forget the hours he had spent under the cold waterfall during freezing autumn nights. Hashirama and he had been forced to stand unmoving while their father had guarded them from his place by the sizzling campfire. Do not move. Do not speak, had been an iron rule. Drenched and shivering, time had stretched endlessly. The cold had been terrible. The icy water had prickled on his skin like frozen needles, even though his chakra had kept him warm inside. Tobirama still remembered that he and his brother had allowed the back of their hands to touch whenever their father had averted his gaze for a moment. The fleeting brush of skin on skin had been a brief moment of solace. A reminder that they were not alone. Tobirama had hated this exercise, and the idea of putting the small child in his care through the same ordeal repulsed him. Especially since Naruto would be completely alone with him. Tobirama was not his father. He had his own methods. And he would be as gentle as possible and as harsh as necessary. Not for the first time, Tobirama wondered if his death had not mellowed him out. He did not remember being so considerate before. But then again, he had always been especially protective of his family, and the circumstances had been different during his lifetime. He shook his head. There was no time for reminiscence. Tobirama looked from the evenly breathing child to the clone practicing the water shield. Sway Jun. The shield was still rather small, but grew slightly in size every time he tried. But it was not yet strong enough to withstand the water whip the second clone was using against it. Reduce the attack force. Try to match the strength of the current shield, while simultaneously improving your shield strength. This way, you will gain a more profound understanding of power levels and improve your mastery over this jutsu. Yes, Sensei, the clones answered in unison. Tobirama had not told him to do it, but the child had returned to calling him teacher whenever he was training him. He supposed it was Naruto's way of differentiating between the strict teacher and his parental figure. Tobirama approved of his method. He understood where the child was coming from. It had not been easy for him to call his father intimately while he had put him through a gruesome training. He had tried calling him Shursho once, but his father had strongly disapproved. According to him, he had only fulfilled his fatherly duties. He turned his attention back to the mediating original. Naruto's breath was even and his chakra still a steady flow. He was pleased. The child had come a long way. It was early afternoon when Naruto collapsed on the chair behind the clan head's desk, worn and exhausted from his trying training. He did not have to wait long before he was joined by his older friends. Shursui appeared first, looking almost as exhausted as Naruto felt. He carelessly threw his bag down and flopped on the couch. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Naruto threw him a concerned look. Everything okay? Shursui blinked tiredly at him and hummed slightly. Let's wait for Itachi. Then I don't have to explain twice. Okay. Naruto opened his drawer and threw a bag of cookies at Shursui, who snatched it deftly out of the air. Thanks. Naruto watched in amusement as Shursui ripped the package open and proceeded to munch himself happily through his treat. He had already finished half of the bag when Itachi arrived. The Uchiha heir seemed uncharacteristically annoyed, and his lips were set in a hard line. Naruto immediately shoved a box of freshly bought dango into his hands before he opened his takeaway ramen. There was a moment of silence as everyone indulged in their favorite food. Then Shursui sighed and put his bag down. Naruto, Itachi and Tobirama instantly focused on him. The clan is getting very pushy, Shursui informed them grimly. They demand that I keep a closer eye on you, Itachi. Your lack of attendance during their meetings annoys them, to put it mildly. They have given me a deadline. I have 3 months to get substantial proof that you are still loyal to our clan, and not, I quote, in the Hokage's pocket. If I fail, they will set someone else on you and I fear. The atmosphere darkened, and the silence hung heavily between them. Naruto threw a worried look at Itachi. Substantial proof, he repeated. Shursui nodded. Itachi was quiet. Naruto wondered what he was thinking. Was he worried? Nervous? His face gave nothing away. When he wanted, Itachi could be almost as expressionless as Tobirama. It appears, Itachi finally said in a quiet voice, that today is a day of dire news. I have been approached by Danzo. Naruto put his empty ramen box down and leaned forward. Next to him, his Gigi's presence solidified. Naruto could practically feel the sharp attention emitting from the ghost. Naruto did not have to look at him to know that the man was piercing Itachi with his intelligent, dissecting gaze. What happened? Shisui demanded. Itachi first caught Shisui's, then Naruto's gaze. He was not very talkative, but he said that I would receive a chance to prove my loyalty towards Konoha very soon. Shisui stiffened. I do not like this development. Tobirama's voice sounded inside his mind. Uchiha Itachi is the heir of the clan, planning a coup d'etat. It would take something very radical to prove that he is not a traitor. Naruto frowned. Radical? Like what? Tobirama was quiet for a moment before answering. Like eradicating the source of treason. He sounded grave. Naruto froze. His face went white in horror. Eradicating the source of treason? This is just a possibility, right? It does not mean that Itachi has to. Tobirama did not answer. GG. Naruto's mental voice sounded panicked. When Tobirama finally replied, his tone was placid and analytical. Your friend Shisui told us that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated if the coup could not be stopped. Both of your friends are part of the Uchiha clan. One of them is the heir. The other one, his best friend. If the Uchiha clan dies, your friends will die too. The only way for them to avoid this fate is to prove their loyalty towards Konoha. Like I said before, one way, the only way, considering the time restraints we are operating under, to prove themselves, is to eradicate the threat themselves. If we look at these facts, possibility becomes high probability. Naruto swallowed. His gaze fell on Itachi. This is cruel. He suddenly blurted out, furious on his friend's behalf. They are your family. They can't demand that you kill your family. It's wrong. Shisui's head whipped in his direction, and Itachi raised an eyebrow. He did not appear too surprised. How did you come to this conclusion? You are the clan heir, Naruto summarized Tobirama's reasoning. Itachi exchanged a darkly amused look with Shisui. Shisui shook his head. Naruto thought his expression looked like a strange mixture between sadness, anger, and the "it's not what I should have expected" that look he sometimes had when Naruto did something out of the norm. It was Shisui's equivalent to Itachi's flat, "I don't bother even more" expression he adapted on such occasions. Konoha is a military dictatorship, Itachi reminded him. There was something hard in his gaze. It was the same steely look Naruto had seen on Itachi's face when they had found Orochimaru's laboratory. In the end, all of us are soldiers who have to obey. Shisui snorted. It sounded derisive. We cannot afford to lose more time, Tobirama commented, effectively stopping Naruto's rant before it even began. Has the prisoner talked yet? Naruto swallowed his former words and relayed the question. Shisui's face darkened even further. About that. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a piece of paper. The agent has this seal on her tongue. We believe it prevents her from talking. She freezes up every time Danzo or Root is mentioned. Naruto accepted the paper. Tobirama stepped next to him to examine the seal. How accurate is this? Naruto asked. Shisui grimaced. Very accurate. Itachi drew it while I held the tongue. Naruto snickered at his displeased face and tried to picture the scene. Even in his head, it looked hilarious. Next to him, Tobirama shifted, and the man's lips set into a thin line. Naruto, what do you see? Naruto looked at the paper. This part here reminds me of a secrecy seal and this. He frowned. Stasis? Almost, Tobirama replied. It is restriction. So, it restricts you if you want to talk? Naruto inquired. Yes, Tobirama confirmed. Seals that cause reactions like the ones your friend just described are usually tied to the seal maker's chakra signature. Typically, they lay dormant and only activate when certain conditions are met. For example, if a certain word is mentioned or a specific action is performed. These seals are especially dangerous since they are intent-based. The seal maker's will is stored inside his chakra the moment the seal gets activated. As long as the seal maker lives, the seal will react to his will. But once he dies, the will evaporates, and the seal dissolves. Then how can this kind of seal be broken? Naruto was curious. They had not covered intent-based seals before. Tobirama smiled grimly. Through the seal maker's death. However, since this seal was most likely made by Danzo, this option is hardly feasible at this point. Naruto paused. They had not yet spoken about what would happen to Danzo once they had him pinned down, but judging by the way his Gigi had just talked, the man was ready to kill him. Danzo had been his Gigi student. It could not be easy for him to make this kind of decision. Naruto peeked at the man's stoic face. His expression was as even as always, but Naruto could see the cool glint in his red eyes. There was not even a trace of the detached disappointment his Gigi usually showed whenever they talked about the third Hokage. Only icy coldness. Naruto shifted slightly until he was leaning against the man's side and looked back at the drawing. Is there no other way to break it? What do you think? Shirsue's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Naruto blinked and raised his head to look at his two expectant friends. Well, this is an intent-based seal, he began. It's a combination of a secrecy and restriction seal. It activates when a certain word, I guess it's something related to Danzo, is mentioned. When it's activated for the first time, the seal maker's will is stored inside it and the seal acts on it as long as the seal maker is alive. It only disappears with the seal maker's death. His friends stared at him. You read all of this out of these few scribbles? Shirsue asked incredulously. Actually, I just read the secrecy and restriction parts out of it, Naruto replied. He was not even lying. The rest is just a conclusion drawn from your description. Shirsue snorted. Just a conclusion, he says. If it only breaks upon the seal maker's death, Itachi cut in before Shirsue got on a roll, we will not be able to interrogate the prisoner. There might be a way to temporarily block the seal by placing a chakra suppression on it, Tobirama supplied. But it is a very crude and, under normal circumstances, an inadvisable solution because the backlash on the sealed person will be severe. Naruto hesitated for a second before repeating his words. Shirsue exchanged a brief look with Itachi, and two pairs of eyes settled on Naruto. The steel in their gazes told him all he needed to know. Shirsue ushered Naruto out of the cell the moment he had placed the seal. Naruto did not protest. He left Tobirama with his friends and returned to the office. For the next hour, Naruto busied himself with exploring the main house. He had just finished looking through the empty kitchen cupboards when his friends returned. Their faces were grim. A hand settled on his head and he looked up to meet Tobirama's serious eyes. Naruto understood. He nodded once. They would move tonight. The night air was still cool, and the clouds covered the brightness of the moon, leaving only a faint, glowing light. Shirsue was hiding between a pair of thick branches and peered towards the daimyo's residence. He could see several guards moving about, and he was sure that he had just seen someone pass by that reminded him of the third Hokage. He could hear clattering sounds from the right. A carriage was leaving the daimyo's residence. The tall figure on the coach box raised his head as the carriage passed his tree and lifted his hand to tap 3 times against his right shoulder. Shirsue responded by raising his hand, and the carriage drove on. He flickered down, making sure to keep to the shadows and out of the blinding lights of the lanterns, and jumped onto the carriage. The coachman turned his head towards him, and Shirsue grinned. I take it you were successful. Uchiha Itachi dissolved his transformation and smirked back. Naturally. The carriage shook slightly as a third person jumped on it, and a new voice added to the conversation. As if you ever doubted him. Shirsue shifted slightly to allow the small figure to sit down between them. Don't slide his ego. It's already way too big. The small figure threw his hood back and Uzumaki Naruto grinned at Shirsue. Just like yours, he agreed. Shirsue scoffed in mock indignation and looked back towards the residence. Tiny lights flickered behind the darkened windows, and a shadow moved inside the daimyo's office. I guess, Shirsue whispered as the cool night wind brushed through his hair. This is the beginning. The carriage clattered on, carrying 3 children towards the road of peace. As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. The time will come when you have to rise above the best and prove yourself. Your spirit never dies. Imagine dragons, warriors. The will of fire is jeopardized. The land of fire compromised. Heed the oath your kin gave mine. I am calling for the sun to shine. Aged hands trembled as the man read the lines and stared at the sigil he had only seen in the old history books. He still remembered the story his grandfather had told him while he was but a child. They came to us with strong eyes and fire in their hearts. They spoke of peace and bloodless dreams, and their leader was carrying the power of nature itself with him. Many pacts were made this day, but none was stronger than the oath I gave to the nature's bearer when he saved me from the brink of death. My father tried to stop me, but it did not prevent me from speaking the words. You have saved my life today. I swear by my blood that your grace will be repaid. If not from me to you, then from my kin to yours. May the sun bear witness to this oath. He never called upon his favor, but the oath still stands till this day. The Senju clan had never called for them, and with them slowly fading away, he had all but forgotten about this old story. He had been secure in the knowledge that the only remaining Senju would never call on him. Senju Tsunade was only interested in drinking, gambling, and squandering her life. But apparently, there was someone else out there. Another Senju. A clan head. And he knew. He sighed, placed the short note on his desk, and opened the letter. And now we have delivered the letter to the daimyo. Naruto finished his report and nodded emphatically towards the tree. I don't really know why your brother insisted on writing this strange poem, though, he added as an afterthought. I mean, he could have just written, you promised to help us out, so do it. But he says it has something to do with Saitochi, psychological warfare. He nodded again, proud about getting the words right. The leaves rustled, and a single oak leaf floated down and rested gently on Naruto's head. It felt surprisingly warm and reminded him of a warm palm's tender touch. It was strange. Even throughout the cold winter months, the tree had remained evergreen. According to Tobirama, it was connected to Hashirama's strong chakra residue. Naruto smiled and carefully plucked the leaf from his head. The leaves rustled again and something else fell down. Curiously, Naruto bent down to pick it up. It was an acorn. He grinned. Thank you. Are you talking to my brother again? Naruto turned towards the voice and grinned. Of course. I need to keep him up to date, you know. Of course you do, Tobirama agreed. He sounded fond. Naruto cradled his newest treasure against his chest and looked at the man he considered his closest relation. Something was bothering the child. Tobirama could read it in Naruto's conflicted expression. He stepped next to him and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. What troubles you, child? He inquired gently. Naruto hesitated. I just had a study session with Itachi, he answered after a moment of silence. He explained something about Konoha's inheritance laws. He said that you need to prove your blood relation to be recognized as a clan head. But I don't have your blood. Naruto looked down. He seemed sad. So, that was what he had been worrying about. Tobirama moved his hand towards the child's chin and gently tilted the downed head up. The legitimacy of a claim can be proven through more than just blood, Naruto. You are not obligated to have your blood tested. Clan-unique abilities can be used to verify claims. In your case, however, it is even simpler. Or have you already forgotten what I have told you about the compound seal? You said it can only be opened by Senju, the child answered quietly. Yes, Tobirama agreed, this is what I have told you. And this is what everyone considers to be true. He paused a moment to regard the boy in front of him. His insecure expression made him look even younger than he already was. I believe it is time to let you in on one of our clan's most guarded secrets. Our clan. Naruto loved the way it sounded. What I am now going to tell you will stay between us, Tobirama told him sternly. You will not speak with anyone about it aside from your chosen heir. I'll keep quiet, he promised quickly, and he was serious about it. I trust you will, Tobirama replied simply and withdrew his hand. Naruto felt cold at the sudden loss of the steadying touch and settled against the tree to make up for it. Now the Senju seal, Tobirama continued, the seal that determines whether you are Senju or not. He made a short pause and fixed Naruto with a serious look, is a lie. Or more a half-truth. Naruto's eyes widened. A half-truth. Tobirama nodded. Yes, Naruto. The so-called Senju seal does not exist. It is part of the extensive protection barrier surrounding the compound that activates once the gates are closed. A seal is incapable of determining your clan affiliation, but it can determine chakra patterns. Once Senju reached the age of 5, they were allowed to leave the compound. Their signature would be added to the detection array, and they were able to open the gates. Naruto stared at him, not really comprehending the reason behind this. But why? Why would you do that? To weed out spies, Tobirama answered seriously. Being able to open the gates was a secure way to determine whether someone was being impersonated by an outsider or not. Remember, Naruto, my brother and I lived during a war-torn era, and we had to take measures to protect our own. Tobirama's gaze wandered towards the village. We did not publicize the workings of our barrier to anyone. So over time people simply started to assume that the gates only recognized Senju, which was true in sense, since only Senju were ever written in. This belief was probably further strengthened when nobody was able to enter after our clan had faded away. There was a moment of silence as Naruto mulled over his words. And I can use this to prove I am Senju? The seal does not lie, Tobirama replied dryly, at least not according to a common consensus. That's kind of dumb, Naruto commented lamely. Honestly, they trusted something because they all decided it was true? Even he knew that this was a bad idea. His Gigi had told him often enough that he needed to verify his facts. I mean, you added Itachi, Shisui, and me to it, and they are Uchiha. Tobirama snorted. Yes, it is, he agreed, but it is also very convenient for us. When the time comes, this belief will prove your claim. It was true. Being able to open the compound would be proof enough. But just in case, Tobirama was preparing contingency plans. He liked being at least 5 steps ahead of his enemy. The child suddenly interrupted his musings. Tobirama looked at him. Yes. He blinked as Naruto extended a small acorn to him. Can we add this to the necklace? His face softened, and he placed his hand on the child's head. Of course. I will show you how. Naruto barely allowed himself to breathe. He was cold and wet. Rain blurred his vision, and he could barely see. He strained his ears. Was someone approaching? Or was he alone? The thunderous rain confused his senses. He centered himself and tried to listen for abnormalities. He searched for the loud, hungry slurps of footsteps on muddy ground. He searched for the wet gliding of drenched cloth scraping against wood, and for the short, silent clink of a sword drawn. Rustling from the left. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He jumped and ran. The world blurred around him. Rain pounded down on him. Hard and punishing. He vaulted over the branch in front of him. His fingers brushed the rough, slippery bark. Thump. His pursuer's white mask appeared behind him. Naruto pressed forward. He could already see the clearing in front of him. Just 5 more steps. 4. His pursuer was closing in. 3. He could hear him breathing right behind him. 2. An arm stretched towards him. 1. Naruto jumped over the finish line. Parrot appeared behind him only a breath later. He had won. Naruto was very proud of himself. It was very rare that he got the upper hand during their trainings, even though it had been a very close one. But he had won. He had successfully escaped. Naruto grinned as Owl threw his arm around his shoulders. I knew you could do it. It was very touching that Shisui always seemed to believe in him. He was really fortunate to have such a supportive friend. Parrot huffed in exaggerated irritation and crossed his arms. I want a rematch, he demanded. Badger stood from the log he had been sitting on and gave Parrot's back several comforting pats. There. Somehow, Parrot managed to look extremely unimpressed despite wearing his ANBU mask. Lion ignored his team's antics with practiced ease and tousled Naruto's hair. Good job. Naruto beamed. Tobirama stared at his brother's unmoving frame. It pained him to leave him on this cold table. He wanted nothing more but to pick him up and take him far away. But it was not yet time. He brushed over the pale cheek. Hold on a bit longer, brother. I will get you out of here soon, and then everyone who has hurt you will pay. Tobirama took a deep, calming breath and threw a last regretful look at his brother's unmoving figure. Then he turned away. He felt dreadful. I am not abandoning him, he repeated mentally. He knew it was true. But it did not stop him from feeling guilty. He felt like he was leaving Hashirama to the mercy of their enemy. It did not sit well with him. Furious beyond belief, Tobirama left the laboratory and floated down the corridor, towards Danzo's office. Danzo was present this time. Tobirama saw him sitting at his desk, flipping through a report. A cup of steaming tea was standing next to him. It smelled like kabocha. Feeling very spiteful, Tobirama knocked it over, and the hot beverage spilled over Danzo's trousers. The man let out a loud yelp and jumped up, quickly slipping out of his soaked clothes. Tobirama smirked and used the man's momentary distraction to skim over the paper on the desk. It was an observation report. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the target's names. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uzumaki Naruto. The report was short. Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3 have been seen entering the Hokage Tower together. Attempts at investigation were intercepted by ANBU Captain Hound, and we were forced to retreat. Mark 1, 2, and 3 continue to show close bonds. They have frequently been spotted having dinner together. Mark 1 and 2 continue to evade their trails. As per instruction, Mark 3 is currently not being pursued. Danzo was keeping an eye on the children. It was not unexpected, but nonetheless very irritating. He supposed that Mark 1 and Mark 2 were Itachi and Shisui. He would have noticed if someone had tried to trail his child. Tobirama would have to urge Naruto to exert even more caution. Still, the part about root agents trying to get into the Hokage Tower was perturbing. The implications were grave. Their forces had been further compromised than he had thought. Once Danzo was gone, they would have to clean house. Konoha had no place for traitors. Danzo was about to sit down again. Tobirama absently tugged the chair away. The man collided harshly with the floor and swore in a very vulgar way. Tobirama raised an eyebrow at the creative swear words leaving the man's mouth. He looked rather pathetic in his white underwear. Danzo stood up again. This time he kept a tight hold on the chair as he sat down and started to clean off the spilled tea. Tobirama waited until he was almost done, then he subtly nudged the ink pot closer to the man's elbow. But the entire desk was covered in a thick, black substance. Danzo screamed. Tobirama smirked. Sometimes being a ghost was rather useful. What the hell is going on today? The man snarled as he picked his soaked reports out of the ink puddle. They had become unreadable. But that would delay whatever plans Danzo had at least a few days. Danzo threw the drenched papers into his dustbin and glared at the mess on his desk. The frustrated anger on Danzo's face was amusing, but not really satisfying. Tobirama's childish tricks only served as a momentary distraction from his ire. It did, however, not stop him from activating the man's summoning seal and leaving the door ajar as he left. The over-dutiful root agents coming to report in got to see an entirely new side of their leader that. Beyond the veil, Senju Hashirama snorted in amused exasperation at his brother's antics and sighed. Beloved, what did you teach my brother? Naruto slurped the rest of his noodles and chewed thoughtfully. You want us to test our connection? He asked after he had swallowed his precious ramen down. Indeed, Tobirama agreed. It is way past time that we tried out the limits. We already know we can speak like this, Naruto replied mentally. And I think I've felt some of your emotions before. Tobirama furrowed his brows. Can you feel them now? Naruto tilted his head and an expression of deep concentration settled over his face. Then he squinted his eyes shut and slowly shook his head. No. Can you feel mine? No, Tobirama replied. You are sure you have felt mine before? Yes. Naruto was absolutely sure. He nodded for emphasis. Then we might be missing a trigger, Tobirama mused. Perhaps it only works if certain conditions are met. For example, if our emotions are especially strong. Strong emotions? Naruto wondered and absently played with his chopsticks. Strong emotions. Was there something he felt strongly about? Well, he liked ramen. Naruto glanced at the empty bowl. But somehow, he doubted that this would count. What else did he like? Orange. But that was probably the same as ramen. He glanced at the ghost. He liked him very much even. But was like even the right word? It did not feel big enough for that. It was not enough to describe what he felt when the man praised him, when he taught him, when he protected him. It was not enough to describe the joy he felt when he saw Tobirama smile. It was not enough to describe the warmth of the man's hug and the safety he felt in his presence. It was more. But what? Tobirama started and slowly raised his head to look at him. Naruto, he began quietly, what are you doing? I am thinking of you, Naruto replied, hopped down his chair and scampered around the table to look at Tobirama. Do you feel that? Tobirama stared at the child in front of him. He had grown to care for him quite deeply, and he knew that Naruto liked him too, but this was something entirely else. The emotion he felt from him was not care. It was not fondness. It was love. Naruto loved him. This child loved him. Tobirama had never been a man of emotions, but somehow, at this moment, he did not care. Stunned at the sheer strength of the child's emotion, he brushed his hand over the boy's cheek and allowed himself to do something he had only ever done in his brother's presence. He let his guard down and allowed himself to feel. Yes, little one. I feel that. A bright smile illuminated Naruto's face, and he clambered on his lap. Good, the child decided and buried his head in his chest, because I can feel yours too. Small arms wrapped around his waist, and Tobirama automatically placed a hand on the tiny back. Najiji? Naruto suddenly asked. He sounded tentative. May I call you grandfather? Tobirama stilled. Grandfather? The child wanted to call him grandfather? It's all right if you don't want to, the child said quickly, when he took a bit too long to answer. Tobirama could feel overwhelming embarrassment and regret seeping through their bond. I am just... If you wish, he interrupted, before the child could lose himself in another bout of self-doubt. Naruto stiffened. Really? He sounded desperately hopeful. Tobirama put his hand on the child's head and tightened his grip. Yes. It would be prudent too, since I have already named you my heir. The child's joy crushed over him like one of his more volatile Suiton jutsus. Tobirama made a mental note to look into ways to control the strength of the transmission. Otherwise, Naruto's emotions would constantly throw him off. Naruto burrowed his face in his fur. The child seemed to like the soft material. Maybe he should get him a fur coat too. That reminded him. The child's clothes were becoming a bit too worn. He needed something better to protect him. Perhaps he sized the child up. Yes, perhaps he was big enough. He placed his arms around the boy and stood. Naruto threw him a curious glance, but seemed content with just remaining in his arms. Tobirama left the office and walked down the chilly floor until he reached the door that led to his former room. He took a deep breath and opened it. It was still the way he remembered it. The bedsheets had the same forest green color he remembered, and even the curtains were pulled up exactly the way he had left it. Not a single speck of dust covered the heavy mahogany drawer, and the floor was as clean as ever. He placed Naruto on top of his bed. The child eyed his new surroundings with great interest. Where are we? He asked curiously. My rooms, Tobirama replied, and absently noticed how his answer made the child's outstretched hand pause before it reached for the bed curtains, slower and more tentative than before. Tobirama opened his wardrobe and found the chest he was looking for at the very back. He waved the child over. Naruto, come here. Naruto hopped down the bed and hurried over. Naruto was curious. Why had his grandfather, and yes, he had a grandfather. He was still over the moon because of that. Why had he brought him to his rooms? What was in that mysterious chest? Treasure? A sleeping dragon? Or a map leading to a great treasure? He was wrong on all three accounts. But Naruto was not disappointed because the chest contained something even better. He carefully pulled the leather out. Is that? Tobirama's hand landed on his shoulder. Our clan has a tradition. If a child of the main family is first allowed to leave the compound, the clan head will gift them an armor. I would have liked to have a new one crafted for you, but alas, it is not possible. I can, however, gift you my first armor. It is still in a good condition. Try it on. Naruto had not to be told twice. The armor consisted entirely of leather plates and was lighter than it appeared to be. Naruto scrutinized himself in the mirror and realized that the style was somewhat similar to the one Tobirama wore. In fact, the only difference seemed to be that his armor came with a kusazuri, while his grandfather seemed to have foregone his. He looked at the man who was watching him with an almost nostalgic expression. The scene was so similar. He had seen it twice before. First with Kurama, then with Itama. He distinctly remembered their littlest one asking him how he looked. So, when Naruto phrased the same question, Tobirama gave the same answer he had once before. Menacing. And just like Itama, Naruto giggled. But unlike him, Naruto would live. Where are you going? Are you questioning me, mortal? Yes, I am. Hashirama stepped forward and stopped in front of the dark presence. His face was fearless, and his eyes shone with the sharpness of polished steel. You might be the warden of these plains, but even you must obey the laws. The dark presence flickered angrily. Their connection is deepening. It is unnatural. The lawbreakers must be purged. Hashirama's eyes flashed. His chakra crackled, illuminating the air and settling around him like a dragon ready to strike. You are overstepping your authority, Shinigami. You have no right to interfere with the living. He is dead, the presence snarled. He is mine. He escaped you. He is yours no longer, Hashirama reminded him, not the slightest bit fazed by the angry tendrils of liquid shadow sprouting from the otherworldly presence. And the child is still alive. He was never yours. The Shinigami screamed. How dare you talk to me like this, mortal? Know your place. The one who should remember his place, Hashirama replied, and his chakra settled over the area like a heavy, smothering blanket, is you. Mortal! You will not touch my family. Hashirama's voice carried ice. Do not forget, Shinigami, that you can be purged too, should you overstep your bounds. What counts as balance is not determined by you, and as long as I stand here, you shall not pass. His chakra crackled. I will destroy you, the being roared. And break Ashura's circle? Hashirama was not impressed. Who is the lawbreaker now? Hashirama ignored the earth-shaking, thundering rage of the eternal being. He had accomplished his goal. The Shinigami would not leave these plains today. His face softened as he watched his brother gift the child his first mail. Take good care of each other, little brother, dear nephew. The clock struck exactly 3 o'clock when Naruto, Itachi and Shisui gathered in front of a sushi restaurant at the eastern end of Konoha that was mainly frequented by shinobi. Their meeting place had been Shisui's idea because he had apparently woken with a sudden craving for sushi. Since neither Naruto nor Itachi wanted to deal with a grumpy Shisui, they had readily acquiesced. The two Uchiha had just returned from duty and were still wearing their umbu uniforms, even though their masks had been carefully hidden away. Shisui raised an eyebrow as he saw Naruto's new appearance. Nice mail. Seems somewhat familiar. Naruto snorted at the blatant hint. I found it in a chest. It fit. Well, it certainly suits you, Itachi commented, and it provides better protection than the clothes you have worn before. Although, he threw a serious look at Naruto, it might draw some unwanted attention. Or the right, Naruto replied cheerfully. Itachi's lips twitched. Indeed. Good, now that we've all commented on Naruto's new hobby to look terrifying by running around impressively armored, can we please go in? I am hungry. Itachi threw him an unimpressed look. You are always hungry. Exactly. Shisui replied, threw his arms around his friends and marched them through the door. The restaurant's patrons were treated to a strange sight that day. Yumino Irika, who had been eating with his fellow academy teachers, looked up as the door opened and stared at the strange scene. Jounin Uchiha Shisui was standing in the doorway. He had thrown his left arm around the shoulders of a young teenager, Irika recognized as Chunin Uchiha Itachi. The other arm was around a boy not older than 6. He was wearing a battle armor and looked strangely familiar. "Hey Mario-san, is that not your former student?" one of his colleagues asked. Sumio Mario looked up, and a dark expression flitted over his face. "Yeah, that's him. The Uzumaki kid." So, this was the Nine-Tails jailer. He looked oddly normal, aside from his old-fashioned armor, of course. "Is it true he graduated in less than a year?" Irika asked. Mario took a deep gulp of his sake and made a sound of disgruntled agreement. No idea how he managed it, though. That brat was terrible until he suddenly wasn't anymore. "I still think he cheated. He doesn't deserve this headband." Irika narrowed his eyes at him. That comment had been completely uncalled for, no matter if he liked the kid or not. Sumio must have spoken a bit too loudly because the Uzumaki kid suddenly froze and the two Uchiha turned their heads into their direction. Their gazes were so cold they could have frozen ice. Jounin Uchiha Shursui seemed like he wanted to storm over, but the Uzumaki kid placed a hand on his arm and said something in a low voice. Whatever it was, it seemed to calm him down. Uchiha Itachi, however, was still fixing his colleague with steely eyes, as if trying to decide whether he should decapitate him or not, and Irika suddenly remembered that this teenager was an Umbu captain. An Umbu captain who seemed to be a very close friend of the child Sumio had just badmouthed. "Let's go eat somewhere else," Uchiha Shursui proclaimed loudly. "There is rubbish lying around. It makes me sick." "I could clean it up," Uchiha Itachi offered with a pleasant smile. "It won't take much time." "Thanks, Itachi," Uzumaki answered cheerfully. "But the last time you cleaned up, someone had to clean up after you." "Yeah," Uchiha Shursui agreed. "You always leave a bloody mess behind." They left. What a scary trio. Yoshimi Sozui patted Sumio's shoulder. "Seems like you just made enemies with the Uchiha prodigies. Tough luck, mate." "Shizun, give me the sake bottle." "Tsunade-sama, you already had 2 bottles." "Who cares? 3 bottles a day keeps the medic away," Tsunade snorted. "Fine. Be that way. I'll get it myself." She stood up and walked towards the shelf. "An apple a day, Sunin-sama." "Apple." Shizun corrected quickly and jumped forward to snatch the bottle before Tsunade could reach it. "And you are a medic yourself. How are you supposed to keep away from yourself?" "I'll manage," Tsunade answered drily and attempted to snatch the sake out of Shizun's hand. Shizun jumped away. "Please reconsider, Tsunade-sama. Drinking is not good for health. You of all people should know that." Tsunade remained undeterred. "The bottle, Shizun. Now." "No." "Yes." "No." "Yes." "I refuse to sound like a 3-year-old, Tsunatama." "Shizun, you?" Tsunade's answer was cut short as a tiny slug suddenly appeared on the windowsill and squeaked her name. "Tsunade-sama, I have important news." Tsunade immediately abandoned her sake acquisition quest in favor of greeting the newest arrival. 5 minutes later, Tun-Tun quickly took shelter under the table as his mistress let out an enraged yell. "What do you mean I have family?" Shizun watched as her master walked circles of engagement into the already worn floor. "A kid, Shizun, a kid. There's a Senju kid out there. A kid who carries the sigil, and nobody told me a bloody thing." Tsunade stopped abruptly and reached for the sake bottle. Shizun batted her hand away. "So this kid, who is he?" Tsunade glared at her. "Naruto, or something like that. Honestly, who names their kid after food? Someone who likes to eat?" Shizun offered and snatched the bottle. "It must be." Anyway, Tsunade slumped on the bed. "What am I supposed to do, Shizun? Right now? Go to bed. It is late. Tomorrow? We can talk about it." Tsunade snorted. "Fine. I'm dead tired anyway. Give me the cup. I want a nightcap." "No," Shizun replied briskly. "Good night, Tsunatama." Tsunade had a strange dream. A gigantic bottle was talking to her. Somehow, the bottleneck bore an eerie similarity to her grandfather and was quite insisting that she should go and support a fish cake. Was he trying to run for the position of seafood daimyo or what? Well, if Grandpa really wanted it that badly, she could paint a nice election banner. Tsunade woke 6 hours later with a headache and a sudden craving for fish. Shizun, get me Naruto. Shizun blinked. The Senju kid? No, the fish cake. And what about the kid? Tsunade groaned. The same night, the innkeeper saw a blonde blur stomping out of the guest room. The legendary sucker only paused to tell him, send the bill to the Senju compound, before slamming the door behind her. The invoice would reach a confused Naruto before the debtor arrived. When the two Uchiha entered Naruto's office, they found the boy sitting at his desk, staring dumbfounded at a sheet of paper. Did something happen? Shisui inquired, flopping down on the couch. You look puzzled. I'm not sure. Naruto held up the sheet of paper. I got a bill here. For... His gaze slid to the breakdown. 12 bottles of sake, 2 single rooms for 5 nights plus pet surcharge for a pig and 3 broken tables. It's issued to Senju Tsunade. Shisui made a choking sound. Senju Tsunade? Naruto nodded. And here is another one. 15 sake bottles, 2 broken chairs and the fee for getting rid of pig extreme dash. Excrements, his grandfather supplied. His tone sounded strange, and his face was exceedingly blank. Pig excrements, Naruto finished. What's that, grandfather? He added mentally, and threw a confused look at the hysterically laughing Shisui and the amused-looking Itachi, whose eyes shone bright in merriment. What you leave behind when you visit the lavatory, his grandfather replied blandly. Naruto wrinkled his nose. You. That did not sound particularly pleasant. So, who is this Senju Tsunade? He asked the room at large. She is my grandniece, grandfather informed him in a dry voice. She is a spoiled child with quite the temper. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, always used to indulge her and even took her gambling and drinking. A wry smile appeared on his face. It seems, he gestured towards the invoice, her habit of accumulating bills has not changed at all. But I am glad to see she is still alive, even if she seems to be gallivanting around. Senju Tsunade, Itachi answered over the still snickering Shisui, is Konoha's best medic and one of the 3rd students who are known as the Sannin. But she has left this village a long time ago and has not been seen ever since. He threw a pointed look at Naruto. She is the Shodai's granddaughter. Naruto tilted his head. Itachi threw him an amused look and continued. She is also known for drinking and gambling excessively. Because she always keeps losing, they call her the legendary sucker. Shisui laughed even louder. She sent you her bills. This is priceless. Tobirama face-bombed. Abandoning the village, drinking, gambling. These were not deeds to be proud of. He really wanted to march off and drag that unruly child back by her ears. Why did his brother's line have to be so disorderly? Her father had been just the same. I want to meet her someday, Naruto told him. Tobirama's mental alarm bells rung. He had to make sure Tsunade did not end up influencing his child. At least his line needed to maintain common sense. The child looked back at the invoices. But what should I do with this? Do we even have enough to pay for this? Tobirama refocused on the topic at hand and studied the bills over Naruto's shoulder. We can cover that, although we do have to find a way of raising money soon. Perhaps we can open a seal store. But this is a topic for later. Now for these bills. Tobirama had dealt with grandniece's stunts more than once and knew exactly how to handle this. Deduct the amount from her allowance. Naruto nearly dropped the bills. Her allowance? Tobirama smirked. You are the clan head now, child, and she is a member of the main family. That means she receives a regular stipend from you. It is well within your rights to reduce or suspend it, however. Naruto blinked. That's weird. She's an adult. His grandfather chuckled. You will have to get used to it. So, Shisui, who had finally managed to calm down, suddenly interjected. What are you going to do about those bills? I hope you do not intend to pay them, Itachi commented. It would set a bad precedent. It's all right. Naruto shrugged. I'll deduct it from her allowance. It sounded strange to actually say it. Shisui roared with laughter, while the younger Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Good. A clan head needs to take a clear stance. Itachi walked around the desk. Perhaps you should write her a letter. A letter? Naruto looked curiously at him. But I don't even know where she is. I can help you there, Itachi smiled, looking quite pleased. And this is even related to some news I would like to share with you. I recently signed a summoning contract. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? He looked at Itachi, excitement written over his face. Which one? I am now the holder of the crow contract. A crow contract? That sounded cool. Naruto grinned at Itachi. Great news. I am happy for you. Itachi ruffled his head. Thank you, Naruto. It's a pity, Shisui commented, still snickering. I really thought it would be an ostrich. It would have been fitting. Itachi tossed a pillow at the older Uchiha. I suppose yours would have to be a jellyfish, then, he shot back. They lack brains too. Shisui grimaced. That hurt. Good, Itachi replied plainly. Now about this letter? Naruto sent a mental inquiry at his contemplative grandfather. The man nodded slowly. The idea has merit. We can discuss this later. I'll do it later. Good idea, thanks, Itachi. The young Uchiha nodded. Of course, now we should discuss the reason for today's meeting. He handed Naruto a red scroll. This is a mission scroll written by the Jounin commander. We have an appointment with him tonight. They want to see the lab we found. Shisui snorted. Took them long enough. Naruto accepted the scroll and unrolled it. There was a slight shift in the air as his grandfather moved to stand behind him. For a moment, there was silence as they both read the message. Then Naruto tilted his head. Why do we have to appear masked? I believe Hokage-sama intends to keep our identities secret, Itachi replied. Especially yours. He gave Naruto a serious look. We don't know who else will be there tonight, and as much as I want to believe that, Hokage-sama has chosen only trustworthy people, we cannot be sure that they have not been compromised. So stay close to us tonight, Shisui added, equally serious. I will, Naruto agreed easily. Good. Shisui rummaged in his pockets and pulled a small bag out. I've bought these bracelets. He undid the knot, carefully placed 3 leather bracelets on the desk, and looked at Naruto. I thought you could figure out a way for us to communicate with each other. Good thinking, Tobirama commented, and bent forward to inspect the metal plates fastened to the bracelets. We do not have time for elaborate seal development, but we should be able to make it warm and pulse. A conditional heating will take care of the former, but... He raised an eyebrow at his young student. What components would you need for the pulsing? Naruto picked up a bracelet and turned it in his hands. Lightning. Something that tempers it, wind, and a stabilizer. And to make it work? His grandfather prompted. Naruto paused. What else did they need? He looked at the plate. They were trying to design a communication system. What else could? Of course. An activator. There was no point to it if they could not use it. Intent. Tobirama nodded. Correct. Now, which basic Shenner is used to connect the parts? 3, Naruto replied immediately. Good. Tobirama smirked. Well, now that we have clarified matters, kindly take the green book from the shelf. There you will find the seal that Hashirama and I used to communicate with each other. Page 38. Naruto nearly dropped the bracelet. You had one ready all the time? Of course, Tobirama replied casually. Or do you honestly believe I never thought of something similar? Naruto nearly groaned. That was so typical of his grandfather. First, he quizzed Naruto's brains out, then he presented an even simpler solution. He had complained about it once and got a very matter-of-fact, "You need to learn," in return. Can you please get me the green book? He asked Itachi, who was closest to the shelf, somewhat faintly. Itachi shot him a slightly curious look and did as he asked. Thanks. Naruto smiled at him and flipped through the pages. What are you looking for? Shisui inquired, as he and Itachi stepped behind him. A seal, Naruto answered absently. It has to be somewhere here. Now where is page 38? He was so busy searching that he completely missed the affectionately exasperated looks his friends were exchanging over his head. Found it, he finally announced triumphantly. It doesn't look too difficult, but it will take some time to cut it in. He tilted his head. It would go faster if I just painted it on for tonight. Are there any disadvantages to this? Itachi inquired. Naruto shook his head. None that would matter much this time. It's just that they're easier to destroy. Painted seals don't last very long and are usually a little weaker. They fade as the ink fades. But it's just for tonight, and I'll use waterproof ink. He felt Tobirama's hand rest on his head in silent praise. His mood brightened. He loved it when his grandfather was proud of him. Fascinating, Itachi replied. I might have to start reading up on this subject, he mused quietly. Shursui groaned. If you read up on everything that interests you, you'll become an old man before you finally put the books down. Itachi seemed undeterred by this objection. I at least wish to understand the basics. It never hurts to broaden your skills. I'll find you something to read, Naruto promised and threw a bright grin at Itachi. He was thrilled to see his friend's interest in his area of expertise. Itachi nodded gratefully at him. Your friend would certainly benefit from knowing a few seals centered around camouflage, stealth, and detection. Perhaps even a barrier or two, his grandfather commented as he scrutinized the young Uchiha. I'll suggest it later, Naruto sent back. Shursui sighed and stood up. Fine, do what you want. Now, let's see if you have everything you'll need for a nighttime S-class mission. Naruto was nervous. This was his first official assignment, and it was about something so important. Naruto, his grandfather put his hands on his shoulders and crouched down to meet his eyes. You must remain clear-headed tonight. Do not lose sight of your objective and stay close to your friends. I will scout ahead and warn you should I encounter any kind of trouble. You may relay any warning I give you. Not being misidentified as a censor is not of high priority tonight. Should you find yourself in danger, use our connection to call for me. Okay. Naruto nodded seriously at him. Good, now request your blessing the way I taught you. Naruto grabbed the acorn dangling from his neck. Ancestors of old, please stay by my side. Join me in honor and lead me through plight. He felt the acorn warm slightly, and his grandfather's palm closed around his hand. Are you ready? I am, Naruto replied firmly and donned his mask. The tension in the room was almost palpable. The third stood in front of two Umbu units, behind him a man with a completely white mask. Somewhat beside him, Nara Shikaku was talking to a man with scars on his face. The operation will commence soon, the Hokage informed those present. Everything that happens tonight is subject to the strictest secrecy. Joint command will be given to the commanders of the ANBU and the Jounin. Your guides will arrive any moment. They were the ones who discovered the laboratory, so I expect you to listen to their warnings and directions. A sharp knock sounded on the door, and the occupant's attention turned towards the three people walking inside. The three newly arrived masks bowed as one. Hokage-sama. Weasel Owl. The Hokage's gaze fell on the young child between the two Umbu, and he paused for a second before adding, Hair. Then he addressed the room at large. Shikaku will brief you on. Anything else? Konoha thanks you for your service. He dissolved. Shikaku turned towards the assembled shinobi, and for a second his gaze lingered on the three children. They seemed even closer than before, and Shikaku absently wondered if something had transpired between them. They had just bowed in such perfect synchrony that he wondered how they had managed to read the exact moment the others would move. Especially, young Naruto was a puzzle wrapped into an enigma, with a nice gift bow on top of it. His white mask looked tiny in the sea of white and crimson, and yet he blended in so seamlessly. It was baffling. Then it occurred to him that this child's mask looked almost like half of the ANBU commander's mask, and for a fraction of a second he mused about the deeper meaning behind it. Then he laughed at himself. Shikaku did not believe in foreshadowing. What should come to pass would happen. Still, once this was over, he would politely inquire about the child's interest in shogi. It would be an interesting match. Tobirama disliked the way Naruto meshed with the masks. Any normal child would be apprehensive about being surrounded by the village's most ruthless and adult killers, and yet Naruto was completely at ease. Tobirama knew that Team Ku was partly to blame for this. The amount of time Naruto spent with them was immense. It was no wonder he had become desensitized to the ANBU's presence. The other part of the blame, however, laid with him and the people Naruto usually surrounded himself with. The child was constantly in the presence of people much stronger and more experienced than him. This had the unwanted side effect of Naruto developing a warped view on power scales. Both Tobirama and the Uchiha children were exceptionally skilled, and Naruto's ANBU team consisted of individuals who were specialists in their chosen fields. That meant that the child had no idea what kind of skill level was normal because he had only Tobirama, the Uchiha children, and the ANBU to compare himself to. In a way, it was both a blessing and curse. A curse because Naruto was pushing himself harder than any child should, and a blessing because Naruto needed to get stronger as soon as possible. This was why Tobirama never attempted to correct Naruto's CNCPTN of strength. Instead, he adapted to it and used it to push the child just a bit farther. It brought him no joy to see the child beaten and bruised, and it displeased him even more to be the cause of it. Nevertheless, he could not deny the pride he felt every time Naruto rose again with fire in his eyes. Still, and this brought him back to the current situation, he disliked seeing his child among the masks. He smiled a bit wryly to himself as he realized that only the presence of the two Uchiha stopped him from worrying too much. We have arrived. It was a strange feeling to be among these people. The NBU reminded Naruto of his team, and yet they were entirely different. They were quieter, for once, and their postures more rigid. Maybe it was just Team Ku, who was easygoing. Or perhaps it was the presence of their ANBU commander that made them exceptionally vigilant. He certainly had a strong presence, even though he had not spoken much besides introducing himself as blank. It was certainly a fitting name. He had, however, left it to the Jounin commander to explain their mission parameters. Their objectives were short and, at least in theory, simple. Get in, secure the evidence, and avoid confrontation. Then he had sent them off while he had stayed back to coordinate their operation via radio. That was when the ANBU commander had taken the lead. Naruto looked at the man when they stopped in front of the shed. "This is the correct location?" the commander asked sharply. "Yes, blank." Owl confirmed as he and Weasel came to a halt next to Naruto. Blank made a curt hand gesture and 3 NBU stepped forward. "Secure the area. Don't let anyone in or out." The 3 masks vanished. "Take your formations. We go in." As Naruto was about to pass the commander, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, and he looked up to meet Blank's empty mask. "Hair." Naruto snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." "Yes, Blank," the man corrected sharply. "I have reservations about your presence, but I have been assured that you will be an asset to this operation. That said, I will give you the same warning I give to all my men. Mess up, and you will be running obstacle course C for 5 weeks straight. Got it?" Naruto had no idea what course C was, but judging by the slight hiss he heard from Owl, it was not anything pleasant. "Yes, Blank," he replied. "Good." The hand squeezed his shoulder and gave him a light push. "Now get inside." "He's kind of scary," Naruto commented mentally. "He's the ANBU commander." Tobirama's voice responded flatly over their bond. Men in his position are rarely recruited because of their amicability and outstanding social skills. Naruto nearly stumbled over his feet. "Did you just make a joke?" "Concentrate, Naruto," Tobirama admonished. "Yes, grandfather," Naruto replied obediently, not failing to notice the ghost's lack of denial. It was dark inside. Only a single light cone illuminated the way. In the weak light, his companions' white masks shone almost eerily. The interior of the shed had not changed at all. The air was still heavy with dust, and each step produced a fine cloud. Naruto could see the dust particles dance in the electric torch's light, and his nose tingled. Weasel parted from their formation and walked towards the door leading to the room containing the entryway. Naruto could see the shadowed outline of his friend crouching down to inspect the frame. His voice was quiet as he reported his findings. "The piece of plastic is still jammed in. There are no signs of anyone passing through, blank." Naruto did not even know he had trapped the door. Weasel must have done it after Naruto had fallen asleep. His friend was thorough like that. Proceed, Blank's order cut through the room. Naruto felt Owl taking position next to him as Weasel opened the door. His bracelet pulsed 3 times in quick succession. Naruto translated it to, "Be ready." Weasel opened the door. Naruto felt a rush of nervousness as the light cone hit the mighty, dark wood. An ANBU holding the electric torch moved forward to examine it. It sealed blank. Like reported. "That's what I am here for," Naruto interjected, and Weasel moved aside to let him pass. He walked forward and crouched down next to the iron ring. "I will only be able to temporarily disable it," he warned. "The array is carved into stone, which means I would have to carve into it too, to destroy it. But we don't have enough time for that." He pulled a scroll out of his pocket and unsealed it. A bottle of ink and a brush popped out. "This is a special kind of ink that can only be removed with an alcoholic solution." Naruto dipped his brush into it, which means it cannot be accidentally washed away by a water jutsu and blow up on us. "Blow up?" Blank repeated. Naruto was too focused on the carvings that he missed the short-signed exchange between Blank and Weasel. "If removed incorrectly," Naruto replied. "Light, please." Shursui switched his electric torch on and moved the light cone towards the carvings. "Seals have a balance," Naruto continued as he started writing. "Every slide supports another one. At any point of time, the balance must be maintained. Imbalance is one of the main reasons that accidents happen. No need to worry though," he added as he saw the ANBU holding the electric light twitch in response to his words. "I know what I am doing." Owl was amused. It was the first time he saw Hare being, well, himself in front of others. His young friend had the uncanny ability to accidentally render people speechless just by pulling and saying things a kid his age should not be able to say or do. Hearing him lecture a group of ANBU about seals, while casually mentioning the probability of being blown up, was frankly hilarious. It was even more amusing to see said ANBU shifting slightly in apparent nervousness. "I am done," Hare announced. Owl had already known what to expect next, but he was still fascinated by the glow. Just like the last time, the carving blurred out until it became unreadable and Naruto looked up. "It can be opened now," he announced and sealed his utensils away. Blank raised his hand and the 2 ANBU next to him rushed forward to yank it open. Darkness greeted them. Tobirama placed his hand on Naruto's head. "This is where we part ways for now, child. Remember to stay close to your friends and call for me should anything happen." He paused to fix Naruto with a stern look. "Now, I want you to promise me that you will not unnecessarily endanger yourself." He did not trust the child not to pull any unnecessary heroics. While Tobirama had managed to temper Naruto's hot-headedness quite well, the child was still prone to the occasional bout of irrationality when he got overly emotional. He was too much like Hashirama in this regard. "I promise, grandfather," the child replied. Tobirama studied him for a moment to make sure he was serious, and then nodded once. "Good." His hand lingered for a moment on the child's head before he finally withdrew it. Then he vanished into the tunnel. Wolf had worked with Weasel and Owl before. These two had always operated well together. But the wordless coherence they displayed now was new. Her gaze wandered to Hare, the mysterious kid who had turned up out of nowhere and hung around one of their elite units. A kid carrying a codename while not being part of their organization. He belonged to his unit, but he was not one of them. It was a situation that was unheard of, and Wolf was not the only one interested in this. She knew everyone was paying very close attention to the kid's actions. Seals were dangerous and difficult. Everyone was aware of these facts. The few of them who knew basic seals always required complete silence as they worked because they were terrified of messing up. Yet the kid had been completely at ease. Hell, he had even managed to lecture them about improper seal removal. Nevertheless, the effortlessness with which he had pained these dangerous symbols had filled her with both fascination and nerve-wracking tension. Who the hell had thought it was a good idea to let a kid close to something so dangerous? Weasel and Owl apparently. They had been the only ones completely at ease. It was most likely the reason Blank had not interfered. She had seen the exchange between him and Weasel. Weasel had acknowledged Hare's skills, and Blank trusted Weasel's judgment. It had not been a mistake. Whatever the kid had done had worked. The entry was open. Wolf knew the kid had just scored big with them. As she watched their guides prepare to enter the tunnel, she wondered if the kid was aware of the scrutiny he was under. Owl and Weasel definitely were. She had noticed them subtly moving to cover the kid from overly curious gazes. Then, the commander's order cut through the air and Wolf snapped to attention. From now on, I want absolute silence. All communication will commence non-verbally. His gaze fell on Hare. He was probably trying to come up with a way to cover the kid's lack of non-verbal communication skills. I understand the sign language, blank, Hare offered, and Wolf nearly blinked in surprise. What? Sign language was usually not taught before the rank of Special Jounin or Chunnin, depending on which field you worked in. He does, Owl agreed and casually stepped next to Hare. Communication will not be a problem, Weasel added, appearing at the kid's other side. They looked passively protective. For a few seconds blank was quiet, then, you three. Take point. Wolf was sure she had just heard a note of wry amusement in the man's tone. Yes, blank, they replied in unison and turned as one. The synchrony of this action was almost eerie. Wolf was reminded of the way they had greeted the Hokage and was once again thrown aback by the casual coherence between them. She could not see any visible communication going on between the three as Weasel wordlessly passed an electric torch to Owl, and Hare naturally moved between them. Then, Owl vanished inside the tunnel. Naruto was fully aware that he was being subtly assessed. It was nothing obvious, but he still felt the silent attention they paid to his actions. It made him slightly nervous, and yet he considered himself lucky in a strange way. After all, no one openly objected to his presence or dismissed him as useless, like regular shinobi might have done upon seeing how young he was. But Konoha's deadly elite did not bother with such trivialities. They had been trained to look beneath. Thus, they watched, they assessed, and then they judged. And speaking of watching, Naruto could not see much from behind Owl's back, but he was sure that they were now close to the parts where they had encountered the first root agent. The same room with the death trap that had nearly killed his friends. He tensed slightly at the memory, and a shiver ran through his spine as his mind supplied him with an echo of the panic he had felt. As if sensing his unease, Weasel's hand briefly touched his back. It was only a light, fleeting touch, but it reminded Naruto that they were still here, alive, and he had to make sure it stayed this way. Naruto unconsciously straightened his posture, sternly reminding himself to concentrate. This was important, and he was determined not to mess up. In front of him, Owl raised his hand. Naruto stopped, as did the masks behind him. It was a clear testament to their skills that they came to a collective halt without colliding with each other. As Owl turned around to silently coordinate with Blank, Naruto used the opportunity to contact his grandfather. Jizan, we are now at the key room. We didn't meet anyone. Good, the man's voice vibrated across their bond. I have not encountered any hostiles either. But do not let your guard down just yet. Things that proceed too smoothly are prone to rapidly spiraling out of control. Be more alert than ever. Okay. There was a small, childish part of him that thought that Tobirama was overcautious, but Naruto was quick to silence it. He trusted his grandfather, and he had promised to be careful, so he would be careful. Databeo. Naruto sent his two friends an all-clear signal through his bracelet, and he could feel them answer in response. Tobirama was apprehensive. He could not even pinpoint what it was that troubled him. It was simply an underlying feeling of unease that he could not quite shake off. A feeling he knew better than to disregard. His instincts rarely led him wrong after all. If he only knew what they were trying to warn him off. The area was clear. He had not encountered a single enemy. So why was his neck prickling? What were his senses trying to tell him? He entered the laboratory and understood immediately. The stone gnashed angrily as Weasel turned the key. Naruto peered into the darkness of the tunnel that opened up before them. Somehow, it looked even less inviting than it had the last time. One after the other, they ducked through the opening. Naruto recognized the smooth, gray walls. Cyanite, Itachi had said. Without thinking, he fell 2 steps behind Owl and Weasel as they took position at his sides. With Owl no longer serving as a barrier between him and the rest of their companions, Naruto felt their eyes more vividly than before. His hand reached for the stone pendant he kept hidden below his shirt, and his fingers brushed over the slight oval bulk dangling from it. Hashirama's acorn tingled under his touch. Naruto would have to tell his uncle everything about this super serious mission later. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, it was this thought that raised his determination. Hashirama, and his grandfather, would get to hear about this in detail, and if Naruto wanted to look good in his own story, he had better ace this. He really wanted to make them proud, and maybe he might even get another of these tight hugs out of it. The last one had been really nice. Naruto felt a gentle mental nudge, closely followed by Tobirama's voice. "Increase your alertness, child." His grandfather sounded serious. "I am inside the laboratory now, but we have encountered a problem. The eyes are gone." Gone. Naruto felt his neck prickling at these ominous words. How could this be? They had hidden the entry. How? He asked quickly. "I am not sure yet." Tobirama's voice was grim. "The seal is still intact. They must have entered through different means. I will make further investigations. Be prepared for a swift response." "Got it?" Naruto confirmed. He passed a short warning to his bracelet, and saw Owl's hand closing itself tighter around the torch as the leather around his wrist warmed slightly and pulsed twice in quick succession. "Be alert," it said. Weasel showed no reaction, but Naruto felt a single pulsing that he took as a confirmation to his message. Tobirama's eyes scanned the room with watchful urgency, dissecting and assessing every single detail his gaze fell upon. He noticed the tiny scalpel scratches on the spotless metal counters. He smelt the faded biting of disinfectant. He felt the faint air draft coming from the northern side of the room. The air draft. Tobirama furrowed his brows. Why was there an air draft? There was no exit and no ventilation on that side of the lab. Nothing that would explain the strange air circulation. He crossed the room with swift steps and crouched down to inspect the wall. A tiny flame appeared on his hand, and he slowly moved it alongside the wall until it started flickering strongly just an arm's length to his right. Tobirama extinguished the fire and examined the spot that had caused this reaction. His finger traced over an invisible irregularity. He frowned. Kai. The illusion fell and Tobirama saw the cracks running through the wall. It looked as if someone had forcibly broken through it and hastily patched it up again. Presumably, time had been short, so they had tried to cover their poor job with a static genjutsu instead. He phased through the wall and found himself inside a small, dark hole that had been roughly carved into stone and was just big enough for a grown man to stand inside. Judging by the roughness, it had probably been made by a jutsu. Which meant Tobirama floated up until his head broke through the ground, and he could see the moon shining above him. He pursed his lips. It was clear now. Someone had opened the ground with an earth jutsu, broken through the laboratory wall, taken the eyes out, and filled the hole up again. It would be impossible to find out where they had been taken. This mission had been authorized far too late. He was about to turn back when his eyes fell on something white. It looked like one of the labels that had been affixed to the jars. Tobirama bent down to pick it up. The name had already been washed out by rain, but under the moon's light, he was just able to decipher it. The vivid memory of a gentle smile flashed through his mind. His chest ached painfully, and he felt another surge of ice-cold fury. They had sworn. Hiruzen had sworn. So, how could this have happened? Were his and his brother's wills so easy to disregard? Jizan, we have arrived at the door now. Did you find anything? Naruto's metal inquiry reached him at the same time. He felt the child's radiant chakra coming from below. It was accompanied by the calm, temperate but piercing signature that belonged to Uchiha Itachi and the steel-hard warmth that was unique to Uchiha Shisui. His anger subsided, but still simmered quietly. I have indeed discovered their means, he answered, but the trail leads to the surface. He glanced at the washed-out label in his hand. The last snow had already melted 2 weeks ago, and the last time it had rained was 3 days prior. It is already cold. He could feel Naruto's disappointment over their connection. I will rejoin you to undo the seal, he added. the disappointment turned into happiness. Tobirama smiled at the child's genuine joy. A delicate flame licked gently over the smeared letters, and he offered the blazing name to the winds. You have always abhorred violence, so I will bring you justice instead of revenge. It was hard knowing that you wouldn't find anything and not being allowed to tell anyone about it. Naruto was practically dying to share the news, but that would be a terrible idea. What was he supposed to say? Oh, the ghost of the Naidame already took a look and told me we wouldn't find anything there? Yes, that would go down very well. They would either think he was a nutcase or drag him off to some super-secret place to study him. Besides, he had promised his grandfather not to tell anyone. No, he could do nothing but go along with things. Tiger was alert. He understood the importance of this mission. So far, everything had gone smoothly. They had encountered 0 hostiles and run into an equal number of traps. Tiger had learned through experience that easy never meant anything good. His gaze fell on the tiny child accompanying them. Tiger was not yet sure what to make of the boy. He was small, young, and completely inexperienced. At the same time, he showed an impressive ability in sealing and shared an almost eerie rapport with Weasel and Owl. Sometimes, it seemed like the child reacted at exactly the same time Weasel or Owl signed. Owl's hand would come up, and Hare would halt before he had fully raised it. They also changed their formation instinctively depending on the narrowness of the tunnel, and Hare always made sure to take the least precarious spot. So far, Blank, who had deliberately positioned himself directly behind the 3 to keep the kid in line, had not had to intervene once. He knew that their leader had been prepared to force the child into obedience if he had proven himself to be rash. But it was completely unnecessary. Hare seemed just as focused as the rest of them. Whoever had taught this kid DSPN, they had done a good job with him. One hidden door away, Tobirama felt a sudden sense of accomplishment. Wolf watched as Hare approached the wall in front of them. According to their briefing, the laboratory's entrance should be here, yet she could not see anything besides stones. This was probably due to the kid's concealment they had heard about. She was curious to see more of his skills. Hare was still standing in front of the wall. Judging by his body language, he was troubled by something. Was something wrong with the seal? Wolf tensed, and she could feel the others tensing up next to her, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of danger. Then, Hare turned towards Owl and made a sign that translated to above. He seemed disgruntled? She couldn't make head or tail of what it meant, but apparently Owl knew what he wanted. His shoulders shook as he approached Hare, put his arms around his waist, and lifted him up. Wolf blinked. The kid wanted to be picked up? Did he finally submit to his childish urges? But now was not really the best time to ask for a cuddle. Hare pointed at the wall, and Weasel stepped next to the 2 to flash his light at the spot Hare had indicated. Wolf's lips twitched, and she heard cloth rustling next to her as some of her comrades shifted slightly to hide their amusement at this unexpected development. Weasel's eyes spun behind his mask, and he gave a short nod that seemed to satisfy the kid. Hare jumped out of Owl's arms, took 2 steps to the right, and turned towards Blank, rapidly making the signs for speak, safe, and permission. Granted, their commander answered curtly. Report. The noise cancellation is still active, Naruto began, trying his best to ignore the attention on him by focusing on his findings. We cannot be heard inside. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tobirama walking through the wall. His confidence instantly increased, and his next words came out even more self-assured. Do you want me to undo the concealment now, sir? Go ahead, Blank ordered. Everyone else, take position and be ready to act should the door open from the inside. Naruto knelt down and once more unsealed his equipment. As he dipped the brush into the ink pot, Tobirama moved next to him. Do you remember what we practiced? He inquired. You made me draw this 124 times, Naruto reminded his grandfather. He still shuddered whenever he recalled the gigantic paper pile of rejected attempts. I could probably draw it in my sleep now. Good. The ghost watched intently as Naruto's brush danced across the wall with practiced ease, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. But Naruto's strokes were sure and precise. A strand of hair fell into his eye, and he quickly wiped it away with ink-stained knuckles, not noticing the black stripes this action left around the mask's eyehole. It took him 5 minutes to undo the array, but his work paid off when the wall in front of him glowed, and the hidden door materialized in front of their eyes. Next to him, Tobirama nodded once. Well done. Naruto glowed at his praise. Blank took over after that. Naruto had had no idea just how rapidly an ANBU raid went until he saw it with his own eyes. He did not even know how he had ended up in the center of their formation, as the masks swarmed the empty laboratory, taking it over in mere seconds. He just knew that he suddenly saw ANBU everywhere he looked. That's kind of cool and really scary, he told his grandfather, sounding slightly awed. There is a reason they are feared, Tobirama replied simply. You should remember that. His voice turned serious, and Naruto could feel his concern over their link. I know that this looks tempting to you, but do not get involved with them any further than you already are. Once they get a hold of you, there is no turning back. I was the one who founded this division, Naruto. I know how they work. They have already flagged you because they see how deadly you could become if you are trained the right way. Now, they will try to slowly assimilate you without you noticing. But this life is not for you, child. It would destroy you. Tobirama's frank honesty dosed him like a bucket of ice water. Shursui, Itachi, and Team K had only ever been friendly to him, even while wearing their masks, so he had unconsciously identified them with the organization they belonged to. He only now realized how dangerous this assumption had been. It was not the first time he was deeply thankful that Tobirama was watching over him. He poured all his gratefulness into their link and felt the ghost's hand resting on his head. Naruto felt protected as he listened to the ANBU reporting to Blank with newfound caution. The laboratory is completely empty, sir, but we found a hole inside the wall. Someone has dug their way inside. Naruto peered in the direction the mask indicated. He could see Weasel and Owl standing before the broken wall and moved to join them. They looked up as he approached, and the three exchanged a look of silent understanding. They would discuss this later. But one thing was clear. They could no longer rely on the Sandaime Hokage. His reaction had been too little and too late. Through no fault of his own, Naruto's first official mission was marked a failure. He was not even sure why this debrief was taking so long. How much was there so say about, the eyes are gone, that could not be summarized in this very sentence? Yet, he still waited obediently in the room that had been assigned to him until it was his turn to report. Apparently, it was customary in highly sensitive missions that all participants had to report separately to avoid distortion of each other's observations. Since Tobirama was currently in the debriefing room relaying everything he deemed noteworthy, this measure was quite pointless in Naruto's case. Well, they could hardly take precautions against a ghost and their shared connection. He played absently with the acorn around his neck. Prepare yourself, Tobirama's voice sounded over their link. They will call you next. Stay to everything we discussed, do not acknowledge my presence, and don't give up more information than I need, Naruto finished, slightly amused. He had heard this at least 10 times now. Got it. He jumped from his chair and walked towards the door, reaching it just as it swung open. Naruto looked at the mask standing inside the doorway. Lead on, please. Wordlessly, his guide turned and led him down the hallway. The first rays of the morning sun already broke through the window front, leaving bright dots on the floor. After hours of seeing only darkness, the light stung in his eyes, and he averted his gaze. In front of him, the ANBU stopped and knocked on a door. Hair has arrived. The door swung open, and the mask motioned for him to go in. Naruto nodded at him and took a step inside. Thanks. He could feel eyes lingering on his back before the door closed behind him. Please sit down, Hair. Naruto looked at the two men sitting behind 2 tables that had been pushed together. He recognized Blank and Narashikak. Tobirama was standing behind them. His eyes flickered through the room, absently counting 2 windows, a wooden crossbeam and 0 adjoining doors. Naruto fully entered the room, walked to the only chair before the tables and sat down. Shikaku's eyes scanned quickly over a paper before they settled on Naruto. Report, he ordered curtly. Naruto took a second to order his thoughts, before he began. When we arrived at the hut at about 0200, nothing seemed unusual. The shack looked exactly as we had left it. Weasel's traps had not been triggered, and the entrance was still secured. I deactivated the Raku array by placing the key, and after coordinating with Blank, Owl, Weasel, and I took point. We encountered 0 hostiles on our way to the target area. The lab door was still camouflaged, and the sound barrier was unbroken. After I undid the array, which took about 5 minutes, Blank ordered the raid, and we discovered the hole in the wall. The eyes were all gone. Naruto was proud of the many difficult words in his report. Deciphering Tobirama's lectures really had paid off. Shikaku tapped against the paper. Did you notice anything unusual about this hole? I took a look inside, Naruto replied. The area behind it wasn't very big. Maybe just about the size of a man. The walls looked very rugged. It was completely dark in there, so the entrance got probably closed up again. But there were no cracks to let the moonlight in, so it had likely been sealed with an earth plate made by some jutsu. He paused before adding Tobirama's contribution. I also think that whoever made it must have done it in one go, or they would have fixed the hole properly. Also, they must have had access to a map showing the lab, or they wouldn't have been able to calculate the area so well. And I think they have good chakra control and reserves, or they wouldn't have been able to dig so deeply. Shikaku leaned back and regarded him with an intense look. And what makes you think it was one person and not multiple? Several people could not have made such a straight line in that time. Besides, it would have taken far too long to remove it piece by piece. Most importantly, however, massive ground movements can always be felt. It would have been too conspicuous to do it bit by bit. But a single tremor after a lightning might have passed for thunder, or a lightning strike in a close vicinity, Tobirama supplied. Thunderstorms always make for a good cover. Naruto repeated his words. Shikaku's eyebrows went up. Well reasoned. We did have a thunderstorm rather recently. 3 nights ago, sir, Naruto offered. Well, for now, he corrected after looking out of the window. That would mean we missed by 4 days, Blank commented. It was the first time he had spoken up. Yes, Shikaku agreed and sighed. Thank you, Hare. Now, it is customary to be given a week's leave irrespective of the outcome. So, use the time to take some rest. I suggest you start by going to bed. At least someone should get a bit of sleep in. The Blank mass turned towards him. Looks like I won't have to punish you this time, kid. Remember that nothing about last night's mission must leak out. So, keep your mouth shut, or you will suffer the consequences. Understood? Yes, Blank, Naruto confirmed. Good. You are dismissed. Naruto stood. An interesting child, Shikaku remarked once the door had closed behind Naruto. Did you notice the way he occasionally changes his pattern of speech? It seems to become more sophisticated when discussing more complex topics. Indeed, Blank agreed. Shikaku side-eyed him. You know the Hokage will not allow it. We have time, Blank answered matter-of-factly. He is still young. Tobirama felt a flash of protective anger and glared at the man through narrowed eyes. He flared a tiny amount of his chakra and felt slightly vindicated when Blank shuddered faintly. Only afterwards did he realize that he had done exactly what Hashirama had always done whenever he had deemed his little brother threatened. Tobirama smiled wryly as he remembered teasing him about this habit. This point goes to you, brother, he whispered softly. Naruto did not go to sleep. Instead, he headed straight for the ledge, where he promptly gave another, much more personal report to the Shodai's tree. Well, actually it was more of a tale than a report. That really esses, you know, he grumbled after he had described the empty lab in detail. We went through all this for nothing. The eyes are gone. Really, we should have done this way earlier. Naruto yawned and squinted into the rising sun. He was suddenly feeling very exhausted. I didn't do that much, he mumbled sleepily, but, another yawn, I am really tired. He curled up between the mighty roots and his eyes dropped shut. Tobirama found him an hour later, peacefully asleep under a blanket of fallen leaves. He smiled in fondness at the young child and settled down next to him, lightly flaring his chakra to keep them warm. Tobirama rested his hand on Naruto's head and addressed his brother's memory. I saw her name on one of the labels today, brother. They took Ryo's eyes. Despite the calm, the leaves rustled. Sometimes I remember, he mumbled, this child was always so gentle, and yet we could not keep our oath. He stared into the sun. The light shimmered in front of him, and for a flicker of a second, he thought that he saw his brother's sad face looking back at him from behind a misted veil. Who are you talking about? A tired voice suddenly asked next to him. Tobirama turned his head and saw Naruto moving under his leaf blanket. Blue eyes blinked tiredly at him. A child who was very dear to me, Tobirama replied after a moment of silence. Back when our clans were still enemies, she saved me once. For that, she would probably have paid with her life if Madara had not exercised his authority as clan leader to protect her from their furious kin. But after he betrayed us, her clan turned on her, and my brother and I made her our ward. He brushed a stray strand out of Naruto's eyes. You would have liked each other. She was very gentle and abhorred violence. Naruto glowered. We will get them back, he declared fiercely, your brother's body and her eyes. We'll get them both back. He glared at Tobirama as if trying to say, you better agree with me now. Tobirama's lips twitched at Naruto's attempt to look imposing because the child was still covered in leaves and reminded him very much of an angry squirrel. Or a hedgehog. We will, he confirmed, and his voice only carried slight laughter. Then he rose. Now, back home with you. I still fully intend to give you an intense workout later today, so you better get a few hours of sleep in. Naruto grimaced. Mercy? He asked hopefully, blinking up at the man with wide eyes. No, Tobirama shot him down immediately. Mean, Naruto decided, but stood up anyway. The next day, a very exhausted Naruto walked towards the Senju compound. Tobirama really had not joked about working him hard. He yawned slightly and stopped to let a cart pass that was loaded with fresh vegetables. It was the 5th time he had been forced to wait because of a DLVY. Somehow, everyone seemed to be busier than usual. Was some kind of festival coming up? Shrugging to himself, he finally made his way to the clan head's house. Knock, knock. Naruto blinked as he saw the messenger bird in front of the window. Curiously, he put down the sealing book he had been studying and opened the window to let it in. For me? He inquired. The bird nodded. Naruto carefully untied the letter and inspected his unexpected correspondence, half expecting it to be another bill, and mentally made a note to finally send the notice about the allowance cut. But the envelope was heavy and thick, clearly indicating the high quality of the paper. There was a slight bulge to it, and he could hear something moving when he turned it. Naruto stared at the address written on the front of the envelope in ornate strokes. Jizan, he called urgently, there is something you should see. What is it? The ghost demanded as he phased through the wall, alerted by the urgency in Naruto's tone. This, Naruto answered, and held up the letter. It just came with that bird over there. He pointed in the direction of the pigeon that was perched comfortably on the windowsill, preening its feathers. It's addressed to Lord Senju. Should I open it? A glint appeared in Tobirama's eyes. Yes, he agreed. Naruto did not have to be told twice. He opened the envelope and pulled out a single piece of paper. The sun will shine. 77. Naruto frowned. What was that supposed to mean? He threw a confused look at the Tobirama. 77. Tobirama's reply came delayed and carried a hint of contemplation. I suppose he is talking about Konoha's 77th founding anniversary. So, that's why everyone is so busy. Naruto exclaimed, they are preparing for the celebration. It is an auspicious number, Tobirama agreed, and likely to be celebrated in a grand way. Which means it will be easier to meet without being noticed. Naruto nodded slowly and turned the envelope over. Something fell out and hit the desk with a metallic clang. It was a golden pin in the shape of a sun. Naruto tilted his head. Am I supposed to wear that? It is probably meant to serve as a means of identification, Tobirama picked it up and turned it between his fingers. His eyes scanned critically over the jeweler, searching for anything that might be amiss. Just as Naruto was wondering whether Tobirama perhaps might want to melt the pin down just to see if there was anything contained in it, the latter handed it back. There is no chakra residue on it, so it should be safe to wear. But I recommend you wait with that until the actual day of the festival. And when is that? Naruto inquired as he tried to reach the shelf by standing on his tiptoes. He huffed when he realized he was still too short to even touch the compartment. In 5 days, Tobirama answered, easily picking up the wooden box Naruto had been aiming for and handed it to the child. Naruto nearly dropped it in surprise. Already? Yes. Tobirama waited until Naruto had stored his pin away before he continued. That is why we will be reviewing formal language intensively over the next few days, and finalize your attire. I will make sure that you will represent us properly. Naruto gulped at the glint in Tobirama's eyes.